And 1,000. We got another one that's picked, okay? Okay. Which name were you from, sir?
James Gilbert, Philadelphia.
All right, James from Philly. We got one. He's pulling 4. That's okay. This one could be bigger or smaller. 1, 2. All right. Go right there. Pull that tab out first. That's the hardest part. Oh, you got it. Really hard to enjoy it. 1,000. Have a good break, buddy. Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
Ronnie Day.
Oh, yeah, this one. Reach in there and grab one?
You can pick it up.
Oh. You're not allowed to here. That's the one she would have grabbed, she said. I heard it. Okay. What we'll do is go right here. Grab that tab, we'll tab out. And then we have cameras up above you. Quick film this for you. What's your name? Where are you from?
Brandon from Hawaii.
Alright, so Brandon, what we're doing is we're going to put it right here like this. Put that little tab, pull it out, and you will reach in and grab the card and just slide it. Little tab. Oh. Zero, buddy. Let's go to 0. Alright. Big game. Get another one. Alright. Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
England.
You have 1. Go ahead. Alright, let me see for you, babe. Okay, so what we do, put it right here. Take this little tab, pull it out, pick a card, pull it this way. Watch this. Watch it. Slide like that. Yeah. Isn't that fun? Okay. Find the 0, please. Oh, watch out. All right. There you go. Good, buddy. All right. What's your name? Where are you from?
Yeah, Houston, Texas.
Houston, H-Town, baby. Let's go. That's my hometown, dude. I went to Lamar High School. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we'll go right here for me. This. Pull the little pocket out first. Then you can get the card. The best way to watch it is to watch it from up here. Oh, you're watching this? Alright, man. Let's get a big one. Let's get a big one, please.
I tried to eyeball it.
1 0. That's okay. Come on back here. This is yours. Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
Michael Lowe from Los Angeles.
Michael from Los Angeles. Grab one, buddy. I can't see. There's a big sign. All right, Michael, so what we do? Yeah, right there. And Michael, you can sweep from here. Oh! 4 zeros. Come on. Michael from Los Angeles. Let's get a picture of you, buddy. Hold it up so you can see. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, right here. Let's go. Hello. Where are you from?
So I'm Bruno from Portugal.
You missed it, Bruno.
Yeah, just nice to
You want to go here? You grab 3 right here. This guy? Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. You good? So you put it right here for me? And then watch up here. 5,000, 5,000. Right, so just keep that. That's for you. Keep that with you. Don't lose that. 2 more. Yes. All right. 1 more. If you win, okay, you want to see it?
Where's the chicken on? I'm doing the commentary.
All right. Good job, man. All right, who's next? Which game were you from, man? Incredible. Incredible one?
5K, 25K. Awesome. Thank you, sir. So,
All right. We're right here for you.
nearly 3, probably chip in.
Good luck.
Awesome. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Are you going to be able to do this at all?
I believe so.
You just told me that.
Which game were you from?
Jacob Thibodeau, June, Alaska.
Well, one tell me what we're going to do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get situated on everything, make sure.
Okay. You ready for it?
We go. Yeah, it's $16 check.
We want to hear it.
So,
6,000, 6,000.
Fucking go.
Let's go. One more.
Actual table then.
Indeed.
This one, that one, that one.
Oh, no, other way.
Yeah, you got 4 relative shorties, so that's good.
That's yours,
That makes
other
it
way.
fun. I want blood. I want ever be a deep stack.
No comment, no comment, no comment.
Oh, yeah, come on. 1,000. All right. Good job. Which name were you from, buddy?
Ryan from Maryland.
Ryan from Maryland. Good one. All right, go right over, Ryan. So what you're going to do is you're going to put this, pull that little tab out, and slide it. And if you want to, you can watch the sweat. Give me overhead camera for you. 1,000. One more. Yeah, right for you. For the social media clips. That's probably the going TikTok for sure. 1,500. All right, can you do a TikTok dance for me? No, you good. No dancing, so guys. All right. Yeah, no thanks. Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
Providence from Greece.
Can you close it? No. All right, we're gonna do it. All right. So my friend, what we do is we take this, pull the tab out. No. Right here. Oh, okay. Right here. Oh, my friend, can you come back? $1,000. 2 more. $1,000. 1 more. $1,000. Good job. Here, all those. This is yours. All right. So what's your name? Where are you from, my friend?
Martin from Germany.
All right, Martin, give me your water bottle and then do a couple of them. And you go right here. Pull the little tab out, and grab the card and pull this one. I hope so. That's 75.
Grab your name. Yeah. Brett.
What's that? Hey, so don't worry, it's coming for our stream too, so you're good. Yes, sir. What's your name? Where are you from?
James O'Brien, Ireland.
All right, James. Here's what we do, buddy. Take it. Go ahead, go ahead. All right, James. So you take it like this. Grab that tap, pull it out, and take the card and fly. Don't do it right here in this one. Yep. One more. Yes, sir.
Alright, dude, it's a little bit slower. Alright. I'm gonna go work hard.
That's yours. That's right.
Thank you.
Come on, what's your name? Where are you from?
Travis, I'm from California.
All right, Travis, grab one from right here. There's no cold one, dude. This is in Texas. All right, go right here for me. So you'll grab a little tab right here. They won't open sweat like this. Put it pop down and we'll slide this. The first number is a 0. Hold this. This little piece of envelope in the pull out. Here we go. That's gonna be one pass. That's pretty good.
All right, deal with the PokerNews Cup. If that clock goes to 0, please run. Do not deal. Do not deal until I tell you to deal.
Okay, put it right here for me.
Is there a delay? Does anybody know?
Here we go, here we go.
I don't care. I'd rather be not have to deal with that.
Yeah! What's your name? Where are you from?
Portugal.
Twitch.tv. PokerNews channel.
Right here, man? $1,000. Good job. All right.
You know what the delay is? Is there a delay?
One, two. Oh, three? All right.
Thank you.
Wait, oh, nice. I'll hold it for you. It's okay. Oh. All right. So can you grab your 3 here? So the good news is, everybody can watch this on the broadcast too. It's good. Okay. So here's what
Facing up with that.
it's facing. Oh, it's upside down. He's doing the other way. Listen, just go in the sweat can.
Left side. Left side.
You pull out. What?
Just switch with this one. Is he tall? No, he's not tall.
It's not terrible.
I won't say anything.
One more. All right. One more.
I want to deal with the PokerNews Cup. Do not deal. This is feature table set gas station.
All right. Take those. Here's your phone. What?
I see
Anyone else have like a weird name?
Forrest. Yeah, cool.
No, for real.
Like a weird.
I like my
No,
friend.
like, that's weird to pronounce. Like, that's awesome. Hey, what's your name? Here, just tell me your name.
Fourth pool. Okay.
Brandon. That's really weird.
Okay. That's a good one.
Whoa, 5.
Alright, so right here.
So what's left?
Lots.
This.
You have a poll?
There's still another 100K, another 75.
No, I think someone pulled the last one.
No. Just the. No.
Look at that smile.
Okay, so then no one's gonna call now when I go all in.
Keep that, my friend.
Like 50.
You got two more. Let's go two more.
Exactly the same.
Yeah.
75. Sorry, you went 225. Yeah. So you're exactly the same. So.
Good enough.
It's interesting.
Yeah, for sure. It's important too.
Weird.
Okay. Do we do here?
Yeah. Good luck, Swin.
Yeah, where was the button?
Good luck, Stephen.
Do you remember?
So goes.
What should I have? It was you, right?
Bang it. Was there just a second?
You doesn't work when you touch it. You can't touch it.
No, I paid I paid my blinds recently. Schwan doubled, yeah, but she wasn't in the blinds.
Which we've got some friends.
That was the big line. Oh yeah, no, that was the big line when she went all in. So I almost called.
So he's bought.
Yeah, that's right. I almost called him. Yeah, I'm small blind. You're small blind now. Yeah.
He's looking at the name.
But this guy just came, so I might. Yeah, what happened?
No, but he was bien.
It's so weird.
No, she went to lean under the gun and he called.
It was on like a one. I think this guy thought. But
This just came in. They play
No, he came in and play one.
okay, so that's the button that he's not in there.
Yeah.
You're the button. You're the
This is it.
You guys are good?
Yeah.
But we make it small. He's not in there.
I just came in over there and then we broke.
So small and big. As long as you guys are sure I'm good.
Yeah, they haven't said anything,
I
so.
don't think I played it.
That was the last time that.
Yeah.
No, I did
Vote.
not play it.
Oh yeah, they're going to correct. They're going to run through the rules with you, but they're not going to want any phones on the table or on the rail. No drinks on the table or on the rail.
Can you say that again?
No phones on the table or on the rail.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're working on getting it.
What about the phone? Can you go like this?
Yeah. Off the rails.
I mean, he's going to run through the rules on the table.
Showing in her hand.
Yep. You gotta put them in this box.
If your cards don't read, I may have to ask you to sign it.
Lucky way to say.
Is it 1020?
Yeah, they did. They don't have anything. You just slide it over, read it, and then you pull it wherever you want.
We're filming this for thing ready to be its way, so we can come back. It's over.
Yeah, these are actually aren't this bad. A lot of them are big, filled,
Which day were you from, man? Forest? All right, Forest, go ahead and grab your one, please. Good luck, man. That's the one. All right, Forest, here's what we do. $1,000 for a sticky bag. All right. One. What's your name, buddy?
Should have shaved. That's funny. Press start with some
Right? This is a bit early, I would think.
Yeah, 129 left. Right here. I guess it's going quick.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 PokerNews Cup coming from you in downtown Las Vegas at the Gold Nugget. I am Chad Holloway, joined in the booth by Nathan Gamble, and this is quite the day here at the Golden Nugget.
Absolutely, Chad. I am thrilled to be here. We got some amazing players that have played this event, and some huge bounties have already been pulled in today's PokerNews Cup.
Yeah, this is the second year we've done the PokerNews Cup at the Golden Nugget. Last year was a success. It was 1,245 entries, and it set the record for largest prize pool in Golden Nugget history, just over $1.2 million. To say that this year was a smashing success, it would even be an understatement. 2,331 runners, a $2.26 million prize pool, not quite double what it was last year, but man, I don't think anybody saw this massive turnout coming.
It is out of this world. It was $1 million guarantee, and you just blew it out of the water. 2.2 million, and that's enough for 200K mystery bounties, which have already been pulled. One went to Vid Zagar from Slovenia, and one just before we came live to Michael Lowe. I mean, 100K, and this is an $1,100 buy-in. What a massive, massive opportunity here.
And we're going to have some fun. You can see the feature table here at the Golden Nugget, branded with the PokerNews Cup. Juan Liu is the headliner, I think, at this final table, though she is short stacked. We also have, I think, Raphael is a former EPT champ.
That's right. Raphael won EPT, I believe it was back in 2017, followed up with a third place just later that year. So they're definitely the headliners at this final table. But we have some short stacks. We got some big stacks here. 1.3 million over in seat 6 for Bruno.
And how it works is if you eliminate a player, you get a little bounty chip, and then you can go redeem that whenever you want, whether it's in between hands or on a break, at a little table and spinning drum that we have. And we're going to be able to cut to that courtesy of our friends at Gorilla Gaming and here at Golden Nugget. Jesse Fullen put together a sweat cam, if you will. So that has been a lot of fun.
I was out there before we got started today watching them. There's some wild celebrations. Some $75,000 bounties were pulled. Friends jumping in the air, giving giant hugs. You know, there's probably a couple sweat equities in there, maybe some swaps of those bounties.
It's been interesting to they put a lot of effort and work into how it was all going to operate. So we've done mystery bounties in the past where people would start to get clues based upon how the number was aligned on the actual parchment. We took that into consideration so that everything is aligned in the same manner and just providing the max opportunity for a sweat.
Absolutely. And we're seeing the first hand here with Raphael, our EPT winner, raising it up on the button. So just to clue everyone in here, those black chips are 5,000. The blinds are 10 and 20,000, 20,000 ante in the middle. The gray chips are 25,000, and the red chips, as you can see, our player in the 3 seat has some, are 100,000 each. Forrest here with an actual hand, King Jack off. Looks like he's going to go for a pretty large 3-bet. Lots of grays there in the middle. From eyeballing it, looks like 145,000, 150,000 there, and that should get the job done against the holdings of these two players.
Yeah, I like it. Out of the big blind, a button open, you just get the flat and the small blind. King Jack seems a lot more powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And this component of mystery bounties in general, just add such a different layer to things. What I love about our feature table is you have various stack sizes. Some are at 1.3 million, 50 big blinds. Here you go. Bruno up there, 63 big blinds. Chris with over 1 million. And then you drop all the way down to bottom side with 11 big blinds, 13 big blinds. And it really provides for, let's just say, some carnage to unfold, Chad.
I was talking to one of the players on the break about how he is trying to take advantage of people calling rather light, given the bounty nature of this tournament. It's always fun. As I said, I've covered plenty of these. The 200Ks are off the board, but how it changes the dynamics when the big bounties are still in play, especially if it gets closer to the final table, just how it can really alter the dynamics of especially a no-limit hold'em tournament.
Yeah, that's right. And we still have over 200,000 up top on this event. So there's a healthy prize pool alongside those mystery bounties. I believe both 100Ks, as previously mentioned, have been pulled. Both 75Ks have been pulled, but there's 50K still in play, 25K still in play, 10Ks, 15Ks. So there's still a lot left to play for, both in prize pool and in the mystery bounties.
We started today with 292 returning players. The field has been more than halved at this point as we pick up the action, but it's still going to be plenty of action on day 2 as we're playing down to the final table of 9.
That's going to be fast and furious. You see Schwan here calling Jack 4 suited for a min raise from Bruno.
It's the Robbie.
It is indeed. And Robbie did play this event alongside several other notables. I think we can definitively say, unless Schwan gets frisky here, this hand is clearly over. Bruno flopping 3/8. But Robbie played this event. Schwan, Lou, as you can see. But some other notables that stood out to me: Brian Altman, WPT Crusher, Ryan LaPlante, bracelet winner, Jack Sinclair, who final tabled the World Series of Poker main event and then won the European World Series of Poker main event that same year. Breakout star Angela Jordanson, high stakes crusher David Peters, #1 online player for a very, very long time, Chris Moorman, and also Viet Vo, another Texas legend. I mean, this event, Chad, what you have put on has attracted some of the top names in the industry.
Yeah, and I know our whole team at PokerNews is very excited about that. Having just started it last year, to see the growth this year, and then, as you said, the names that it was able to pull from the World Series and the other offerings around town, it's an event that has garnered a good reputation that players wanted to come down, have a good chance at some big bounties and value, and I just love seeing the big names. Our team has been here the entire tournament through the first 3 day 1 flights doing live updates, and we're going to continue right through the end. So just one of those events where we're trying to give it all the love that we can with PokerNews.
Oh, absolutely. I personally, I think I've been down to a Golden Nugget. I live in Vegas. I've been down here when we did a treasure hunt with some friends, poked my head in the door, said, "That's a giant Golden Nugget. I'm on my way out." So when I came down here today, I didn't quite know what to expect. Walked in the doors, saw this poker room. It is absolutely gorgeous. You have towering ceilings, very well lit. You can tell that they spent a lot of time and money on this. And it definitely shows it's a great home for the PokerNews Cup.
It is a property. It's the only property in downtown Las Vegas with a poker room still, which is, kind of sad as somebody who loves downtown Las Vegas to know that there's only one poker room, but to know that the poker room that is here at the Golden Nugget, they're doing it right. Not only with the Grand Poker Series, which has a long history every summer down here. We have the PokerNews Cup, which is kind of the capstone, but the cash games here are pretty good. I actually walked out to the cash game room earlier today. The tables were already full, and there's no cap in the buy-in for the no limit game. You can come in, sit down with as much as you want, which is pretty rare.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of rare, we have a rare flop for the first couple hands here. Looks like we had a raise from early position from Bruno, King Queen in a call from the King 10 suited of Raphael, and the big blind, Chris, has Ace 7 suited, flops himself mid pair, turns a nut flush draw. I expect to see a lead here, but instead he does go with a check back, or I apologize, a check.
Yeah, the check, but I'm kind of surprised here. I checked around on the flop. You have to assume that your middling pair there is good, and plus you have that flush draw to fall back on.
River is the 9. I think Chris comfortably knows that he's ahead. He's winning this hand, and it's going to be interesting if he goes for a little bit of value or perhaps checks and tries to get someone to bluff so he can snap them off. We expect a small lead, about 35,000. Try to get a curious ace high to look him up, but he's going large by the looks of it, 100,000.
Unfortunately for him, neither Bruno or Rafael, two experienced players, have much of anything. So unless they're going to make a bluff at it, this bet from Chris should take it down.
I don't know if you saw what I just saw on Bruno's face when that bet came out. Bruno had this little twitch of his eyebrows. It just said, really? You got a 9? What are you betting here? And you can see his curiosity is actually piqued. It is kind of hard for him to believe. A 9 gets checked twice. So he's saying, okay, is he leading maybe 10 jack here that want to get to river as cheap as possible and now is trying to bluff it with no showdown equity? Rafael there is like, are we going to call? Do we still have cards? What's happened?
This is pretty interesting. I think a lot of people in this spot would have just chucked their hand, but Bruno definitely giving it a lot of thought, but does let it go.
I really don't blame him for that amount of consideration. Ace high from Chris in the big blind is probably just checking through. It looks like Rafael maybe is, okay, there we go. Here, once again, are those chip counts. As we mentioned, Xuan Liu is notable at the table, but very short stacked. So we're going to keep an eye on her and see if she can get anything going.
It's always interesting to be short stacked in these mystery bounty tournaments because your opponents are so incentivized to call you a little bit lighter. So you, at least in my experience, you have to tighten up what you're going to jam with. There's not as much opportunity to steal.
No, absolutely. You essentially know if you're under 10 big blinds, you have no fold equity. Someone is going to call you, and it gets absolutely chaotic because one person calls you, the next person goes on, tries to isolate, and the next person, and it's just this cascading effect. Jimmy here under the gun, king queen suited, jamming effectively all in. Looks like he's putting in 215 of his 225,000. I imagine we'll see exactly what you just talked about play out. Someone is going with him. The bounties in play are still quite hefty. Over 50,000 for just one bounty can be pulled.
So far, he is getting it through. Xuan Liu, though, with pocket eights, is going to go all in. And David here in the big blind with ace queen. Opportunity for potentially 2 bounties is what he's thinking. And sure enough, he's going to go with it.
All right.
Oh, 3-way all in here.
You can see Xuan has a pretty healthy lead, 44%. She's up against 3 overcards, ace, king, queen. 1 queen is dead. Safe flop there. Pocket eights holding up. No back doors picked up here. Deuce of clubs is going to eliminate Jimmy there and leave David on a sub big blind, Chad, 10,000.
Yeah, that very fortuitous for Xuan there. Doubles through, misses out on that bounty, but still claims the other one that she was just good spot for her. Now she's got some chips to work with. She was just sitting with about 11 bigs and essentially triples up.
And honestly, I think that hand played the same as if it was a normal tournament. Under a gun, you're sitting with 10, 11 big blinds. King, queen suited, yeah, you're happily getting it all in. 8's on the button, again, 10, 11 big blinds, happily getting it in. And then the big blind, you look down, ace, queen off. So I think that was actually a pretty normal one, even without the bounty component to it.
Xuan Liu now with some ammunition. I thought her stay at this feature table might be short, just given what she came in with chip-wise, but off to a good start here.
And look at this dynamic. Small blind, all in, 10,000. that mystery bounty is worth a minimum of $1,000. So everyone here knows there's $1,000 at minimum real money in play for knocking our small blind out.
It's almost like a splash pot in a tournament.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think we could see some very interesting, very weird dynamics unfold on this hand. It's going to be a fun one to keep an eye on. So David here in the 4C, all in 10,000. The big stack, though, is sitting in seat 6, who's in the big blind. He's roughly 1.3 million. So the other players can't get quite as out of line because he has a stack to withstand it. So far, it's just getting folded around. Forrest here in the 1 seat. Looks down King 10 offsuit. So this is a spot that he knows there's a minimum of $1,000 splash pot. And we see the small blind David having 9-4 offsuit. So really nothing to speak of.
It doesn't look like he's looked at his cards yet. I'm not going to be happy to see a 9-4 in this spot.
So this is a hand Juan may usually 3-bet, but she knows the bounty's in play, so she knows she's more likely to get played back at, and so you can go one of two ways. Either she plays it, but she plays it more aggressively, or she decides not to play it, knowing she's more likely to get played back at it. So it's a very interesting dynamic.
And it looks like she did decide to pop it up.
That's right. So Forrest made 40,000 from the hijack. Juan 3-bet to 100,000. David's all in from the small blind. Now you have the big stack here, 1.3 million in his stack, with Ace Jack offsuit in the big blind.
These are the tough spots. Like, just imagining myself in the big blind with Ace Jack here after a raise and a re-raise. But given the dynamics that you just talked about with David being all in, it's a lot of information to process and what to do moving forward. Be interesting to see what Bruno does.
Yeah, and it really comes down to player type, how well he understands bounties, how aggressive he wants to be. So you can see, I mean, you can literally just see him rip all in here. For effectively 40 big blinds. You could see him flat call. You could see him 4-bet to a lesser amount. All options are on the table, much, much more so. I think the only option not on the table is a fold. Sound like Doug Polk there.
Sounds like he did jam it. He's going to put the other two to the test. Both of them should fold, I'm guessing, unless they want to get frisky.
Fold 1, fold 2.
So now Bruno picking up a good amount of chips because David was only in for the 10,000. So he's making a profit off the chips and now has a chance at the bounty as well. Right,
I think he picked up over 120,000 just on that alone. So now David has 9-4 off, 31% equity, so not too bad. The cards are live, and Bruno is chasing that bounty. Oh.
Ace in the window is going to pretty much seal the deal. The turn king does. Bruno going to collect that bounty. And just like that, we lose our second player from this feature table in the early goings. Now not so many short stacks. You have Brent there at 11 bigs, but everybody else is sitting in pretty comfortable position.
Right. To be honest, I'm hoping those two chairs that are missing a player right now are going to get filled by some shorter stacks just so we can continue seeing this dynamic at play. Day 2 of a mystery bounty really all comes down to your table draw. That's 99%. You can build this big stack, but if everyone at your table is sitting with 50 big blinds, you kind of feel left out of the tournament.
Right. Yeah, it's got to be discouraging to come into day 2 of a mystery bounty event as an extreme short stack, right? Because you want opportunities to collect bounties, amass chips. and knowing that when you do eventually shove, you're going to get called.
Oh, absolutely. Well, speaking of our short stack here, under gun pocket fives. He's counting out stack, trying to figure out, is this the time? Does he want to shove all in? Because as we talked about, Chad, he's 99% sure he's getting called.
Yeah, I think you still have to here with basically 11 bigs in your stack, and you're going to get hit with the big blind next.
Yeah. Looking for him to shove it all in.
Well, he's going to let it go, try to find a better spot.
Not too many opportunities, and I mean, we're playing short-handed as well with those two players out. So as you're watching these hands fold, there wasn't a lot behind him. The only real hand that had some potential so far was Chris with the ace-8 off. Yeah, I think he would have found himself a pretty favorable situation here, but decided to hold on, preserve his stack, go through the blinds.
There's a good chance he might have gotten all those folds, which is rare, but yeah, there was not much there to call him. And it wasn't like it was a 5 big blind stack. He still had 11 bigs.
Yeah, there's definitely some math behind these bounties of how people calculate it, and that's what some of the best players do, is they've done all the math. They know how much that stack is worth in relation to the bounties and the amount of equity they're getting, and at the same time, there's the rest of us that just say, hey, there's a lot of money in there, let's gamble. There's 10 deuce offsuit for undergun Brandon, the Doyle, who there's
The celebration of life.
Celebration of life over at the World Series Day in the Horseshoe Ballroom. A lot of old school players telling stories, remembering him. I know Todd Brunson was up there sharing stories about his father, who sadly passed away right before the World Series this year.
Action folding around to Raphael in the small blind, looks down at pocket kings, licking his chops, thinking, well, there's a short stack in the big blind. How do I play this? And he's just going to limp. I like this.
This is a fun spot here. I think Brent is, after we saw the pocket fives, he's happily going to take the flop 7-6. And Raphael's just drooling, hoping to get a shot.
Doesn't look like he's going to there. Brent could have been in big trouble if he paired up or came some sort of straight draw. But as of right now, not there much there for him.
From what we've seen, my initial impression is conservative play. I don't imagine he's going to get out of line. Side eyes Raphael there of like, why are you playing it so slow? I'm a short stack.
I'd like to see one more check out of Raphael here. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, but if his opponent would have been able to boat up on the end, he'd stand a chance to bust him, but instead just going to take it down right there.
Yeah, I think that'd be a really good spot for him to have actually checked back one more time, just like you're saying, because without bet on the flop, you kind of know he doesn't have, well, you hope he doesn't have the queen, but he doesn't have the 8. So where are you really hoping that he'll call you with? I think he would have shoved an ace pre-flop, so you're not worried about queen or an ace. You're not worried about any card ripping off, so allowing him to see a river allows him to make a smaller boat and allows you potentially get that bounty. So I tend to agree. I think that's a good spot for one more check.
Don't be too critical, though. He's an EPT champion. I am not. So.
That is true. I've never even played one. Have you?
I have not played a EPT main event. I have covered many of them for Poker News over the years. I've played some side events and what have you, and they are a lot of fun. The EPT is a very well-run show. Always happy to go, and I really like enjoying new cultures, new cities, and things like that. So.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to go check out some EPT events just from the perspective of that culture, that food, that different country, seeing the landscape. And as you said, everything I've heard, they're ran absolutely brilliantly.
And speaking of different cultures and countries, that was actually one of the compliments I got from the director of poker operations here at the Golden Nugget, Andy Rich, was saying how the venue has been shocked at how many different players from around the world came here for the PokerNews Cup, participated in the tournament. They were really happy to see that.
That's awesome. I know there's been a contingent of players at the World Series this year from China, from Brazil, obviously all over the world, several from Russia. And one that has stood out to me recently is the Zivaleski brothers. I'm good friends with Yuri Zivaleski. He took 6th place on the $10,000 deuce to 7 no limit single draw. World-renowned player. His brother, who is not as well known, took 6th place on the same day in a 5,000 no limit holdem event. I mean, what a wonderful story that is for two brothers, same day, 6th place, different events.
At this final table, our reporters are telling me some interesting facts. Forrest, who's at our feature table here, finished 3rd in this event last year. So looking to go deep yet again. And he also been told to Callum Grant, our reporter, saying Humberto Lopez Galindo is in the field. He won the mystery bounty at the EPT Paris, so it's a mystery bounty experience there.
That's really awesome to go back-to-back final table, deep runs. I mean, to go 3rd place, and now he's in here with, sub 200 players. I think the experience really does pay off for mystery bounties, for bounty events in general. There is a different dynamic at play, as we've alluded to several times. So it does pay to know what you're doing.
Two interesting hands here, blind on blind, both players with an ace, and you have Brandon just limping the ace-10 from the small blind.
Forrest here, ace-5 offsuit. We have a new player in as well over in the 4 seat.
Forrest just going to check his option, so blind on blind, both players with an ace. And bingo for Forrest. Trip 5s.
Trip 5s. Backdoor nut flush draw. Backdoor straight flush draw. I don't know if you can ask for much more. I like the check back there just by how much he has the board decimated. Definitely expect to see a bet here. He needs to start building a pot. Potentially get a little equity from some sort of gut shot straight draw as well.
And he is going to get a call. Ace or 10 comes on this river. It would be disaster for Brandon.
So instead it's a king of diamond, which looks scary from the outset, but I think Brandon understands Forrest really doesn't have many flush draws, so the king being a diamond doesn't play too much into it. Neither of these players should have a flush draw in range as played. So you may see Brandon make the call here because he'll be up against a lot of 6-8, 8-9s, or just random bluffs. So I really would not be surprised to see ace high make the light call down.
He's betting 90,000 into the pot of 120,000. And he is going to get paid.
Yeah, I think that ace high is just going to be good far too often for him to fold there. I mean, even though he lost the pot, I really do like the call.
You can see on Juan Lu's stack there's some green chips. Those are the bounty chips. She can go and redeem those whenever she wants. Some players have been coming up in between hands, others waiting for the break.
So we do have two new players here filling out the table. The 4 and the 5 seat. Doesn't look like they're bringing short stacks to the table, however. They appear to be quite well endowed. I recognize the player in the 5 seat. I do not remember his name
And
offhand.
that's kind of what I was thinking myself. We're going to learn it here soon enough. Now, this tournament is being played 40-minute levels, a break every 2 hours.
All right, so one of the new players here is Ruslan. He was one of the chip leaders coming into today. I believe he played yesterday, day 1C. Made it through in the top 10 in stacks. And then the other player is Kunal. Not overly familiar with him offhand. I recognize him, and we'll try to find out a little bit more information.
Remember, this is just one of the tables playing out here on day 2. There is a larger field, and if you want to follow the action from those tables, head on over to PokerNews.com and you can follow our live updates. Just got a message from one of our reporters saying that some of the notable bust outs here recently included David Jackson, Ronnie Day, Jack Salter, and 888 Poker Ambassador Aaron Baroni.
Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, but David Jackson is one of the few people that beat Phil Hellmuth heads up for a bracelet last year.
That sounds accurate to me. I was there. Denied him number 17, at least for a year. Held it off a year because, as we know, Hellmuth earlier this morning captured that record-extending 17th bracelet.
17. I was telling my wife, who knows absolutely nothing about poker this morning, I said, "You know the name Phil Hellmuth?" And she said, "Yeah, absolutely." Which that tells you how big a name it is in not only our world, the poker world, but the world at large, for people who have no relation to poker to know his name. And he has now set himself, is it 6 bracelets ahead?
7.
7 bracelets ahead.
Yeah.
What an amazing gap that is.
Johnny Chan and Phil Ivey are tied with 10. The late, great Doyle Brunson had 10 as well. Ivey was at that final table with Hellmuth this morning, ended up finishing in 6th place.
Hellmuth knocked him out. Couldn't have him catch up in even the slightest way. Aces versus King 10. Hellmuth held for that victory. Huge congratulations to Phil Hellmuth. Super Turbo $10,000, which paid over $800,000. Absolutely massive event there.
So I've been there for, I wasn't there this morning, unfortunately, but I think I was there the 6 times bracelets before that when he won. And I've noticed, and I even told him before the WSOP started this year, I said, "Phil, I think you're going to win one because you tend to run really well in odd-numbered years." You know, in 2023, in 2021, if you look back, he's won a lot of bracelets in odd-number years, including the main event back in 1989.
I mean, this probably speaks to our age, Chad. I know you're slightly older than me, but he won the main event the year I was born. So that tells you how far back his pedigree goes in this game. 1989 beat Johnny Chan heads up. And for the long time as well, so many people thought he was a one-trick pony. He could play holdem. Granted, it was a no-limit holdem, pot limit holdem, but that's all he would win in. And it's only been within the last 10 years, I believe, that he started winning. He has 2 in Raz now. He has a no-limit deuce to single, triple, deuce, no-limit deuce to 7 single draw. There we go. And several second, third places in other mixed games. So he's really proven himself outside of just hold'em now.
Now, we had the opportunity to interview Poker Hall of Famer Jack Binion, absolute legend in poker, one of the founders of the World Series of Poker alongside his late father, Benny Binion, and he credited Phil Hellmuth as being kind of the original young gun, if you will, when he came in and won it in '89. That Jack Binion said that that was just a shift in the game back then from the long-established Texas pros, if you will, to this young guy coming in and really disrupting it. Kind of the original young gun that Phil Hellmuth was.
Well, anyone that knows Phil Hellmuth knows he's still disrupting tournaments in his loud manner in many different ways. Chris here nailing the river, Jack of Hearts. Most likely still to get checked through here. And unless Forrest tries it extra spicy. I imagine we'll see Chris take this down.
Gonna go for the minimum value, 20,000. Forrest doesn't look very interested.
I really like the looks we're seeing from one player to another. When bets come in on the river after it gets checked through. You saw Schwan there just kind of do a side eye on Chris and say, "Really? Is this happening?" You saw it earlier with the king high potentially making a call down. That's something very interesting about live. If you're in the hand and you're paying attention, people's expressions very much portray what's going on in their heads.
Now, Forrest Kohler, who is in the 1 seat, actually bagged up the big stack on day 1B of this tournament. It was interesting. I know we talked a little bit off air about the 3 starting flights and how attendance was up in each and every one of them. To give you an example, last year in the inaugural Poker Cup here at the Golden Nugget, we only had 183 entries, 507 this time. Just an absolutely huge increase. Same with day 1B, 455 last year, 812 this year, and then day 1C, which took place yesterday, up from 607 in 2022 to 1,015 here in 2023.
I mean, those numbers are incredible. It almost doubled in size, a couple hundred players off, but I'm going to give credit anyway, 80 to 90% of it. And speaking of doubling here, Brandon is thinking about that as well with pocket kings. After a raise from Bruno, king 9 suited, going for a 3-bet. And he has a weird stack size because he has 380,000 blinds are set at still 10 and 20, so 19 bigs. Goes for a 3-bet of 120,000.
Now, what do you do in Bruno's shoes here? You're the big stack at the table. It's 80,000 more to you. You have a hand like king 9 suited. The bounty aspect is in play. I mean, I certainly would be tempted to see a flop here.
It wouldn't surprise me if he peeled, but he makes a very disciplined laydown here. I think you just have to acknowledge the fact that 3-bet is extraordinarily strong in this bounty style. And he was able to just fold off with no questions asked, the king 9 suited, even with his massive towering stack. He's really keeping his eye on the end goal as well, because as we said, there's over 200,000 up top for first place.
One of the things we were happy to do at this year's PokerNews Cup, you can see it there with the dealer and getting shirts made for the dealers to wear. It took a little doing and working with the folks here at the Golden Nugget to get it approved as an official uniform that they can wear, but I think it looks great, especially when they're sitting there just above the table or the chair line, and great for the camera shot.
Same on the felt. That felt is clean. It's crisp right in the middle. PokerNews Cup, Golden Nugget off to the side a little bit, and a sponsor there, Gorilla Gaming, right underneath it. I mean, it really came together, and it looks brilliant.
Gorilla Gaming has done a great job here at the Golden Nugget. They were here earlier this summer for the Bar Poker Open, which is just a really fun event because they qualify players all around the country through bar leagues. And I know there's a lot of people probably listening. I used to participate in bar leagues. I don't know if you have much experience there, but they're just such a different niche of the poker world, and a large one at that. A lot of people, their only experience with poker is playing in a bar league, and so to have the Bar Poker Open give them the opportunity to come out to Las Vegas, experience a major tournament like the one they put on here every summer at the Golden Nugget. It's a lot of fun, and it's growing every year, which is great to see.
That's really awesome. I know growing up in Texas, looks like Schwan is maybe getting a bounty. She slid a little one in there and is walking off. Be interesting to see what she pulls. In Texas, we have our gray area of poker, of card houses that are some places completely fine and operational, some places get raided every other month. It's a very weird dynamic down there, but I grew up kind of within that realm of the world. So no bar leagues, but it was still in that same infrastructure of not quite a normal casino, if you will.
Interesting hand here. Raise for middle position, pocket sixes from Brandon, and Chris just flatting on the button with pocket threes. But it looks like Kunal has a little something here.
Yeah, his cards are not reading yet, so not sure what he has, but he's going with a very healthy. It looked like he had more chips than that, but it's a 155. All right, I thought it was 255, which I thought was a very healthy bet. So 155 out of the big blind. Yeah, initially I thought he had 2 red chips there, which I was thinking was a very, very healthy 3-bet, but looked much more manageable at 155.
Unfortunately, don't know what he had there, but enough to scare off the 2 smaller pocket pairs and extend his chip lead.
So right before that hand played out, Schwan took one of her bounty chips off. Looked like she went and pulled a bounty, came back. I believe that's what's now in front of her, so I'm going to be curious if we can get a sneak peek at how much she just pulled. I'm guessing it's 1,000. We have a lot of those still in play.
That's what it looks like to me from here, but it's just far enough away I can't be that confident on it. We might have heard some cheering or screaming and excitement if it was. What's the biggest one left? 50,000 still?
Of 50,000, we had 200Ks, 275Ks, 250Ks, 225Ks, 215Ks, 310Ks, and then the rest are 6K and below. But my understanding is both 100Ks and both 75Ks are off the table. And we have an all in here from our short stack. Brent to King, Queen suited. Schwan wisely folding her King 9 suited. But Kunal is definitely going to be going after his bounty with Ace Queen off in the small blind.
Yeah, with the chip lead, he's going to love the spot, and he is going to be in a dominating position.
Bruno's still in the big blind with lots of chips, Ace Deuce off. So it'll be interesting based off of the size of these stacks, 75 big blinds approximately, if Kunal will just flat, if he'll 3-bet, or if he'll go all in. Does choose the flat. And these are those weird dynamics that can unfold potentially if Bruno decided to just get really spicy and potentially raise there. Makes the wise lay down, and our short stack Brent is going to be all in at jeopardy. King, Queen, King in the window. How about that, Chad?
Wow, but not so fast. We do have a gut shot Broadway draw here for Kunal. A 10 would do it for him. Ooh, that was close.
One higher and Brent's day is done. Let's see that river.
Ooh, just enough to get your heart to skip a beat, but getting lucky to survive there is Brent and doubling up. Now he's sitting, and look at that, the short stack at 21 bigs, which isn't really much of a short stack.
Yeah, there's a lot of room to work with. The blinds these first couple days are 40-minute levels. Final table, correct me if I'm wrong, but it says 60-minute levels at that final table. So lots of play here at the PokerNews Cup.
And we talked a little bit about the prize pool. And remember, 2,331 runners created a $2,261,070 prize pool, the largest in Golden Nugget history. This property dates back to 1946, I believe it is, and that's quite the record, if you will. And of that prize pool, just over 900,000 went into the bounty pool, and there's still 1.35 million in the regular prize pool. The winner of this tournament slated to take home $218,000. The top 3 spots all slated to get 6-figure paydays.
I mean, talk about how big that is for an $1,100 tournament that's off strip. We're down on Fremont Strip for those of you that haven't been here. As you said earlier, this is the last remaining poker room on Fremont Street. And to get this size is absolutely astounding. You think, hey, $1,100, 200,000, where's that held at? Maybe over at the Wynn, maybe down at the World Series in a Super Turbo, a this or that. No, it's down on Fremont Street. with hundreds of thousands of dollars up top in bounties, and this room is packed day after day. And also, Chad, the PokerNews Cup series has been running all summer long. It started early June. It's going until the end of this event. July 3rd is when we wrap up here. And you have a list of some of the winners here, and it has been astounding just how many events have taken place.
Yeah, so the Grand Poker Series comprised of 89 different tournaments. It's going to officially come to an end tomorrow. We have results compiled through the first, it looks like 80 events, not including this PokerNews Cup. They have catered to almost 21,000 combined entries and awarded just over $4 million in prize money. Now, these are for tournaments. We're talking $100 buy-in, $200 buy-ins, and things like that. So there's a lot of affordable tournaments here, and they have a wide variety of mixed games, mixed PLO, 8-game mix. They have a lot of Omaha tournaments. They have a seniors event, a tag team event, and it's really just a good option for people who might not be able to afford the bigger buy-ins that you might find at the World Series of Poker or at Wynn. The Golden Nugget really establishing itself in that price point.
Well, speaking of affording and not affording, Brent, prior to his hand, wasn't able to afford too much, doubles up. Now he picks up top pair on monotone board, but sadly for him, our small blind here, Bruno, did flop the flush. So we're going to see what Brent can and can't afford based on how he maneuvers the rest of his pot.
It's a fun feeling in poker to flop a flush. Not so fun when somebody else also flops a bigger flush, but that's not the case here.
Raphael also with a piece. He does have mid-pair, backdoor draws. I think after we see this raise, we know what's happening for him. So now Brent is faced with a 3-bet. Or apologies, a re-raise here. Top pair, medium ticker, monotone board. We saw him play conservatively earlier. Let's see how he plays this pot. Really thinking through all of his options, which is completely fair. He raised under gun initially, got called by both of the blinds. From the small blind, typically what you're going to see there is some suited connector type of holdings. You're also going to see some sort of queen jacks, king jack, king 10 suited primarily. So our small blind here in Bruno does have a decent amount of flushes in his range, but he shouldn't have too many kings that beat Brent. So it's kind of an all or nothing situation.
Well, look at this turn card, because Brent does make the call and trips up on the turn. I mean, the stacks have to go in at this point, you would think, and then Brent will have an opportunity to maybe boat up on the river.
Yeah, your stacked pot ratio here, Brent has less than what's in the pot. There's 375 out there, Brent has 340. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see a medium to large bet from Bruno. I don't think he'll put them all in. It just depends on how Brent perceives that, and if he'd rather keep his bluffs in by calling, seeing the river, seeing if a diamond rolls off. Kind of just depends on these player profiles.
And it looks like he downsizes just to 100,000.
So Brent's never really going to beat any of Bruno's value hands. He's only going to beat his semi-bluffs here. So I'd really like to see actually just a flat. But any of Bruno's actual value hands are going to be king jack or higher, 8s, 6s, or flushes. You really aren't going to see any sort of king 9, king 7 from Bruno. Gotta make sure he's seeing it. I like that call.
There you go. You called it.
All right, 5 of hearts on the river. think we're going to see the shove from Bruno in some capacity because he's actually going after a bounty. He wants to make sure not only does he get the chips, but he gets the bounty. So unequivocally, we're going to see him set Brent all in. And again, there we go. Brent has to understand that he beats absolutely none of the value from Bruno. He's only beating his semi-bluffs, which are now turned into his bluffs. So it just depends on if he believes Bruno is bluffing enough in the situation for him to be able to make the call or not.
Tough spot. Bruno, the big stack as well. I know in situations like these, you can't help but wonder, are you just being bullied around by the big stack? I do not envy Brent's spot at this point in time. He just doubled up. Now he's committed about half of his stack back into this pot. The blinds are about to hit him. He raised this one under the gun.
I appreciate how much thought he's giving into it. You'll see a lot of people just snap call all in. I have 3 kings, let's go. And they'll be walking out the door, walking to that parking garage, wondering what could have been. So I don't blame Brent if he does make the call here in any capacity. And I think the fact that he is giving it this much consideration shows that he really does understand this game. Oh, I thought we were going to get the fold right there.
I thought it was coming too. I was going to say, what a laydown, but you check back, you see you have a king, you have a decent enough kicker, and then you just get back in the pressure cooker.
Does a glance up. What a fold there by Brent. Great fold, great job.
He is going to be happy when he watches this stream and sees that he just saved his tournament life down to 9 bigs, but that's where he was just at, and it doubled up, and he's still alive.
Yeah, that was very, very well played by him. I don't think he could have done anything different to save any more chips than he just did. Really great work there from Brent to avoid being knocked out of this tournament.
I am quite impressed at that level of play here at this feature table.
All right, looks like we are going with a dealer change here. And something that you commented on a second ago was the simple fact if you don't know if the big stack is pushing you around, if someone's getting out of line or not. And one thing I've noticed from all the commentary that I've done and all the final tables, all the cards up, is you get pushed around considerably less than it feels like. There's very few times that someone just wildly gets out of line. It's usually one of the top professionals that knows the situation, knows the player profiles, and is just able to maneuver it very well. But on the whole, you're really not getting pushed around nearly as much as you think you are.
Bank from Greece. All right, Greece, we got 50K and 25K still. Let's go ahead and sweat it.
This is the sweat cam that we were talking about.
Good luck. We want to see a 5 or a 0 in that 4th spot. 0, 0,
Let's see what Nick from Greece pulls.
1,000.
1,000.
Good job. Good luck. Get some more bounties, okay? All right. We'll see you guys.
That's your partner in crime from
Yes.
the Chad and Jesse show.
That's right. My good friend Jesse Follin's been doing a great job as the MC. He put a lot of work into this PokerNews Cup. The whole team did, really, but Jesse really with the details regarding the bounty draws, and it's been paying off in spades to make a bad saying here, but
Yeah, he's been out there all day long getting the mystery bounties pulled, getting them recorded, making sure the hype is there. Little hugs, little high fives on those big bounties. He's definitely been out here. Oh,
Right here from Slovakia. Let's get 2 tickets right here, buddy.
look at that. Greece, Slovakia.
Still up for grabs, Peter. Just 2. Don't go crazy.
should we call this the PokerNews World Cup next year?
There you go. Maybe keeps growing like it is.
There you go.
Well, the 100K winner was Vid Zagar from Slovenia, so definitely,
Back to the action.
definitely a World Cup here.
The $1,000 bounties there that you just seen him draw 2 of are the minimum bounties remaining. There were some $500 ones in there, but those went pretty early. They also had some different amounts. One that I really liked was the $6,000 amount, which might seem odd to a lot of people, but when you account for tax reasons, that buy-in of $1,100 drops to the profit margin, so you don't actually have to do much tax paperwork. So I think that was pretty ingenious.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that consideration. Everyone, make sure you still pay your taxes, but less paperwork is better for both the casino and players. I really love that consideration that they put into it. And also, when we had that dealer change, Chad, the blinds did go up 15, 25,000, 25,000 ante. So we see a raise here from Ruslan to 50,000, which is now just the min raise. 2 big blinds with King 7 suited, and consideration from our large stack Bruno with the 8-7 suited as well.
I'm going to give a shout out. We reported the hand. We just talked about it with Brent laying it down. And I thought it was. I wanted to confirm it before I said, but it's actually Brent Burrows out of Michigan, a player I'm pretty familiar with from over my years at the Mid-States Poker Tour, the MSPT. He would often come, and he plays online there in Michigan. You can see him sporting the BetMGM shirt there. Really solid player, has come a long way, and I think that hand is really indicative of just how much he's grown as a poker player. That was a very impressive laydown by Brent Burrows.
Yeah, that was some top-level, high-end poker on display there, and I really expect to see more of this gentleman in the future, if that's the type of play that we expect to see from him. All right, heads up here. Ruslan was the original opener. King 7 suited. He has 505,000 behind, so 20 big blinds. Bruno's our big stack at the table. He has a gut shot, no backdoor flush draw though. So it just depends on how hard Ruslan goes here and then how Bruno wants to react. All right, a little bit over his original raise, 55,000. Bruno does look to make the call with his gut shot. So he has a gut shot, but he's also just going to float and have the ability to pick up the pot on a lot of various turns when Ruslan shuts down. Speaking World Cup, look right in front of us. Naturally, India is represented. So we have Michigan, we have Slovakia, we have Slovenia, we have India. This is truly an international affair. All states, I'm sure, are represented, but the countries are just coming at us hard and fast, Chad.
India is one of the places in the world I haven't been for poker, but really, really want to go sometime. Some strong players, strong events there, and we're seeing it here. He's the chip leader at this feature table. Have you traveled much for poker outside the United States?
Not for poker, really. Only down to Australia pre-COVID. So 2019, I went down there for the Aussie Millions. Stayed for a couple weeks with a friend, and King on the river here. Ruslan picking up top pair, 4-liner to a straight, however. So went down there, but on the whole, living in Vegas, I find it very hard to travel for poker. I'd rather, once we leave the 115-degree weather during the summertime, let's just go and enjoy ourselves. Let's get outdoors, go and enjoy nature a little bit more, enjoy the culture of wherever we are. So poker's not on the agenda at that point.
I kind of feel the same way. From 2010 to 2016 with PokerNews, I was traveling more than half the year to poker events. Now, that was primarily to work, not play. But now it's gotten to the point I've moved to Las Vegas, and I kind of don't want to go anywhere. Or if I do, I want to go there for a vacation and not necessarily poker. So,
yeah, absolutely. This is still the mecca of poker. So Bruno here with the absolute bottom of his range. He has 8 high. He can beat nothing So he's going to fire in a bet on the river, just hoping to get a fold from Ruslan, which I don't believe he will, because he's kind of just saying, hey, I have a 10. And I believe what we'll see here from Ruslan is, if you got it, you got it. I'm willing to pay. But Bruno doesn't have much of a choice with his particular holdings. Yeah, Texas has become an absolute mecca of poker. Florida, several times out of the year with Seminole Hard Rocks Invitationals. Their large events are WPT events. But all over the country, like you said, with the MSPT as well.
It's strange because back in 2003, after Moneymaker won, the poker boom happened, as it's called, right? And because the game grew so exponentially. Whereas nowadays, the numbers are as strong as ever. They just didn't explode. It's been this slow culmination.
Great call there from Ruslan. Kind of understood that the only thing that was being represented by Bruno was a 10. So unless he had Queen 10 or Jack 10, but that decided to check back his equity on the turn, there wasn't too many 10s in his range. His king was going to be good.
But if you look at numbers across the board, here at the PokerNews Cup is a great example, but at the World Series of Poker and just everywhere, poker is thriving right now. The numbers are huge. We're likely going to see the largest World Series of Poker main event in history, which is just crazy. And there wasn't one spark per se. It's just been this build year on year and year, and the growth of the game is just really exciting to see.
Yeah, I believe there's only been one event this year at the World Series of Poker that has not seen record numbers, and I can't even tell you offhand what it is. If I think hard enough, I could tell you, but every other event, to my understanding, has seen growth, and some of that growth is 10%, some of it is 30%. It is astronomical this year, and so I truly expect, as you said, this to be the biggest main event in history. Obviously, the preceding one to that was Jamie Gold's year back in, was it 2012?
2006.
2006, way off. 2006, Jamie Gold year. Oh, well, here we go.
There's some
real
fireworks
fast.
about to happen. The 4th of July isn't in for a couple more days, but in this hand, the fireworks are probably going to go off.
Yeah, ace, queen, offsuit, easy open from Ruslan. Bruno, king, queen suited. Raphael, ace, king suited. Looks like he's shoving all in, which is what I expect. And I firmly believe we're going to see an all in over the top from Ruslan to isolate him and try to get that bounty. But little does he know he's going to be drawing very, very slim with one queen already out of the deck. So from the previous hands we've witnessed, Ruslan seems to be a very good player. He seems to take his time to think things through. So I firmly believe we will see an all-in, but I think it's going to take him a little bit of time to make that decision. Just he needs to weigh all of the factors, as this is going to be for a very significant portion of his stack if he is wrong.
You nailed it yet again.
All right, this is a very pivotal pot here. Ruslan does move all in. Bruno folds his king-queen suited. So we have a 1.3 million chip pot here, which is over 50 big blinds. What a hell of a flop for Raphael. Flops 2 hearts, leaves Ruslan with 1 queen remaining. And there's that king on the turn, locking it up for Raphael. Deuce of spade. Norman Chad's always said, deuce never changes anything on the river. Am I correct?
That's a good point. Certainly seen it there. And Ruslan takes a huge hit, going to be down to 275,000.
Yeah, he came into today with a massive chip stack. After yesterday's play, and was one of the chip leaders heading into it, but now he's sitting with just 11 big blinds there. Still covering Brent, which you'll see that dynamic play out because Ruslan's always going to be cognizant, hey, I can still get a bounty.
You can see the dealer button there is a specially designed PokerNews dealer button. We've been getting lots of compliments from the players all summer long. It's been being utilized both in the cash game room and here at the Grand Poker Series. I think we started with 100 of them, and we're just kind of curious how many remain because, you know, a couple people probably walked away with them at one point or another.
I gotta say, looking at that, I love it. I love how crisp it stands out. The blue and then the white button on it with the PokerNews swirl over there. It may be one of my biggest complaints about the World Series. Last year they had new buttons that were about the size of a potato chip. They were just over a little bit bigger than a quarter. This year they said, okay, we heard you, we got you. They're probably, you know, about 5 times bigger, but they're this weird blue that just blends straight into the felt and you really can't see them. So they got the size right, but they switched out the color. So I gotta say, I love the buttons here. I love how clearly and defined they are against that felt.
And to put it into perspective, the PokerNews dealer buttons are about the size of a hockey puck, maybe even a little bigger. They're quite considerable.
Well, ironically, something no one would ever think before these last few years, Vegas has recently become known as a hockey town with the Golden Knights.
Right.
Obviously taking the victory this year in the Stanley Cup.
That was quite exciting because it was going on during the Grand Poker Series, during the World Series of Poker. You've seen a lot of hockey fans who are also poker players like a Daniel Negreanu going over to the games. I even caught some Golden Knights fever there for a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. The parade was, that was on day 1 of the Big O tournament. I was really hoping not to get knocked out on that day simply because I didn't want to have to go out and try to cross the street.
Yeah, I did not get into the Horseshoe that day. I was supposed to be there at 5 p.m. I was outside of it, but I just could not get in there because of the traffic and the parking garage was full. So I told my boss, you know what, I'm going back home. I'm going to come back at like 11 p.m. when things have cleared out a little bit. But even then, it was still pretty busy.
Yeah, the strip for that period of time was absolutely insane, chaotic, both from the traffic as well as the Formula One construction on the strip, causing some shutdowns. I actually ended up going to Game 2 of the Stanley Cup. I was over at the World Series of Poker, about 15-minute walk from the game, and I didn't realize just how bad it was, so I said, okay, I'll just drive over there. I'll be there soon.
All right,
It took me an hour and a half.
Water from Brazil, we have 1 bounty. Go ahead and pull it, buddy.
From Brazil now.
Brazil.
It is an international affair.
15 and 25 is still up there.
All right, you heard Jesse. 15 and 25,000 still in play. Brazilian player here pulling a bounty.
Slide it out. Nice and soft and gentle. Looking for a 3rd zero. How about 4th zero? 1,000. Hey, congrats. Back to the action.
Thanks, Jesse.
We have another one.
We're going to see a lot of 1,000s get pulled as a lot of the larger bounties have already been taken off the table. But you heard Jesse say it, there's still plenty of 25 and 15Ks in there. So we will at some point see those get pulled. Oh, here's another player up. We got another 1,000.
I believe the plan is once we get to a break that we will just cut to Jesse and the sweat cam, and there's going to be a line. The breaks during mystery bounties are always a lot of fun because you get a line of people, you get a crowd gathered around.
Yeah, absolutely. When I got here originally, there was a line about 20 or 30 people deep. As soon as a break happens, you just see them backing up and waiting to see what they've pulled. On this next break, I will be leaving you. I got to head over to the World Series of Poker and play an event today. So we'll see. If I don't do so well in that, maybe I'll join you again for a final table coverage. So now we have 3 pretty short stacks. Ruslan 275 alongside 2 other stacks in the 4 to 5 big blind range for one, and one in the 15 to 20 big blind range. So there's potential here for that blood to be spilled. Those dynamics get very weird.
Looking over the chat a little bit, a good point being made that the Golden Nugget was home to High Stakes Poker Season 1 back in the day.
What a time to be alive. Season 1, that was, I mean, that was the bricks of poker, cash going in. Just, that was a different time period for our little world. Phil Ivey was definitely the center of the universe. Still relevant today, many, many, many years later. Played with Barry Greenstein from time to time.
And it was actually in the chat, we were just notified that it actually isn't Forrest Collar in the 1 seat. It is rather Forrest Raleigh who is sitting in the 1 seat there. Our mistake on that, and apologies.
Schwan here, all in from the button. Pocket 5s. Definitely looks like she's going to get through against the 9-4 of Ruslan in the big blind. So there's those chip counts. As we mentioned previously, Brent, who is playing absolute lights out with that fold, is sadly sitting on the smallest stack, 7 big blinds. Ruslan down to 9 big blinds, and he is wearing his frustration on his face right now. He's just saying, I had chance. I had a chance to be a big stack, and now we need to get lucky. Overall, you're not seeing anything too egregious from the players. Everyone seems to be playing very well. There hasn't been too many spots that have been affected by the bounties. I think that just really speaks volumes to the structure that y'all have put together of 40-minute levels, lots of play, and then 1 hour levels on the final table. Small blind here. Ruslan short stack up against a large stack in the big blind. Knows he's going to get called the vast majority of the time if he does shove, but I think King 8 offsuit is far too good to fold. Expect to see an all in here, Chad?
I would think so, yeah. Blind on blind, and that's what he's going to do. Kunal with Queen 9. I think that's strong enough to try to get the bounty.
Yeah,
and sure enough, going to take a shot at it.
All right, very live here. 51% against 49%. Doesn't get much more live than that.
So Ruslan looking to hold. He does so far on the flop.
Some backdoor chop opportunities, 5-3 deuce, some wheel and or 6-4 straight outs. Jack on the turn will definitely not do that, and Kunal needs a queen or a 9 to seal the deal.
Ooh, it is a queen on the river to drive a dagger through the heart of Ruslan.
Good game, sir. Well played. Really did nothing wrong today, and just kind of on the wrong side of the deck. So Kunal now chipping up to 1.6 million and getting another bounty. I don't know if you heard Chris there. He looked over at the bounty that Kunal just grabbed up, and Chris says, "Oh, that looks like it's just going to be a 1K." We'll be filling that seat shortly. As you see our dealer giving over the seat card, so Floor can go find us another player, bring them on over, and they can get under the hot and sweaty lights on the feature table. I say that jokingly, as you can actually see about 3 or 4 of the players here wearing hoodies and jackets. It's not too hot here today, but some of those final tables do get very hot just due to the lighting system that can be in place. So it's kind of nice and refreshing when you get a good quality system set up without it just being hotter than the sun.
It's certainly hotter than the sun outside. I was actually going to walk out on Fremont Street before we started commentating, and then I thought, you know what, maybe not when it's 113 degrees or whatever it is today.
Yeah, this has been a cool summer up until now. I think we just hit the hundreds a couple days ago, and now it's right into where you expect it for a Vegas summer. Juan is here hoping to run hot as well. Pick up ace-queen offsuit, raising it up, and Kunal in the small blind with pocket fives, considering his options. Yeah, number one piece of advice I have for anyone that hasn't been to Vegas before is to not try to walk everywhere during the summertime. Everything is not as close as it looks. It's much, much further. I've heard of people trying to walk to the Rio when the World Series was held there from a lot of the strip casinos. Not recommended, ladies and gentlemen. It's 115 degrees outside, and I guarantee you are not hydrated well enough. So, you know, wait till wintertime.
It's funny with the winter time. Being from Wisconsin as I am, when I was here in December and the temperature would get down to, say, 50 or 60 degrees, and everybody in Vegas thinks that, you know, they're freezing, they're putting on their winter jackets, and I'm walking around in t-shirts and shorts still.
Oh no, what a disaster here. Schwan checking back on this queen-9 jack board. Top pair, top kicker against Kunal's flat in the small blind. Kunal here with pocket fives hits the 5 on the turn, and now it's just an absolute disaster for Schwan. And her check back is just indicative of Kunal's range from the small blind. He's going to not actually have too many small pocket pairs. It's primarily going to be his pairs are probably 7s, 8s, and 9s. If anything, he'll 3-bet a lot of those pre-flop. So his range is more condensed towards King Jack, King Queen offsuit, Queen Jack even. So Schwan is cognizant of that, which is why she checked back the flop. And now with this 5 on the turn, it really depends on the river, which is a 4 spades. Kunal checks over. Schwan with the ace of spades in her hand.
Interesting card. But she does have some, you know, she's got a strong hand. This is interesting, right? So you're not thinking about bluffing, right? You're thinking more of value because you have top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, at this stage, you're really targeting a king queen, a king jack. You would expect the hands are better than you on the turn to have raised. So I think we can see Schwan here go for value. And it does look like she's... Oh, does she check it back here?
I think she announced an amount and Kunal snap called. I could be wrong. We'll see here in a second.
Okay. Looks like you're correct. 250,000 on the river, it looks like.
I was pretty sure I heard her say something. Yeah, it looks like 250,000, and Kunal just snap called it, and then cards were tabled immediately. That is going to be a big blow for Zhuan Lu, going to be left with 135,000, and Kunal now up over 2 million.
Wow, 2.1 million for your big stack there. Kunal's had a great time since coming to a feature table. And Brent, who made that very heroic fold with trips on the river earlier, now has 7 big blinds, and he actually has the ability to get a bounty from Schwan. And that's something that he's going to be aware of, is just how many chips she has and how it plays into his dynamic. What a roller coaster, though, for Schwan. She came in short stack, tripled up within the first orbit, hasn't done a whole lot since then, and now it's just taken a massive, massive hit. Short stack of Brent folding. So I kind of expect for Brent, he could literally fold every hand and on Schwan's big blind, rip all in blind just to try to get that mystery bounty.
That's interesting. We have a mystery bounty being pulled right now.
Back to the action.
No sweat there. 1K, let's go.
Looks like Zhuan Lu is going to raise it up, essentially committing herself by the looks of it. 70,000, about half of her stack with that raise.
Yeah, and we're going to see either Bruno or Raphael go with their, it looks like Raphael, and so I imagine he's just going to put it in. Don't give her an opportunity at some point to get cute and make a fold or any sort of heroic laydown. Yep. Yeah, you'll see some players here just flat and then try to put them in after the flop, but you really don't want to do that in the mystery bounty format or bounty format in general, just because it gives players like Schwan the ability to find a fold, and you miss out on the potential to get the bounty.
Zhuan gets it in with the best of it and takes a commanding lead by pairing the ace on the flop here. Backdoor draws for Raphael, though. Not anymore.
Yeah, he was definitely looking to pick up some equity on the turn. Diamonds, a 5, a deuce, anything to just give him a little bit more love, but instead, Zhuan just locks it up. 9 of spades, no questions asked. And we also have eyes on now on that bounty she pulled earlier. It is a 1K, and it looks like she has 2 bounty chips in front of her still, which means she has at least 1 more pool at the draw tonight.
Now, have you played many mystery bounty tournaments and made day 2 where you get the opportunity to draw?
I've only played one, which was the inaugural World Series of Poker Mystery Bounty. I made day 2. I took 45th place on it, and I drew 4.5 bounties. The half bounty came up because a player went all in. I had pocket aces. I call Ite. Also win all in, which so I'm in love with this situation as I covered both players.
All right, we got another bounty here. What's your name? Where are you from, buddy?
Jesse,
I'll finish out in a second as we see
Let's go ahead and see the good luck one right here.
what Jesse can do.
Jesse Yaganuma, the first man to ever bust me from the WSOP main event.
Ah, you know him well. Too well.
Everybody at home can sweat with us. All right, I'm going to bring the Jesse luck here.
Jesse on Jesse.
Another
I was nothing for you, but take that
$1,000.
with you. Don't lose it. All right, good luck, Jesse. Have a good one.
So
To the
Ite also had pocket aces. So myself and Ite both had pocket aces. We both covered the other player, and we both knocked him out. So they just have you split the bounty. So total, I had 4.5 bounty draws. The minimum was 1,000. Obviously, maximum was 1 million. And I drew 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, and then because I split, 500. So we had a total pool of 4.5 thousand.
We had Forrest Raleigh here raise with pocket jacks. In early position, Xuan Liu next act, gonna jam it in $310,000 with ace queen offsuit. Right now it looks like it's gonna be off to the races, barring anybody else waking up with a hand.
And those races are going to be a little bit weighted towards Forrest's favor, as we saw both an ace and a queen go in the muck here. So Xuan is definitely in worse shape than she realizes, as you see reflected in those percentages, only having 29% versus the traditional 40 to 45%.
Xuan Liu has been running favorably in the all-in situations. Let's see if she can do it again. Not on the flop. She is going to have to hit the turn or the river. Now it's down to the last hole for Xuan Liu. And it is not meant to be. Forrest Raleigh's pocket jacks hold up. And we are going to have to say goodbye to really one of the more experienced players in the entire tournament remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do have Raphael, who's an EPT champ, but Xuan has been a name in poker for just about as long as I can remember. Always comes with a level of grace and dignity to the tables, and at the same time is a stone cold killer. So sad to see her leave, but I'm sure we'll see her again at many, many more final tables.
Now Brent Burrows, that was his big blind, and he was forced to fold. I think it said he was down to 3 bigs at this point.
Martin from Germany.
Martin from Germany got one right here. So we got 50 and a 25K still left, Martin. Oh, I'm trying to help you, buddy. Don't worry. I'm here to protect you. All right, we're do this right here, my friends.
So we've had many South American players, many Eastern European players, and now a German. Let's see if he has a GTO theorem running on the bounty pool.
1,500.
That's like $30,000 bucks, man. That's great.
That's an extra $500 from what we're used to seeing here.
Back to the action.
Martin seems happy. Look at how happy and composed Brent Burrows is. He seems very just at ease. Hey, I'm down to 3 big blinds, so be it. Maybe I spin it, maybe I can't. And honestly, short stacks making a comeback have been a staple of the World Series of Poker this year. David Baker won his bracelet in the Raz event with being down to, I believe it was 1 bet. Last night, Phil Hellmuth won a bracelet after being down to 2 big blinds. There's been many, many comebacks
All right, Xuan just got
this
knocked
summer.
out each table, but she's got a bounty chip to redeem. We'll take that.
And now we're back with Xuan Liu, who is getting that bounty pool that we talked about earlier. Looks like she's scoping it.
Be a nice consolation prize, right? Bust the tournament, go redeem, and pull one of the big remaining bounties.
Yeah.
Okay. Right here.
She looks confident. I'm feeling this one.
Let's see what she can pull. We're going to see a comma here. You want to see another 0 after the comma. Oh. She is going to go away with another $1,000 in her pocket. Thanks, Xuan Liu, for coming to play the 2023 PokerNews Cup in a big hand in progress right now.
Wow. I mean, whoa, what a hand to walk back into. Forrest just held with jacks against Xuan's ace queen, and now he's picking up pocket aces. Under the gun, Pavel here, who is a brand new player to the table. He's loving life. He's thinking, I got it. This is the best table move. I got kings. Little does he know what's waiting for him.
Yeah, this is not how you want to start off. Coming to the feature table, you see Raphael is mucking a king here.
And on top of that, so 1 king dead, Forrest also covers him in suit, so Pavel needs that last remaining king and or some sort of running straight opportunity, no matter what happens on the flop.
Brent likely thinking here he's really short. You have a raise in an isolation, but he's going to let that queen 6 go, and the cooler about to be revealed.
Oh, Forrest, you don't need to ask for a count. I believe Forrest just asked for a count. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have pocket aces and your opponent's all in, please just call.
Yeah, this is definitely, you got to think Pavel thinks he has the best hand.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you see it there, that reaction.
I'm going to do a little commentary on that etiquette there because, ladies and gentlemen, you know you're calling. The player is all in. There's no question. It doesn't matter how much he has. Just find that snap call, turn your hand over. Do not give him hope. I understand Pavel's pain there. Queen, deuce, 10 does have running straight opportunities with a jack 9.
Jack, yeah, would be a great card for him.
Okay, that's a wonderful card. It doesn't look like it from the onset, but he goes from 1 out to 4 outs.
Looking for a jack. It is not meant to be. So we are going to say goodbye real quick to Pavel. One hand air at the feature table after being moved in.
Yeah, I mean, that went from such a great opportunity. First hand, comes in pocket kings. He thinks there's no question about it when our person's asking how much do you have, to a very, very frustrated exit.
All right, we've got a very aggressive player who just got knocked out. That's a whole being on break. All right, we got one bounty. Go ahead and grab it. You can grab it aggressively. It's your thing now. What's your name? Where are you from again?
James O'Brien, Ireland.
James from Ireland.
Ireland. Now the luck of Irish is with this man. Let's see if he can pull the bounty.
Slide it like this, nice and slow. So you got 50 is good, okay, James. Find it.
I didn't hear that.
As predicted, the 3 zeros are always in the same spot. Then a comma. They're really looking for that 0 or maybe a 5 after it.
I think next year we need to make like 101,000 for the top bounty so that you still get the 1 and you think, oh no, but wait, there's more. Got 2 empty seats here at the feature table. Those will be filled in before too long.
It really is amazing how many players we've seen bust from this final table, and one of them has not been Brent Burrows.
Okay, Jose from Jersey. 50 and 25.
All right, I'm not sure where this player's from. Looks like he's getting a 1K there. Has at least one more pull at it.
Back to the stuff over there at the table.
Thank you, Jesse. Now, we are commentating on a slight delay. We do have real-time live updates on PokerNews.com, and according to those, there are about 91 players remaining in the tournament. 292 return to action here on Sunday. Plan is to play down to a final table of 9.
And we do see Bruno here with a little bit of a loose open, suited king, king 4, and Brandon, who's one of our regional players at this table, all in from the small blind, ace queen offsuit. It's only 240,000 more for Bruno to call with that bounty in play, blinds 15 and 30,000. I do expect to see a call here. You're looking at 8 big blinds on top of what you already have in the pot.
So the one thing that Brandon does have working in his favor, though, is an incredibly tight image. As you said, one of the players that started this feature table hasn't played a whole lot, and you think that image is going to help him right there. He gets it through.
Yeah, it was only 8 big blinds more to make that call for Bruno, but instead he decided to protect his stack, not go for the bounty. He really seems in the zone today. I mean, he's focused. Everyone else seems a little bit loose, a little bit talkative. They're chatting, they're happy. He just seems he's here, and he's here to do some bad business, you know?
We have our 2 new players coming in. We'll learn their names here in just a moment.
Looks like one is bringing just a handful of chips, but at least for him, there's some reds in there.
So it looks like the other player not sitting on a huge stack by any means. Probably about a 20 big blind stack by quickly eyeballing it in the 2 seat.
Yeah, there was only like 5 of you. It's just one.
I'm gonna just take a wild guess here that our new player in seat 4 is from Seattle. Seems to be a hockey fan as well, and is rocking both a Kraken hoodie as well as, I believe, a hat. Kind of hard to tell from here.
So you back to just like a $20 like free slot play. Yeah. Like a $20 match.
Looks like the player in the fourth seat is Matt, coming in with about 210,000 in chips.
So this environment right here is one of the very special things to specifically mystery bounties. As soon as you hit day 2, there's a levity in the air, there's celebration. Everyone just says, hey, you know what? We made it. We got a chance for some bounties. We got a chance for some real, just, you know, pools, some money. Let's see what happens. And, well, first hand for this player. Last time we saw Kings versus Ace, and now we see Gillard here. Jacks in the big blind first hand against Bruno's Ace-King suited. But I mean, look at how happy everyone is just to be here playing poker today.
We'll see how this plays out for Gillard. Chances are he knows nothing about this table, nothing about how Bruno's been playing. He just sees him as a big stack, so he is going to move all in. He's going to get snap called, and we'll see if Gillard can fade the one-hand featured table curse, I guess, that we saw not long ago for Pavel.
Yeah, it seems 2 players come in, 1 hand later, one of them is on their way out. Let's see about Gillard with the red jacks here. All right, pretty decent flop there. 2 diamonds. Bruno does have running spades in addition to his ace and king.
A great card there for Gillard. He kills the diamond, ace of diamonds, king of diamonds. And there we go. He is going to double up at his first hand at this featured table and moves right into 3rd chip position.
I'm loving the schism between the top and the big stacks there too. We're having some 70 big blind stacks. We're having 3 to 15 big blind stacks. That's really, really what I like to see when we're doing some commentary on these feature tables for bounty events. And here we go once again with Jesse.
Oh, Harrison Gimbel, very familiar with him, very accomplished poker player.
Absolutely, and he's from Jupiter. Not even a World Cup anymore. This is a Galaxy Cup.
And he's going for a trio of bounty pulls.
Speaking of trios, am I not mistaken? He is saying he is our 1 Triple Crown winner?
That is correct. I believe he's won the PCA, he's won a WSOP bracelet, and a WPT title.
Let's see if he can win a big bounty here.
Zero in there.
Going for the slow peel.
All right, here, so we're looking for a 0-5. That's a 1. That's a 1. Let's get a line. I'm just going to give you the call right there.
Jesse trying to speed him up here. Come on now.
Let's keep going. Keep going away. The chat's going.
Jesse's like, I've seen this. I know it's a 1. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He gets double, a 2,000, a rare 2,000 bounty.
He may feel sad on that, but that's the largest one we've seen since doing commentary today.
That's true. Another
potential.
Oh,
No.
another 1,000.
That one fooled me, I'm not going to lie.
Back to the action.
So in case y'all are wondering, right behind that pool station is the feature table. So when he's pointing off and saying back to action, he is pointing right here at what you're seeing, the beautiful big blue feature table presented by PokerNews.
Matt, one of the new players at our final table, just the second hand for him here at the feature table rather. He's going to jam it all in, ace-8 offsuit.
Bruno just took a hit against the other new player at the table, doubling him up. We're going to see if he wants to get in there once again and try to knock out the other new player, King-Jack offsuit. The only issue for him, though, is there's still a lot of players that act behind him, and King-Jack offsuit doesn't play the best against their range. does find the fold. So appreciate everyone tuning in today for coverage of the Poker News Cup, the Mystery Bounty. I'm Nathan Gamble alongside Chad Holloway. And let's talk about that great fold from Bruno, as Galad, who just doubled up a second ago, is now picking up kings in the small blind after doubling with jacks in the big blind. So really, really sharp fold from Bruno, not getting involved, as he would be in a very, very bad shape against Galad's kings. Queen 3 will quickly find its way into a muck from Chris.
So Matt looking for some help. Primarily an ace would be the most immediate.
And we did not see any aces folded. So he is very live, 37% equity.
They call them ace magnets, those pocket kings, and sure enough, an ace on the flop there for Matt.
Oh, but running hearts are a possibility. 8 of hearts on the turn. King of hearts is in Galad's hand. Deuce on the
Always
river.
a sweat, though. Always a sweat on that turn.
We have seen quite a lot of deuces on the river so far today, and they have not helped once. So maybe, just maybe, Norman Chad does know what he's talking about.
You don't hear that very much.
That's fair. Brent still out there, just lingering. 3 big blinds. Blinds are coming around, so he has 4 more hands before he's going to be all in the big blind.
Another bounty for Adam. Go ahead, buddy. Pull 1.
All right,
50 or 20
Adam
hands
here.
still in there.
I don't know if he's from Mars or Jupiter himself. Didn't hear from that one, so let's see for the Galaxy Cup.
Throughout career. It's been pretty good actually, but I'm getting old. Even bending over this table hurts, so I'm getting old now.
Where they find
Oh,
you?
he does have an accent.
YouTube, you can check out LNC Music.
Sounds like a music producer. Ooh, there we go. There's a 6K.
Those are the interesting ones. You might be thinking that's an odd amount, but as we just described earlier in the commentary, it's for the max tax break if you can. So $6,000 minus the $1,100 buy-in puts it down to under that $5,000 mark, which is part of the tax code here in the United States.
Yeah, less paperwork is better all the way around.
I think we're finally going to see our friend Brent Burrows get it all in here. He is down to 3 big blinds. Ace-10 suited has got to be looking pretty good. Unfortunately for him, right next door, Brandon with Ace-King. He jams it.
So this is going to be an interesting spot for Kunal if no one else gets involved. Queen-Jack offsuit. He may believe he has some live cards here. You have 2 bounties to go for. So, and he has a very, very large stack in over 2 million in chips. So, depending on Kunal's style, I could see him sticking those chips in and going for the gamble. But instead, he finds a fold, and we're going to see Ace-10 suit up against Ace-King offsuit. See if Brent can hang around a little bit longer. That's really not a bad spot for Queen-Jack in Kunal's spot.
I think the percentages said he would have had about 30% equity given the cards that have been folded. Ooh, bingo for Brent. 10 on the flop.
And Brandon looks away disgusted. Still has running diamonds or king, queen on the turn. Let's see Kunal's face there, babies.
Another queen. Yeah, Kunal would have scored the double knockout. He throws up his hands in the air, but as it is, Brent Burrows triples up. No longer on the, I mean, still short, but no longer in that immediate red danger zone that he was in for so long.
Yeah, I mean, he has been absolutely the most patient man at the table, only rivaled by Brandon, who was in there with the ace-king. So he's down to 3 big blinds. So he picks up 2 big blinds from Canal's raise, 3 big blinds from Brandon, then 2.5 big blinds from the blinds themselves. So he absolutely, I think he 3.5x his stack, if I'm not mistaken.
Bounty chip falls in, is it all in? Said if you put it in, it's all in.
And now Kunal is sitting here saying, oh, what could have been. You'll see a lot of players in these mystery bounties go for it in those spots, and some of them will just build up stacks and stacks and stacks of bounty chips. You'll see them 10, 15, 20 deep, and it's because they're just saying, hey, let's get in there, let's gamble. But being rewarded for his tight play, Brent and the rest of these fellows are heading off to a different table, so that we will be having a different feature table coming in before too much longer. And we are going to be doing a break on the tournament.
Thank you for nudging me there. I got sidetracked on my phone trying to look up something, but I didn't think they'd put our mugs on the face, so our ugly mugs on the screen so quickly. Well,
yeah.
At least mine, not yours. You got a beard that I envy. So.
Well, I know you were checking for some of the PokerNews Cup on how many players are left, the blinds, the bounties, how much is up top. Don't worry, we're professionals here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it looks like we will have a new lineup. I will be curious to know how Brent does, if he's able to spin after that hand and keep it rolling. But maybe we'll see some of these guys at a feature table here later on today, or maybe even at the final table tomorrow. Remember, we're going to be back for commentary. I'll be back for commentary. I don't think you will. Hopefully on day 2 of your WSOP event. But we will be resuming final table action tomorrow at 2 p.m. is the plan.
Absolutely. I'm going to be heading out on this break, going and playing one of the events, and as you said, hopefully on day 2. But if not, if you'll have me back in a booth, I'd love to join you all again for the final table, which will be here tomorrow for the PokerNews Cup. And, I mean, that is going to be a legendary final table, I got a feeling.
Nathan, I really appreciate you taking the time to come. 2-time bracelet winner, hopefully going to be 3-time sometime this summer. And if people want to keep on top of you, they can follow you on Twitter at GambleOnPoker, as you said, spelt just like you would in Vegas.
Absolutely. Gamble, G-A-M-B-L-E, just like everyone's been doing all summer long. Gamble on Poker. And 1-time bracelet winner, Chad Holloway. Let's not forget that, ladies and gentlemen. One of the only people in the PokerNews media team, or are you the only one?
I think I'm the only one, and one of the few in poker media. I don't even know if there are any more in poker media. I think they may have won and transitioned out. But there are a lot of good players now, even on our team, making some deep runs. I know a couple of players who went deep in the Colossus already and other events throughout the summer. So poker is strong across the board. And I think we've seen that. It was indicative in the play that we saw here for the first 2 hours. I was really impressed.
Absolutely. I think Brent Boward was the one. Burrows, I apologize. Brent Burrows is the one that impressed me the most with his fold and his play overall. I would love to see some more of him, and hopefully for that final table, he manages to spin it back up and get there to show some more impressive play.
Yeah, it was. I'm really happy to see, because like I said, I've known him for probably the better part of 8 years, and I remember he was kind of just getting into the game, and to see the level that he's gotten to, the patience that he's shown on the short stack there, pretty exciting. And then also just the bigger stacks that were this table, putting on the pressure and things like that. It was a much higher level caliber of play than I was expecting at the PokerNews Cup. So that's pretty exciting to see.
No, absolutely. And we talked about some of the players that came into this event. We knew there was going to be quality level of play, and I think it's also indicative of the fact of where everyone came from. You had South America very well represented. You had Eastern Europe very well represented, and those are very, very strong for poker in today's ecosystem.
And I'm excited to see who will be joining us at the new feature table. Let me check the live updates at PokerNews.com. Now remember, we are commentating on a slight delay. In real time, it's saying about 69 players are remaining from the original field of 2,331, playing down to the final table of 9. The next payout is slated to get $2,200, just over $2,200, and of course, lots of bounties to be had still. I think 50K is still the biggest one remaining.
I believe so. I believe there's 150K. Maybe it was drawn, maybe
Could have been.
25.
I'll double
but
check too on this break for sure. So.
Absolutely. And I will give a shout out there to one of my buddies still in the event, Donnie Rubenstein. Great player out there, helicopter pilot and former Army veteran. So hoping to hear and talk with him on break that he's still in. Love to do some commentary on his final table tomorrow, if so.
I had the opportunity to play with him in the, I think it was the 8-game mix or 9-game earlier in the WSOP, and it was a lot of fun. Great guy, and I was happy to see him. Had some chips last I checked in this tournament, but
yeah, when I talked with him on break, he was at 1.3 million at one point, dropped down 700,000, which is still plenty to work with. So this tournament has a lot of play, and at the same time, it will pick up quickly just with the bounties in effect.
Absolutely. Well, I think we will mute ourselves. I'll let you get out of here. I'm going to run, grab some more water, maybe use the bathroom, and find out how many big bounties are available. And when we come back, we will have a new feature table, and we'll continue on. Nathan, Gamble, thank you so much, man, for taking the time.
Appreciate you having me, Chad, and take care, everyone. Thank you again for tuning in to the Poker News Cup.
Awesome.
So it's been interesting. I've got like 10 cashers or something like that. I made a bunch of deep runs in those big goofy events, which I don't normally play. But I think this year that probably helps me a little bit going into the main event because it's going to be a similar sort of idea. And then, the hockey probably screwed me up a little early.
You're right.
Going to the games, missing some early levels because I really like showing up on time for those 10Ks. But of late, sort of catching a little bit of heat. Had a good run in the stud 8. So I have had a blast. I'm actually just enjoying it and, don't want it to be over.
This is the Chad and Jesse Poker Show.
Welcome to another episode of the Chad and Jesse Poker Show. Glad to have you back, Chad. It's been a nice little time since I saw you last. But let's go ahead and talk about what's on this show.
Hold on. Before we wait, you go for what you're going to say. I got so excited. I thought you were going to jump into the main topic, but you were about to tease the guest.
Wow. It is the Chad and Jesse Show. He just interrupts with this.
Oh, it's so
now,
good.
yeah, we got Calling the Clock with 8 brand new topics. We've got a main thing to talk about. But before that, we do have a very special guest today. I didn't think this was going to be possible, but somehow we found some kid in the hallway, real kid poker. Daniel Negreanu in the house. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be fun.
I think we're going to be in his vlog tomorrow.
I don't know about that.
Maybe.
I mean,
Fingers crossed.
he has an editor. We could probably edit it out. But maybe so, buddy. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun when we get over to that part. But first, the main event is kicking off this week. So today we want to start talking about this important event and what's to come this week. Chad.
Yeah.
July 3rd.
We kind of kicked off the show, episode 1, way back when. What is this, episode 10 now?
10 today,
10 now. So in episode 1, we had Ty Stewart on, and one of the topics was the main event. The WSOP hadn't even started yet, and he was predicting it was going to be the largest ever. I think we're in agreement that it's probably going to be. Now, remember, the largest ever main event was in 2006 when Jamie Gold won it, and that was a field of 8,773. Came close last year, 110 players off, 8,663 players. And this year, I mean, I don't think we're going to get what Ty Stewart said, which was 9,999, but I think my prediction was like 9,100.
Why not, though, man? I mean, look, everything's been breaking records.
That's
including
true.
Right now, which we'll talk about during our Calling the Clock, including the Lays event, man.
Yeah.
I mean, everything is just completely stellar, breaking records like crazy. I mean, with all these numbers of players are being sent by GG Poker and other poker rooms, Eric Person and his Maverick Gaming are sending a ton of players too. He's posting on social media every like few days when his room qualifies another person. It's insane. And I feel like that's just the energy that this year we are experiencing another poker boom. Period. Yeah. We are. And how did this come about? It wasn't Moneymaker. It wasn't Rounders. Is it the vlogs? Is it just it's just something.
Yeah, there's not something you can put your finger on.
Not
right?
yet, at least.
Right.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out at some point. We'll figure it out. But right now, we are experiencing the growth and the numbers are just insane. And so I definitely think that we have a chance to hit those Ty Stewart numbers, man, because I've just been shocked. And including, we'll talk about PokerNews Cup 2 later. Dude, Vegas has been crazy. The number of poker players that are in this city, it's like the grasshoppers from a few years ago.
Just
like
outside this door in the hallway it's crazy because it's Friday and it's one of the weekend gimmick events. What is it today? The
Colossus.
The Colossus.
400-hour Colossus kicks off.
And so, yeah, everybody's going nuts for that. It's super packed here. And yeah, I think that's going to spill over to the main event. Now, should let the viewers know, now we're not going to record next Tuesday. It's the 4th of July. We need off. Our editor, Scott, over there needs off.
It's
right?
my birthday, too. July 5th.
There you go.
I need a little siesta.
So the next show we'll actually know the numbers of the main event because the 4 starting flights will have concluded. We will know the actual numbers, which is exciting. What's not exciting is I'm not going to be here. Jesse, you're going to have to take the show on either by yourself or with a guest.
It's going to be the Jesse and Jesse Poker Show. I'll probably just be here by myself.
I'm going taking away a week away from the WSOP for those wondering, but don't worry, I will be back.
Everyone's worried.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, be back and then see where the main event is at, because it's not easy to leave the WSOP during the main event. I did it last year. I'm doing it again this year, but it's not easy because it's like the Super Bowl for us in our industry, right? It's the biggest game in town, and this is going to probably be the biggest main event ever as we're talking, and it's going to be bittersweet to be away from that. Of course, I'm going to be reading the live updates on Poker News, watching the live streams and all that jazz, but
it's not enough. I mean, shouldn't leave.
It's a full week. I'm looking at the schedule. So you said it already. July 3rd is day 1A.
Yep.
Right? And all these day 1 flights. So day 1A on July 3rd, July 4th is day 1B. That'll be interesting to see how big of a field that gets on the holiday. 1C on July 5th, and then July 6th is 1D. That's going to be the biggest. All these start at noon. All are going to play 5 levels. And then you have day 2A, B, and C are going to come back on July 7th. And then just the survivors from the day 1C. The day 2D, day 2D will be coming back on July 8th, I think it is. It's just going to be, it's a full week of WSOP main event just to get through the 2 days.
Yeah.
Technically, there's all the different starting flights and all that.
The same. I mean, it's going to be massive. It's going to be insane. I really think we're going to go just stellar. I think it's going to break the record, but not a close margin. I think it's going to pop off.
Let me ask you, let's make a few predictions, not necessarily on field size, but the winner. Do you think the winner will be total somebody we've never heard of before, or somebody that we've at least heard of in the poker world?
Do you agree that history repeats itself?
Yeah, often it's cyclical. Yeah,
then we know exactly who the winner is.
Oh, you think Chris Moneymaker is going to?
Oh, of course not. Absolutely no. But let me tell you, okay, every 20 years, it's been shown that this happens. That an accountant, a former accountant, wins a satellite and then plays the main and wins it. Okay, this happened in 2003 with Moneymaker, but also 1983 with Tom McAvoy.
Yeah.
And now it's 20 years later. So if we know that history repeats itself, okay, science, math, blah, blah, blah. Let's have my editor throw some one of those weird things on a template.
It's a pretty small sample size because you go back 20 years before that, the WSOP didn't even exist.
Exactly. So that means it's going to happen this time.
All
so
right.
if you are a former accountant considering playing a satellite, it's your year. Okay. And we're going to interview you because you're going to win it. So I don't care if your last name is Moneymaker or something fun like that. Jamie Gold, it can be something like McAvoy, something boring. Okay. But you're going to win it. That's just science. It's proven.
Okay, well, we'll say you're saying that. I'm going to say that it will probably be somebody we've heard of before, but it might be their career-making move, right? Like Espen Jorstad last year
was not an unknown player for sure.
Right, we knew who he kind of was. He had won a bracelet earlier in the tag team event,
yep.
And then ends up winning. So I think we'll either see that, or for a long time there in the WSOP main event, it was like clockwork that every year a big name pro would either make the final table or come damn close. I know Scotty Wynn and Daniel Negreanu both came within the final 2 tables before busting out. But then you had like Phil Ivey making it the 1 year.
Right, sure.
And then there's just always Lee Watkinson. There was always like one fairly well-established pro making that final table. And hopefully I think we'll maybe see that again. There's just so many big name pros crushing it this year. I don't know how many times we talked about on the show, winning their fifth, sixth. We're going to talk about later.
Yeah, holy shit, man. It is the year of legends for sure.
And then also a good handful of people winning their first ever bracelets this summer. Ike Haxton and Ian Matakis, who we're going to talk about a little bit. It's been an interesting WSOP in that regard, that we're seeing these named pros win bracelets, whether it's their first or their 5th, 6th, whatever, given these massive numbers.
Mm-hmm.
The cream is rising to the top, so to speak.
It is indeed. And I hope you're right. I hope that we do see a named player that people know and people can support making that deep run. We always want that. We always want someone that we can recognize and we know their story. It just helps us to build that connection with that final table. It makes you want to watch it. I mean, unfortunately, if it's 10 unknowns and there's not a lot of storytelling in the production work, then we just it's just poker. But the main event is something so important, something so special, that I really want us to have a story that we can latch on to. So a Chance Corneth or a Sean Deeb or someone that we care about in the community, like making that deep run, would just really make us all happy.
I'd like to see the first women since Barbara Enright to make the final table.
Oh, please.
We've had close calls in the past, but it hasn't happened yet. And hers was back in 1995. I mean, that was going on 30 years ago, which is just crazy. So to get a female there, I think would be great. The ladies are out in full force. The ladies event is happening right now as we're doing this show. We're going to get to that in a little bit. And we've also had a lot of deep runs by females in different open events throughout the summer. And so I would love to see one go deep in the WSOP main event. You know, we said there hasn't been a poker boom, but a lot of us who have been in the industry a long time agree that if a female were to make the final table or, you know, fingers crossed, win the main event, then that could help at least offer a little boom and appeal to a whole new demographic.
I don't disagree with you. All right, you ready to change gears?
Yeah, we got to thank a sponsor, I think, right?
We sure do. That's right. Quick thanks to Global Poker. Their summer series is off and running through July 9th. Make sure to check it out. Head over to Global Poker. Use code PokerNews. It's your first time checking it out for a special gift from us, the Chad and Jesse Poker Show, Poker News, and our pals over at Global Poker. Check it out.
All right. It is time for Calling the Clock, and we have 8 new segments on the board, some exciting stuff. So let's just put 2 minutes on the clock and get right to it. Jesse, Jason Mercier is back. And not only is he back, he won a WSOP bracelet. This is pretty incredible. He hadn't won one in what, 7 years?
Yeah. It is. And when he won last time, he won 2 bracelets. And it's wild. I mean, I didn't even recognize him without his beard.
Oh, I know. He shaved his head. He shaved his beard. Same thing.
Man.
It's a whole new look for him, and it's exciting. So Jason Mercier was one of the biggest names in poker. He's probably a future Hall of Famer. I think that's safe to say. Was a crusher for many years, traveling the world, playing the highest stakes, all these bracelet bets, and then settled down, got married, had some kids. I think maybe 3 now. I'm not 100% sure, but lives in South Florida. Doesn't really travel too much outside of that. Maybe plays at the Seminole Hard Rock down there, but comes to the WSOP this year. Event number 60, $1,500, no limit, deuce to 7 single draw. And he wins it. Not only that, he tops a really stacked final table that had Eric Seidel ended up finishing in 5th place, John Turner in 4th, Brad Ruman in 3rd, and he gets heads up with Mike Watson again.
So sick. What, like, how is that happen?
I don't know, like off the top of my head, all the tournaments in the past that these two have been heads up in, but they've been some big ones, and Mercier just seems to dominate them. I think he's won them all, right? Poor Mike Watson.
From my memory, absolutely, yeah. No joke, man. I mean, how does it feel to be Mike Watson seeing your heads up and be like, again?
Yeah.
I know this time I'll get you. This time I'll get you. Not this time, unfortunately, Mike.
Mike Watson, runner up for $93,000. Jason Mercier taking it down for $151,000, and his 6th WSOP bracelet. Sean Deeb captured his 6th earlier in the series. These are 2 guys, both of them, that are going to be joining this backlog of Poker Hall of Fame nominations, unless we get some changes in that process, which, I'm sure Mr. Negreanu is going to advocate for.
Offhand, do you know how old Mercier is?
I really don't offhand.
Yeah, I don't think he's 40. I think he's a little under, but
yeah, I want to say like 35 to 40 range, man, in between.
Yeah, he's
knocking
gonna be
on the door.
close. It's gonna be close.
And I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer for what it's worth.
I mean, all right. So the ladies' event kicked off yesterday, and how are we not surprised? Record-breaking numbers. I mean, this is the world we live in, Chad.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. 1,295 runners, over a $1.1 million prize pool. I don't think any men this year tainted it by paying $10,000 to enter, right?
No, they're all in the ladies' bathroom. That's where those men are.
Yeah, right.
Oh, my goodness, this summer's been insane.
The security needs to lock that down a little
Please.
bit. It looks like as we're recording this, it is hand-for-hand play, so they're on the money bubble.
Let's go.
As we're recording this. And it's just exciting to see. I walked through the field yesterday, saw a bunch of, the Jamie Kerstetters, kind of England, a bunch of the females just having a good time. You've seen it on social media. It was a special event. I think the only complaint that I seen was that it was so large, it had to be split up between the Paris and the horseshoe side, whereas they would have loved it to be under one roof. Right. I think in the future, they'll probably make that change, because yesterday was just crazy between the massive turnout in the ladies event, but massive turnout in the $1,000 Super Turbo Bounty. WSOP had their hands full.
Yeah, no, I agree. Everything I've seen has been very positive, as it always is, though. Like, this is the event that so many ladies come out for, and they, it's WSOP is summer camp. The ladies event is their summer camp as well. And so with the special WPT cash game they had, the Mimosa meetup game, that was a big blast I heard about with WPT people hosting it. I mean, it's just a great week. It always feels like it's just a more fun, relaxed celebration. And so very happy to see the record be broken with.
What type of price? 150, 125. That's your one right here. What's your name? Where are you from?
Nikos, and I'm from Greece.
All right, Mikos.
Wait. Oh, never mind. No. Oh wait, this is different.
Good luck, Mikos.
Yeah, but so we gotta go over there.
This here.
1,000, Mikos.
C2.
Come on up.
Oh wait.
One? What's your name? Where are you from? Brandon from Vegas. Let's go, dude. One right here. Got 25K left, Brandon.
You're three.
Hang in there.
You're three.
All right.
Okay, I'm four though. You're four. You're right. You're over there. Okay. Guys, before you leave, once it's done, you can just have a quick and then you can enjoy your break. Okay, before y'all leave, name and seat count, sir. Guys, who's the seat 9?
It's sweaty, Brandon.
Okay.
1,000. 1,000. Pick up that. Don't lose that. Thank you, dude. Come on up, sir. All right. What's your name? Where are you from?
Anya from Oregon.
Okay. Can you say yeehaw for us in the camera? Yeehaw! Let's get one right here. That's a good luck yeehaw. So right here. You know how to do this. You know it. Here, I'll all right. There we go. You're going to start to scream yeehaw in a second. Okay, here we go. Oh, hey, okay. Yeehaw. All right, my friend. One. What's your name? Where are you from? Detroit. All right, buddy. Detroit. Let's go. We got one right here. We got 50 and 25K still in there. That's right. Like that for
You three guys over here already?
No, I don't think so. I'll grab my come back.
1,500. Let's go. All right. Hey, how are you? Good. Where are you from? What's your name?
Okay, make sure you give me your name and stuff and you
printed it. You better believe it. Come on, John. Find it for me. At 50 and 25, John. All right. This part? Come on, John, you do the rest. Nice and slow, John. Nice and slow. Nice and slow, John. Come on, John. Just find it. Ah. That's it? All right, John. Cheers, babe. Thank you. We got some more. What's your name? Where are you from, buddy?
Felipe de Argentina.
Felipe, let's go. All right, Felipe's got one. Right here, buddy.
Chip count 1,003,000.
Felipe. Let's do this. I'll take this. Felipe, make it sweaty. 15.25. All right, I got two. Let's go. What's your name? Where you from, man?
Ed in Houston, Texas.
Houston, H-Town. That's right. Come on, dude. Yep. What part of Houston are you from? Oh, hey, 59. Let's go, dude. All right.
Oh, baby.
H-Town. Come on, Houston. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Wow, 1 more zero.
Man, look at Shipley's going in. Zeros. 0.5.
Yeah!
Hey, ooh, let's go. All right, you're live right now. What's your name? Where are you from?
Stefan, I'm from Austria.
What's up? All right, so you're two right here. Let's pull the 50 and the 25. Anyone else? Good. I'll go this one, okay? You like this? Pop it. Tap it. Drop it. Slide it out. Right here, please. Right here. Okay, see, look at here. You're watching it. Oh, yeah, come on. Home, they're watching, man. They're trying to see you crazy. That's it. Come on. It is 1K. You're right. Good read. Okay, let's find some zeros for 5 here. Show me a zero. All right. Enjoy your break. All right, you guys. We got nobody else here. They're all went to go hang out, I guess. So why don't we send you over to some YouTube content or calling the clock? Or sound good? You guys cool with that? All right. Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Make sure to like, subscribe. That's about it. All right. See you guys after the break.
3. Only 2 of those are WSOP caches, and this doesn't include the 2 who we just talked about. Resorts and Golden Nugget are not on there yet. He's won at the Win. Or not won. He's cashed at the Win. Cashed the Gulf Coast Poker, Pearl River Poker Open, the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure, of course, and the Mid Atlantic Poker Open in Hanover. I mean, yeah, like you said, he's not shying away at all. He's definitely out there playing. And it's a lot of fun. I think it's great. So I'm happy to see him with the success, man.
Yeah, me too. Well, we mentioned the PokerNews Cup,
Speaking
Jesse.
of success. Holy
I
shit,
know.
dude.
You were
Holy
there.
shit,
I haven't
was
been there yet.
Oh my gosh.
Tell him about it. Tell
Man
him.
alive. Okay, I guess it's just the mystery bounty is what we needed to do. So last year we hosted our first PokerNews Cup at Golden Nugget. $1,100 buy-in, just a no limit hold'em event with a day 2 and day 3 broadcast.
$1 million guarantee.
$1 million guarantee, yes. And then we hit, I think it was 1.2.
Mm-hmm.
It was what was cool is the largest prize pool ever for the Golden Nugget with its storied history. Very nice. Okay, 185 runners on day 1A. So this year our hope was to hit that, maybe a little bit more, but we kind of were worried. We were a little bit worried. There were some posters made that didn't say Mystery Bounty. It was a little like, uh-oh, do they know? Do they know that's a Mystery Bounty? Yes, they did, because we had 500 entries yesterday.
That's crazy.
We nearly tripled our day 1A from last year. We have over 300 already just an hour after it started.
More than so. I just messaged when you were talking, a reporter there, because he said it was 15 minutes ago, 369 so far.
Okay,
so it's got to be more than that.
So
we're knocking on the door of 400 already.
We're more than likely going to hit. So we need 1,035, I think it is, to hit the guarantee. Right. It sounds like we're going to hit that today. So that means that tomorrow's day 1C is just gravy.
Yeah, which is
just
always
pouring gravy
going to be
all
the
over
biggest
that.
and best as it is.
Oh my goodness, this could hit 2 million, dude. How sick would that be?
Jesse and I are going to be down there almost daily, especially for day 2. You're going to do the envelope mystery bounty draws.
I'll be doing the bounty pools.
I'll do commentary on the final table.
We'll do final table. I'll be commentary with you on day 3.
Yeah, on day 2 I'll do feature tables, not
That's
final
right,
tables.
yeah,
And
exactly.
then day 3. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
The best part that I keep trying to tell people about is this sweat cam whole idea that we're doing, where you have an overhead camera where you pull the envelope and a camera on your face. The stream's gonna be sick. If you can't make it out, please tune in with us and watch. I think we're gonna have it on YouTube and Twitch. That way it can live on YouTube forever.
Right.
Because we want that history. While Twitch, it kind of disappears after a few months. So make sure to tune in, hang out with us, talk to Chad. He'll be in the chat. We'd love to see you guys support the PokerNews Cup. It'll be a lot of fun.
Get down.
Come play.
Yeah, Golden Nugget,
Come
downtown.
fire.
Only poker
Come
room
on.
downtown Vegas.
How about this Player of the Year race?
It's tight.
How
And it's
about
back and
this?
forth.
Dude, I mean, it's just nonstop psycho.
Yeah.
It's just psycho. So yeah, the numbers right now, which are not up to date because Matusow made a deep cash last night. But as of right now, Sean Deeb holds the lead by 20 points at 33.58. Ian Matusow is at 33.38.
But with points coming, as you said.
Like, yeah. Okay. Chad, who the hell is Ian Matusow?
So Ian Matusow is a guy we've known about in the Midwest for a long, long time. He's from Minnesota. When I worked for the Mid-States Poker Tour, the MSPT, he was there, and he was kind of like the new young guy. He's going to be the next big thing, right? I think he might have got coaching or learned a little bit under Ku Vang, who is largely regarded as one of Minnesota's best poker players. He's an MSPT Hall of Famer, just won the largest poker tournament in Michigan history, the MSPT Michigan State Championship earlier this year. Ku Vang is a crusher, and Ian Matusow, I think, a little bit of a protege. And here he is making a name for himself at the 2023 WSOP. Primarily, he's not a mixed game guy. He's playing no limit events. He does online, he does it live, and he's going toe to toe with Sean Deeb, who plays everything, mixed games and what have you. It's just very rare for us to see a no limit hold'em specialist contending for WSOP Player of the Year.
He's got 15 cashes.
Yeah.
And a bracelet. Okay, well, he is playing some PLO at least. Played the online PLO 8 max and finished in 17th. He played the what was the other PLO 8-handed 1K on made came in 282nd. Like so he doesn't do the crazy mix, right? The 2 to 7 triple draw, the stud, 8 or better. He doesn't do those, but man,
we want you to know him. I've tasked one of our writers, John Sofin, to write a feature article about Ian Matusow so the poker world can get to know him a little bit better. Maybe he'll be a feature guest on the show here, and we'll have to wait and see. But let's not cut out Chad Eveslage, who won 2 bracelets early on. We thought he was a favorite. He jumped up into 3rd place, 2,745 points after another deep run.
That's pretty wild. So we got Mike Matusow making that 2nd place finish this past week. he makes another deep run, man. Another stud high-low 8 final table.
Yeah, just a few days later, which was pretty impressive. Obviously, 7-card stud high-low is one of his best tournaments. His last bracelet back in 2013 was in the $5,000 7-card stud high-low 8 or better. I was there for that one. It was pretty exciting. And here he is making 2 final tables in that variant. Welty's being nominated for the Poker Hall of Fame. That's good for his cause, for sure.
Got to be good for his cause. Yeah. You know, I know. The way our show works is their interview with Daniel's gonna come after this, but we already had it. Just be transparent with you guys, and let's just go ahead and say it. Daniel does not think he's gonna make it in, and I mean, I guess Daniel has a better pulse of what's going on than I do. But man, I mean, it feels like Mike's really making this year as much as he can.
I think Mike. The only thing, nothing against Mike, like he's doing everything he can this year, right?
Sure.
It's just that Ryan Rast happened to win the 50K Poker Players Championship for the 3rd time and is nominated. It's going to be hard to overcome that, I think, is the gist of it. But it is good to see Matusow succeeding, and I understand that there's supposed to be a documentary coming out about him later this year too. So right now things are looking pretty good for Matusow, and he's, in my opinion, kind of staying out of the limelight for all the wrong reasons, which he doesn't always do.
Let me ask you, what would it take to get Mike Matusow in the Hall of Fame this year? What would have to happen to his resume?
I mean, we just talked about the main event and having a big name pro
win
that.
If Mike wins it or makes the final table,
I think would be great. Remember when he made the final table in 2005 was like one of his most iconic moments.
100%.
If he were to win a bracelet, I think that certainly could help, but it would be a tight race, I think, right now, because Rast is just so strong, as Negreanu will highlight. It just
how about 3 more final tables? How about 3 more deep runs? Is that enough?
I don't think so. No, not
4.
this year.
4, 5?
No.
Okay. Wow.
One bracelet worth all those.
Yikes. Yeah. Okay. High stakes duel for the rematch of Doug Polk and Daniel Negreanu. Why?
Well, they gotta all eyes are on the WSOP right now, and you got to look forward in the future when you're some companies like PokerNews or PokerGo, right? And you had the high stakes duel with Eric Persson and Daniel Negreanu before the WSOP. And they were supposed to play 2 back-to-back, but then Persson had something come up. He couldn't do it.
Right.
And so it was just kind of left on this low note. And I think, this is the Polk Negreanu grudge, if you will. There's not really a grudge anymore. They kind of buried the hatchet.
They're friends now, yeah.
Yeah, but it still should be fun. They're each putting up $100,000, so it'll be $200,000. I think what makes this a good match, though, is I would imagine whoever wins, or whoever loses, rather, will exercise the rematch option. So we have the opportunity to build a bigger pool than we might have seen in the past, with Hellmuth. Hellmuth ended up losing a $1.6 million match to Jason Kuhn. But I don't know. Like, it's not anything I'm super excited about. It's scheduled for August. I don't know if they've, the official date hasn't been determined yet, but it'll be on PokerGo in August sometime.
Okay. But my question to start this whole thing was why? Why, Chad? I mean, because we've seen it. We've seen them play live in Poker Studio to start their big match, their big heads-up duel. And then after that, when went online, Doug Polk just took Negreanu to the hospital, man. And he put him on life support. He just took all the money he had. And of course, it's Negreanu money. So there's never-ending supplies. But it's just like,
I think you got 2 guys with 2 huge followings.
Yes, of course.
We need the excitement back of the high stakes duel, because this is a great show. It is a great format. I think everybody who
love it. Absolutely love it.
We love it when we watch it. But it's just been so much time in between episodes. Like, all right, we need to get this going a little faster, a little bigger. And I think these are 2 good candidates to do that.
I hope it's good. All right, let's wrap this up with Hellmuth and D-Neg's updates. This is our 10th episode. That means this is week 5, a wrap up the week 5 of the World Series. There's only 2 weeks left, really. And we got main event as the big focus. No bracelet yet. No bracelet yet for either our guys, Negreanu or Hellmuth.
No bracelet, no final tables for either of them.
I mean, man, this is a different year than what we expected when we first started.
What's funny is, based upon what I've seen on Daniel Negreanu's vlogs and even chatting with him as our guest today, and then what you see from Hellmuth in his social media, both seem to be in good spirits despite not, making a final table. They both feel that they're playing very well. And I think that is probably pretty accurate, because they do have some results, just not the results that I think we expected.
No iPads this time?
No iPads, no electronic devices.
I mean, it's good. You ain't take yours out of your house.
That's a bad beat.
Yeah, I got it. 500.
That's right.
I mean, you play on your phone? They're saying
This guy's in a bracelet event. Online.
The World Series of Poker, they're cool with it because the World Series, the Golden Nugget, they have to follow the rules of that state gaming commission gives us.
You can't give us a new player.
Pardon me?
You can't like just send them out there to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. Thank you to Nathan Gamble for joining me prior, but I am happy to welcome my good friend and co-commentator on the Chad and Jesse Poker Show, Jesse Fullen. You have been out there emceeing, but now you're back in the booth.
Dude, the whole sweat cam was a great idea. I'm so glad we did it. But Chad, I've been sweating this entire time. Like my shirt, I need to go change clothes. Man alive, it's been a lot of fun out there. But yeah, we just got a lot of small bounties left besides a 50K and a 25K.
Yes.
Those two are still in play. And how crazy is that? That means that basically 5th place money and also about 8th place is still in contention that could be grabbed by someone who's making a min cash almost. Who's, I think, I don't know what they're cashing for right now, around like 3
I think 2,200 or so right now for a min cash. As you said, 50K, 25K still available, and then there's a big difference, 6K being the next largest envelope. So some interesting dynamics there, and we do have a new feature table for you. We had some very high-level play in the early goings there with Nathan Gamble. We were both very impressed, and I think we got a good lineup about to happen. You have some very accomplished poker players here. Josh Prager there in the 9 seat. You have Viet Vo, who is a very well-known player there in, it looks like, the 3 seat in the blue getup, and some other great players in between. So it should be very interesting, this new feature table.
Yeah. Viet Vo's from Houston, Texas, my hometown as well, and he had quite a few bounties to pull. I don't think he got anything above 1,000, though. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, his energy's good. He's got chips. I don't, so that's a good thing for him.
How did you feel about the bounty polls that you were there? You had a front row seat. You were, there with these players. How were the reactions overall?
Dude, there's one guy who pulled 75, and I felt like he wanted me to catch him. He had this energy of he was just ready. He was so happy. He was just fired up and ready to go. The 100K that I saw was the same type of energy. Just so happy, so excited. I mean, it's great, especially when they get pulled when the cat in the if you got busted for 1K or 1,500 at the point, you just pulled 100. I mean, everybody was so happy. It was really good.
Yeah, it's been exciting to see that we've done enough of these mystery bounties, not necessarily here. This is the first time the PokerNews Cup has been a mystery bounty, but we have been at others around town, and we get the whole spectrum of people and their celebrations. And so it's exciting for us when people get excited about drawing a big amount. See some big amounts there on the screen. First place in this tournament slated to take home $218,000.
Boom.
It will be a nice payout. As we said, the biggest bounties remaining, $50,000 and $25,000. There's been a slowdown as the field has gotten a little bit smaller. People who are redeeming bounties and things like that. About 60 players remaining or thereabouts. Remember, we're focusing on the feature table here, but you can follow live updates from the outer tables as well on PokerNews.com.
That's right. We're going to be live in Twitch chat and YouTube chat as well. If you guys are watching and want to hang out and chat with us. So, Chad, I mean, we don't know anything besides what you said, like 2 or 3 of these players, right?
Right. So you have a couple there. In the 1 seat is Norman Machalik. He, I think, got one of the 50K bounties earlier on. So he's already having a pretty good day. Viet Vo there in the 3 seat, about to fold his hand. Let the cards get caught up here on the action tracker.
Oh, I like these graphics, man. This is my first time seeing them. 4-color deck. Let's go. Lance Beckman over on YouTube says bounty tournaments are for nit regs. I don't know if I agree. I don't know. Oh, looks like your buddy's here.
Oh, yeah, we are very... Jesse is going to head back on out. He was filling in briefly. I'm sure we will see you again, Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
But very excited to welcome in a new commentator. Hang with us for just a minute, and we will be right back. All right, we are back with the action and a new guest in the booth right now, 888 Poker Ambassador Aaron Baroni. Thanks, man, for taking the time, and I'm excited because you played this event.
I did. I finished 104th. Arguably shouldn't have made it out of day one, but I did. Happy to make day two, and it was a super fun tournament. I've never played a mystery bounty before, and I can't wait to play one again.
Did you have the opportunity to win any bounties today?
I did not, actually. I was on the short stack for most of it. I don't actually think I ever got all in against a shorter stack once, which was, a little disappointing. But, I mean, just such a fun tournament. And, next tournament I play is the main, actually. And I've been trying to scour the internet to see what's in between now and the main. That's a mystery bounty that I could play.
Yeah, I was just talking to Jesse about the mystery bounty format. He and I were actually there for the very first one at the Win. The WSOP was supposed to do one. Then the COVID pandemic hit, so they didn't. And then the Win got first go at it, and it's been a tremendous success. Obviously, you're seeing them all over the world in live formats, but even at 888 Poker have been doing a lot of online mystery bounty formats.
Yeah, we have one-day mystery bounties, which is really great because not everybody can dedicate multiple days to an event. And I was able to here, and obviously these players were, but again, not everybody can. And so it's really cool that we can actually start and finish the tournament all in one day. I will say, it looked a lot more fun to pull the real envelope than the e-envelope. But I'll have to wait till next time to find out for real.
Well, we have a few, actually a couple big bounties remaining. So there's a $50,000 top bounty remaining and a $25,000, whereas the rest are $6,000 or lower. A lot of $1,000 left and stuff.
Do you mind if I write it down here? Just 50?
Yeah, by all means.
Right, so the 50, what was the other one?
25.
Oh,
so 50 and 25,000 still available. About 60 envelopes 6K. Still in the drum. About 60 players still remaining.
Okay.
And you are joining us. We switched up the feature table on the latest break, and action just picking back up. Nothing too exciting by the looks of it here. Some accomplished players at this new feature table. Josh Prager, he's in the 9 seed. He's not there right now, but he is a well-known regular on the Run Good Poker Series, World Series of Poker Circuit. Viet Vo is out of Houston, Texas. See him every year at the World Series of Poker. Norman Machalik, I think he's a European player. He's in the 1 seat. He actually drew a $50,000 bounty earlier today.
Oh, wow. It was electric in here when people were getting the bounties. And it was funny because when it was like someone at our table, we were rooting for them a little more, and other tables were like, minimum, pull the minimum.
It's always interesting to see because we as the poker media and viewers, we love to see it because you get the reaction.
Yeah.
But the people in the field who wanted a shot at it and no longer have it.
Yeah.
It's like letting some air out of their balloon.
Well, there was a guy at our table where he had said, I mean, I suggested it, but if he pulled the minimum, he would act like he won the max. And that was the guy who put his hands in the air like, yeah! And people looked over at 500.
That's great. So now, did you end up playing day 1A, 1B, or 1C in this field, or a little of each?
I played 1B.
Okay. And fortunate enough to bag on one bullet, huh?
Yeah, I really was. I was dead to 2 outs on the river at one point, and I got lucky and got there. Just the action, it looks like Big Blind had potted the turn in this spot.
It does, yeah.
I don't know how he just gives up here. I mean, honestly, it's not terrible because he has a heart in his hand, because you want to unblock flush draws here. But if you're going to pot the turn with Jack 8, I think you probably still have to fire here. You're going to have worse hands like 6-5, 6-4, 5-4.
Dion is thinking long and hard, and he is going to. I'm sorry, Stefan in the big blind, my bad. And Dion now is going to be forced with a decision. He just has the ace high to go along with the 2 pair on the board. See if he can sniff this one out.
If he's going to call ace highs, I mean, this is a fine one to do it with. And again, just the reasoning being, if your opponent's going to bluff with a missed draw, it's 6-5, it's 6-4, it's 5-4, it's hearts. And Dion has an ace and a 9, which is, you know, none of those things.
The blinds did go up when we resumed action. 20,000 in the small blind, 40,000 in the big with a 40,000 big blind ante. Dion with 475,000 behind 12 big blinds. It's easy for us to see he has the best hand, ace high, but man, if you're in that position, it's never so easy.
I mean, this would be an incredible call, really. I mean, it's deep in the tournament. You know, I said he has a good combo for it. That doesn't mean that you always want to put the money in. Like, I wouldn't expect Big Blind to show up with Jack 8, so I would definitely be overfolding.
Definitely think something is up, but it's one thing to have that feeling and another thing to pull the trigger on it.
He's taking a lot longer than I think a lot of players would, which, to your point, he's certainly considering it.
Nathan Gamble was in the booth with me before the break, a 2-time bracelet winner. And one thing he and I both agreed on was the level of play at this tournament that we've seen on the feature table so far is much higher than we anticipated. Did you feel that as a player in the event as well?
So this is actually my 3rd live tournament ever over like $400.
Wow.
And it's by far the toughest one.
Wow,
he
does make the call. What a call by Dion with the ace high, 2 pair on the board, and he's going to win a very nice pot here. It looks like 1.6 million in there. And Stefan getting picked off.
Yeah, that is a fantastic call. But yeah, the level of play was the toughest I've seen. Just, you know, I mean, just judging by how many people are wearing headphones. You know, that's one thing you can just look at real quickly, hoodies and headphones. And it was a pretty tough field. And I was even told by other people before that they expected this field to be tough.
I am definitely impressed. I'm impressed by that call right there, and it's just some high-level play being had down here at the Golden Nugget in this 2023 PokerNews Cup, a record-breaking affair, 2,331 entries, a $2.26 million prize pool, the largest in Golden Nugget history at a venue that dates back to 1946.
Wow. Do you know what the second largest was?
It was us last year with a $1.3 million prize pool. So didn't quite double it, but the growth year over year, we had 1,245 entries last year. And as I said, 2,331 this year. Just a massive explosion in players. Very happy to see it.
Yeah.
Last year on day 1A, we had 183. This year, 507.
Wow.
One of the great things that the Golden Nugget did leading up to the PokerNews Cup, I think 5 days in advance, was they gave away 100 seats, $110,000 worth of value, simply to people playing in their cash game room. I think they just did a random seat draw every hour. So all you had to do was be playing, whether you're playing 1-3 no limit or 3-6 limit, whatever it might be, you had a chance to get in to this event for free, and then all those seats were for day 1A, which look, it makes it a little easier.
Yeah,
right?
well, that's actually what I heard. That's how I heard about it. I was playing here. I'd played here years ago with some friends. It was really fun, and we were just playing 1-3, and someone won a seat. I was like, "Oh, there's a mystery bounty here."
Yeah.
I didn't plan on playing at all, and then, plans change. I'll have an all in there.
Yeah, and it's going to get called. Josh Prager here with the Pocket Kings. Stefan, who had just had his bluff picked off, jams it blind versus blind here. Stefan going to need a lot of help. Just a 15% chance based upon the cards that have been folded. See if he can at least get a sweat here.
He's not dead.
Yeah, he gets a little one. He pairs the jack. He's going to need to get another jack or some sort of straight draw here. And that straight draw opportunities are done, so he's going to need one of the 2 remaining jacks. And it is not meant to be. So just like that, 2 big hands for Stefan is going to see him hit the rail, and Josh Prager collecting that bounty.
I think Stefan still has a few big blinds behind.
Oh, it does look, yep. I see it now you see it on the screen. So it was actually Josh Prager who was all in. So 2 big back-to-back hands that take Stefan from being pretty flush in chips now to the short stack.
But I mean, first of all, like in this format, I think that's what you want to be doing, right? You want to be aggressive. You want to potentially go after bounties, put people in some tough spots. Nobody wants to bust a tournament, especially late in it. And those are 2 hands in a row where he takes obviously the more aggressive line, which I would say in general is better, and it just doesn't work out for him. I didn't see blinds, what the blinds were at that last hand, but I'm guessing it's just a very standard shove, and you just run into a hand.
Yeah, 20,000, 40,000.
Oh yeah.
At the moment, so the plan for today is to play down to the final table of 9. They would then take an overnight break and return at 2 p.m. local time tomorrow, and we will stream until a winner is crowned. It'll be interesting to see if these bounties, the big bounties, 50K, 25K, go soon, if they go later tonight, or if they will still be in effect tomorrow. Because if there's 50K involved at a final table, it really changes the dynamics in these things.
Oh, especially a pay jump could be like 12K, and then you knock the player, you get 50. I've always hoped that they incorporate a way to leave 1 large bounty for the final table just because of that.
Carl Mann looks down at Pocket Queens, going to come in with a min raise to 80,000. I like the PokerNews hat there by Nectarios. Josh Prager in the small blind. And he is going to 3-bet it. Seen a couple of red chips there. Those are $100,000 chips. The grays are 25Ks, and the black are 1,000 chips. It's 245,000 from Josh here. Josh 3-betting about a quarter of his stack in this spot. Carl Mann has him covered. And it looks like he's just going to call here.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I will say that when people 3-bet around a quarter of their stack, it does seem really strong, and they tend to get a lot of credit, and that's why mixing in some stuff like this can be really good.
The This is chances are it's going in. Josh top pair, but Carl Mann makes the set of queens. Josh is also first to act.
I'd expect a really small bet from Josh here. Because if he shoves, he can't expect to get called by worse.
I think you're right. It looks like he's right around 150,000, which would be about a quarter of the pot.
145.
Well, even less, 145. Good call there. What do you do if you're Carl Mann? Do you try to get it in? Do you just flat here, give him another opportunity to take a stab at it?
I think your range just wants to call here. Like, if the board has 2 clubs or something like that, like maybe you have more flush draws that want to bluff all in, so you have more value that goes all in. But I think he wants to call and let, because sometimes Josh here might just have an air ball and bluffs it off. If he has jacks, he's never calling you. If he has ace-6, he still might not call you.
I mean, Josh is a very experienced and accomplished player. His warning bells have to be going off at this point in time. He still has over $500,000 behind. And he does check it. I wouldn't be surprised to see him, if Carl Mann comes in with a bet here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Josh let it go.
Like, if you're Josh, you're hoping he has a hand like King Jack suited, King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited. Because if he has an ace, he's almost assuredly ahead of you.
And at this point, the way it played out, right? Carl Mann raised pre-flop, calls the raise, calls the flop bet.
Oh.
They are going to get it in, and Josh Prager is drawing dead. Taps the table, and just like that is going to be out of here. We're going to go through the formality of running out the river.
I never liked that. I never liked that part. I'm drawing dead. We can just move on.
Right. Another deuce on the river was our thing, Nathan Gamble and I, before the break. A deuce on the river never changes anything. Another example right there. Josh Prager, one of the more accomplished players remaining in the field, is out of the tournament. You see his bounty chip getting shipped over to Carl Mann.
I don't think he would ever expect his opponent to flat queens in that spot. Like, so I can understand why he wants to get the rest in. He unblocks clubs, King Jack, King 10 type stuff, but seeing if I was in his spot and I was shown queens, I would be very surprised. But, you know, worked out really well, and he got all his chips because he flatted the queens.
And a bounty chip for a shot at 50,000, 25,000.
Some value in that too, I guess, yeah.
Now, this tournament attracted some big names, yourself included, to come down here and try this, but also among those who tried throughout the starting flight, some made day 2, some others did not, but we've seen the likes of Chris Moorman was here, Robbie J. Liu, Cole Ferraro, Drew Gonzalez, Jack Bitker, Leo Margetts, David Peters, who you usually see playing in high rollers, decided to come down, Frank Lagadish, Christina Reed, Joey Weissman, Kina England, Andrew Moreno, the Win Millions champion, the inaugural Win Millions champion, a good friend of mine, Marley Sprague. The list goes on and on. I was really surprised to see the big names that ended up coming down here for this. To take a break from the WSOP to come here speaks a lot about the event itself.
It really does. And it's not like WSOP didn't have events running during this time. They had a lot of stuff going on. And again, I heard about it just because I was in a casino, but other people, you know, heard about it through other ways. And it's not like it's not a small field overall, right? I think it's 2,700, 2,500 people total, 1,500?
2,300.
I was getting there. But yeah, there are a lot of notables there, a lot of really tough players. I don't remember playing against any of them, and all the players that I do remember, I remember getting in some really bad spots, and those people probably aren't on that list, so the list goes on.
Interesting hand here. Viet Vo had opened with a raise. Norman Michalik is 3-bet jamming from the small blinds, and it looks like Vegas Viet, as he's called, even though he's from Houston, is asking for a count, but I can't imagine that he's going to fold. It's only 270,000. Already had 80 invested, 190 more to call, and it's essentially a coin flip based upon the cards that have been revealed or were folded by the other players.
Houston does have some amazing Vietnamese food, for what it's worth.
I was there with my good friends Jesse and John for the Poker News Texas road trip. Absolutely loved it. And bingo for Norman. He pairs the king, takes the lead. Now just looking to dodge an ace on the river. And that is going to do it. Norman Machalik stays alive, gets off the short stack up to 15 bigs. Stefan left with 7 bigs. Vegas Viet sitting in the middle of the pack, still sitting all right.
Do you know how many are left overall?
So we are commentating on a slight delay while the PokerNews.com live updates are happening in real time, and I can tell you based on that, they are saying 53 players remain. The next payout will get $2,945. Let's go through the results here real quick. Some people who have busted recently. We had Josh Prager, who we just seen bust on the stream, finished in 61st place for $2,500. James Gilbert in 64th. Francois Parole, 67th place. Brandon Eisen, 70th place. Terrence Reed, 73rd.
Go down to 104.
Yeah, that's very good. Harrison Gimbel was one of the more accomplished players in the field. He finished in 80th. He is a Triple Crown winner, which means he's won a World Series of Poker bracelet, WPT title, and an EPT title, the EPT one being a PokerStars Caribbean Adventure.
The field just sounds tougher and tougher every time you go through.
Right.
Like, yeah, here's another person who's won a bunch of stuff.
It's one thing I've learned playing big poker tournaments, especially at the likes of the World Series of Poker, is not to underestimate somebody. Like I've played with somebody and then you learn that they're a crusher online who's won millions, or one of the best players in Bulgaria or wherever it may be. It's until they give you a reason, you should never underestimate somebody.
I usually operate with, underestimating, and then I'm proven wrong this tournament many times. Like, okay, yeah, this was a mistake.
Interesting hand here. Pierce opens early position, pocket eights. Jonas with pocket aces and the hijack just calling. Gonna get a little tricky with him.
I think it's important to have a hand like this in your flat range sometimes, because if you don't, people behind can know that you never have anything really strong, and then they can just 3-bet, and once they get through the pre-flop razor, they got it through you. So I like the tricky flat.
An interesting flop. 6 high. Pierce has an overpair with the gut shot. A 7 would make him a straight, but of course Jonas with the granddaddy of all hands, pocket aces. He is going to toss out a bet. Looks about 85,000, 90,000. A little hard to tell from that angle. And I can't imagine Pierce is going to go anywhere with, like we said, the overpair and the gut shot. I would expect probably just a call here, you think?
Probably. I mean, I prefer calling. I actually think he thinks he's trapping when he does decide to call here. This is not a great board for overall his range that opens there, but 8s are really strong. They have the straight draw equity as well. I would feel really good with my hand in this spot.
2 of the 7s were folded by the other players pre-flop. Queen on the turn. Changes very little. $430,000 in the pot.
I would be floored if he checked back here. I'm 99% sure he's going to be betting. And that was before I saw his hands move.
Yeah, and he sizes up here 210,000 by the looks of it. 215,000. So betting half the pot.
just going to set up a pot-sized jam, I think, if Pierce does call.
In Pierce's mind, thinking he probably has 6 outs, an 8 or one of the 7s, but as we know, based upon the cards that have been folded, 2 of the 7s are dead. So he is really looking at 4 outs, and he's going to pay to see it.
He might think he has the best hand. I mean,
that's true.
That's very possible in this spot.
And bingo. Spikes the 8 to make a set, and he's going to check it over. Let's see what Jonas does here. A 7 would make a straight, but hard to put that into Pierce's range when he raised pre-flop. And you said it might be setting up a essentially pot-size jam, and indeed Pierce has 855,000 back, 860,000 in the pot.
How it gets to either a jam.
Oh, he checks it back and saves some chips. And let's see if he shows the aces. Let's show him how lucky he got. No, he's going to put him down, put him in the muck face down. But Pierce there getting lucky on the river and winning a nice pot, moves up to second in chips. That was an interesting hand.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting check on the end. Obviously, any 7 makes a straight. You're concerned about some sets as well. I wonder what he does there with pocket 5s. Like that sort of a hand, if he decided to move that one in. I expect him to either bet large or really small. But, you know, again, like I haven't played with actually anybody on this table. And I'm sure they know each other better than I do.
So tell us, you said this was, what, the 4th tournament that you've played, live tournament in this kind of buy-in range?
Oh, no, this is the highest buy-in I've ever played live, which is shocking to some people because I've been a professional for 15 years.
I was going to say, for those who might not be familiar with you, can you give us a little background about your poker career?
Yeah, so I started about 15 years ago. I started playing sit and goes actually online, and moved up from like playing 5s to all of the highest stakes that I think Stars at the time had to offer. Then I played spin and goes for a few years, started out terrible and got better, and then became one of the best regs in those games. And then I moved to MTTs about 5 years ago. And I play around $100 average buy-in MTTs, which is, reasonably decent. But live, I just don't have a lot of experience. And this was the 3rd tournament I played this trip. I played a 400, which was my highest buy-in ever, and then a 1K, and now the 1100.
Nice. And where's home for you? Where are you based out of?
Vancouver, Canada.
Nice. Are you originally from there, from Canada?
No.
Or did you have to leave the U.S. for online poker purposes? Yeah.
I was from California, was living there. I signed a year lease around Black Friday, I think a week before, and then just had to break it to, follow the dream.
We are excited to have you here in the booth, and some big hands shaping up right now. You had Pierce raising under the gun with pocket 8s. Jonas 3-betting with Queen Jack suited. And we're over to the blinds. Vegas Viet, which is really Viet Vo from Houston, is looked down at pocket queens, debating what to do.
We can tell that he's way ahead, but when there's an under the gun open and somebody, to their left 3-bets it, you're very concerned about what that range looks like. So queens, probably strong enough, but if it's hand like 10s, it might already be in the muck by now.
Yeah, 10s would be a lot more difficult. I think queens, this is one of those spots where, you just jam it in. You're in the small blind, so you're out of position. You don't want to just call. You don't really have much room to maneuver with a 4-bet. Just get it in and hope that your opponents don't have aces or kings. And it's going to work. He's going to take down a nice spot without having to go to showdown.
Yeah, that's a great spot. It ends up being for winning like, 400,000 chips without showdown? Nearly half his stack.
You'll see the players getting up at times they're not allowed to use their electronic devices at the table, so they do need to stand up and walk away. That's why you're seeing some of the players get up and down.
Is that only for the feature table?
It is for only
Okay.
the feature table.
Because I was violating that rule. Day 1 and day 2, yeah.
Could be interesting here. Jonas is going to open up with King Queen, and right behind him the short stack Stefan with Big Slick, 315,000. It's going in.
Yeah, it's going to go in, and he's going to get called. It's hard to imagine King Queen folds. Maybe in a tournament where there wasn't $50,000 bounty still
Right.
remaining. But if it was, I mean, I'd consider. I mean, I think they call anyway. But if it was close, 50K kind of moves the needle.
Yeah, they are incentivized to call a little wider, and he's still got a lot of players to get through. We haven't seen their hands. Gets through Chris. Norman's out of there. It is folding around so far over to the button, or the small blind rather. Carl Mann lets it go. All right, so we are back to the original raiser, Jonas. 235,000 to call, and he does. So Stefan, a 2-1 favorite right here to double up, but we have seen some bad beats at the feature table so far today. Let's see what happens. Hate to say I called it, but right there.
Might be your fault.
2 pair for Jonas takes the lead. Stefan is in need of an ace on the river.
I think there are 2 left.
It is not meant to be. So Jonas coming from behind to eliminate Stefan from this feature table and collect that bounty chip.
I mean, in a different world where he gets that Jack 8 through, he's looking at having one of the top chip stacks, and he's probably just going to be able to bully the table, chip up, and win some bounties. So not getting that through is really unfortunate.
And you can see the updated chip counts there. Norman Michalik now the short stack at the feature table, 15 bigs, so not in the immediate danger zone, but we will be having another player come take that empty seat before too long. And it's interesting, we've had some people fill in that come with big stacks, we've had some come with crumbs. One thing we have seen so far is when a new player gets moved in, the tendency has been they're all in the first hand.
Oh, okay.
It's just it happened a couple times today. No rhyme or reason, but it's just something me and Nathan Gamble picked up on before the break.
Well, I would say the first hand that was dealt today at my table, someone had made day 2 with maybe 2.5 big blinds, and they randomly drew the big blind. I was like, okay, well, I mean, here you go. So I've seen it.
Pocket aces for Chris. He's gonna he hasn't even noticed yet. He's put him on the sensor, so we knew before he did. Looks down at him. Loving life right now. He's got just over $1 million in chips. And comes in with the standard raise. Min raise to 80,000. No takers so far. Pierce in the small blind with a pretty looking 10-9 suited. This would be one of those spots where I think if he ends up calling Nectarios next to act in the big blind with King 10 suited, would be getting a pretty good price. And indeed, Pierce does call. I would expect Nectarios to do the same thing in three-way action.
He could squeeze it, but in this format, again, when you have players covered and there are bounties you can win, you don't want to really turn this hand, I think, into a 3-bet bluff and then just not realize your equity. So it's better just to call, I think, in this format. But
You build it for 50K already? Oh, that's not even right.
Indeed, he is going for the squeeze. It's not going to work. We know it.
His only hope is that Chris thinks he had ace-4. That's really it.
Is there 50K left or they're gone?
I think the players were looking behind them where the bounty drum is. Somebody must have been drawing. They kind of wanted to see if the 50K was still available or not, which is interesting. It could play into, you know, certain decisions.
It does make a difference, right? Because once that 50K is gone, the average equity of the bounty is much lower. So maybe you don't want to gamble as much.
And sure enough, Chris does jam it all in and gets 2 folds.
It was a really fast fold by that king 10. And I understand that we can see the, you know, Chris had aces, but he's in like 2-1 at that point.
Can't help but wonder if it's one of those spots where, because I've been there before, you just kick yourself after. Why didn't I just call?
Mhm.
Why didn't I just call and see a flop? I was getting a good price, but we will never know.
I think generally with the idea of squeezing that spot is pretty good when the big blind just expects small blind to never have a really strong hand. And he didn't. He just ran into aces.
Give a shout out to some people who have made this PokerNews Cup happen. First off, Director of Poker Operations here at the Golden Nugget, Andy Rich. He worked with us last year to bring it and then grow it this year. Just a great guy, very excited. Also, Shift Manager Mike Godfrey has been great at helping execute on the ground every single day throughout the Grand Poker Series. And our friends over at Grilla Gaming, especially Glenn McCrory, who also heads up the Bar Poker Open. Without all of them, none of this would be possible. So a big thank you on behalf of Poker News and all the players, because, man, what a great event this turned out to be.
I really enjoyed the little flip and go wheel you guys had in the front from the
Oh, yeah,
beginning, right, with the merch wheel.
The wheel is right next to
Oh,
us
yeah.
now because it's out of commission currently, not broken, but we don't have any more gifts
Yeah.
to give away. So we had T-shirts, we had chips, water bottles, even branded teddy bears that we were giving away. So during the day one flights, we had a booth out front where folks could come and spin the wheel, and it seemed to be a big hit. I mean, who doesn't like to spin a wheel? Did you
Correct.
spin it?
I did. I spun it until I won, which was really nice. They let you spin again. Really was going for that teddy bear, but you know, like the carnival game, you end up with something else, and you're like, all right. So I have a new deck of cards.
There you go.
Yeah.
I know that deck well, so
Mhm.
yeah, it's exciting, and we'll surely do more. I think the wheel is now going to make its way over to the World Series of Poker.
Okay.
So maybe have some more stuff over there.
Great.
Because while this is ending up, tomorrow's final table will be the last day of the Grand Poker Series. So the Golden Nugget, the ballroom will clear out. Things will wrap up downtown, but there's still a couple of weeks left at the World Series of Poker. The main event starting this week, which is pretty exciting. And you said you're going to be playing that?
Yeah, I'm playing day 1C.
Oh, that's it's going to be, if the PokerNews Cup $1,100 buy-in was your biggest buy-in, you're going to almost 10 times that.
I
going on there.
am. I am. Yeah. But I think for me, the 400 was my first one that I played, and that was the most nerves. At this point, I'm like, okay, I played this.
Sure.
I feel fine. And this was again a tougher field than I was expecting. But I still had a good time, feel pretty good. But the main's a whole nother experience.
Oh man, I'm excited for you to play it for the first time then, right? And because just be forewarned, once you play it, you're going to want to play it every year for the rest of your life. It's just that special.
Okay.
It's quite addicting. I played it for the first time in 2013, was able to play it through, I think, 2016, and I still want to play it, but just now my work position often doesn't allow me to, just because it's such a long event. If you do well in it, and I can't just take off work.
Fair enough.
We got to report it. So
Yeah.
I do hope to play it again, and it's just it's a very special event for sure.
I would really enjoy if someone reporting, like from Poker News, was playing it, and they could just comment on the hands they played.
Right.
You know, yeah, this guy called me, bad call. Just really out the people that cost you chips. So it was raised pre by Dion. Chris defend the big blind, and flop goes check check.
Good turn card for Chris. Pairs the 9. Was likely done with the hand until then, but now is going to lead out and going to take it down. There you can see the chip counts. Pretty jumbled up there right in the middle. A lot of players between 30 and 40 big blinds. Carl Mann, the chip leader at this feature table with 52 bigs. The short stack sitting on 15 bigs. So
it's kind of interesting that Dion folded the turn so fast with ace high in a spot before where he was, you know, just did not believe it with ace high. Obviously, the textures of the board are different, but it was still a single raise pot against a big blind defend.
And the blinds have went up, 25,000 in the small blind, 50 in the big with a 50,000 big blind ante. $292 players returned for day 2, according to the live updates that are happening on PokerNews.com right now. The field is down to 46 players. The plan for today to play down to the final table of 9, which will then return on Monday at 2 p.m. local time to play down to a winner.
So as a person who plays primarily online, this is a spot that's kind of interesting to me because when I'm in Jonas's spot and I have the hijack covered, I'm much more likely to continue because I can win that bounty. And when I have fewer chips, I'm going to be a little tighter because I can't win the bounty. But here, when you're playing live, you can't really tell, and you don't want to be that person who asks their chip stack every single hand. You kind of have to just eyeball it. And that can lead to some suboptimal decisions. See? Yeah.
A good flop for Pierce, the original raiser here. Middle pair with an up and down straight draw. Jonas appeared to be set mining. Nothing there for him. Pierce, with the best of it, checks it over. And Jonas going to take off the free card. Close to what he was looking for, but one pip too many. 5 of spades, both players with a spade in their hand, but of course Pierce's 10 of spades is the best. Still going to check it over. See if Jonas wants to take a stab at it or peel another card. Looks like he did check it. He's going to need a 4 on the river. It is not there. Pierce does make the king high straight. And I don't think no matter what happens here, he's getting any more value out of this hand.
Only way he gets value is by checking. That's the only way. He checked flop and he checked turn, which I thought I really liked. He's done that twice now against Jonas. He did with 8s before, right? It's a really tiny sizing, and
but if you're in Jonas's shoes here, what can you possibly be? What did Pierce raise with pre-flop? Deuces and 3s?
Well, I don't think you should think about calling. You should think about raising.
Raising.
And then it comes down to, do you have flushes in your range? Do you have straights to play like this?
Sure.
I mean, and I think a lot of players might stab turn there just to keep their range like uncapped, keep some better hands in there. Because if you have, let's say you had king 10, maybe you check back the flop, but you never check back the turn. Maybe you had ace high flusher on the flop. Maybe you check the flop, but you probably don't check back the turn. So, you know, some people might take 4s there on the turn, bet, and then bluff rivers. Just you block flushes, you're low in your range, stuff like that. But both times, forget his name, the original raiser there has played pretty conservatively out of position against another big stack, which is a decent tactic, really, on those textures.
Viet Vo first to act under the gun. Ace Jack suited. Coming in with raise. You don't see a lot of people playing poker with gloves on.
No, I was going to ask about that, but then I wasn't sure if...
I mean, I seen them when he sat down, but it just didn't register in my mind how strange that kind of is.
Yeah, I do think poker chips are disgusting, and people forget how gross they are.
Yes, that's for sure. Jonas just had pocket fours. Now it looks down at pocket threes.
Yeah.
This time just going to let him go.
But I played cash the other day, and the guy was thinking about making a call, touched his nose a lot, picked out a booger, touched the chips, threw it in the middle. And, you know, do you really want to win that pot? I don't know. Maybe you don't.
The initial raise under the gun clears the field all the way to Dion in the big line with an ace-3. We've been commentating rather on the feature table for about 4.5 hours now, and we have not seen very many raise and take it's. And that's evidenced here. Dion going to defend out of the big blind. And a fairly interesting flop. Dion picks up a gut shot wheel draw. 4 would complete it, but Viet Vo with the heart flush draw in the superior ace.
Yeah, Dion also has a backdoor flush draw and blocks a hand like ace-3 suited, so I expect it to go at least bet call, if not bet raise.
$275,000 in the pot. Vegas, Viet put out a bet. We don't know what it is yet. There you go, 130,000.
A little under half.
And Dion just going to let it go.
It's a little surprising, I think. Even if you're up against a hand like queens or jacks, you're going to have the ace or the 4 to make a straight. And if you make a straight against an overpair, you're probably getting all the money. If turn goes check in that spot, you can turn your hand into a bluff. It's not like Dion's not afraid to put the money in. We saw him put it in with ace high.
Right.
So
first tournament life. Yeah.
Yeah, he might just not want to tangle in that spot. Maybe I'm too loose. Maybe that's it. All these hands, I'm just like, I wouldn't fold. I wouldn't fold. Seems to be a theme.
Now, when you play poker, are you just a no-limit hold'em player? Do you play PLO? Do you know mixed games?
I know them, but should not play them professionally. They're fun. I used to come to Vegas twice a year with a group of guys, and we would just play mixed low-limit games. It started because one guy went broke to the other guy, and then it wasn't a fun time.
Right.
We're all friends trying to hang out. And like 08 or Crazy Pineapple, or there was another game one of them said they invented with an extra card. So yeah, love those games. Do you have a favorite?
I do enjoy whenever I get the chance to play like a World Series of Poker tournament. Earlier this year, I decided to play the, I think it was a 9-game mix, which was a lot of fun. Now, some of the games I'm better at than others, but I do just enjoy the challenge that comes with figuring out a new game, as you go along, kind of. Whereas with No Limit, played so much of it, you can kind of go on autopilot.
Yeah.
So I do like a lot of the the draw games, deuce to 7 triple draw, Badoogie, but I did become a big fan of the no limit deuce to 7 single draw.
Okay.
Which a lot of people think is one of the more pure forms of poker because it has the whole bluffing element and whatnot. So that one it can definitely be a lot of fun.
I've actually never played that, but if it's a game where you have to make bad hands, I'm sure I can do that.
We have a hand here. Chris raised pre-flop 100,000. Viet Vo defends out of the big blind. Both players checked the flop. Chris had flopped a king high flush draw. But as it happens right now, Vegas Viet is ahead with his ace high. Of course, has the ace of spades in his hand. A blocker, as the kids say these days.
Yeah. That might cost him here. Like, there are a lot of ways where Chris is going to win this pot, and the only ways Vegas Viet gets it through is, I mean, he just hopes Chris just doesn't make his hand and then doesn't make a move at him. It's a really small bet. And I don't think Vegas Viet expects to be ahead here that often either, because he has, a flush blocker.
Well, the 4 rolls off, changes nothing. That being said, Vegas Viet is in the big blind, right? So that sort of board definitely favors the big blind special range, so to speak.
It definitely does. You don't expect Chris to have many 6s here. And it's a flop where a lot of people don't feel comfortable checking a set, especially versus big blind defend. They want to bet their pocket 5s, pocket 3s, pocket 7s for value.
We can see now at the top right side of the screen, 51 players remaining out of the 2,331 now. It's a little off, as I said, we're on a delay, so the live updates, if you want real time, PokerNews.com. And it looks like the second bet by Vegas Viet is going to get it done.
Yeah, I think there might have been some fireworks if that river was a spade. But I don't think Vegas Viet thinks he had the best hand. I think he thinks he just
he was bluffing,
ace queen with a spade, ace king with a spade, ace jack with a spade, maybe even like ace 3.
I don't know how he could pick up chips with gloves on. It seems like a challenge in itself.
He's doing a really good job with that, actually. You make a good point. They might not be like those, they might be really thin, like batting gloves, not those skiing gloves.
Right. I think I've seen some people at poker table wear like plastic surgical gloves that are skin tight, to help with things. But
I mean, back in my hometown, I used to go to like a YMCA, and this one guy would always wear gardening gloves to the gym. It's really interesting. Those yellow, bright yellow.
Yeah, that does sound interesting. I wear gloves, workout gloves, with the fingers cut off and stuff, just because I don't want to callus up the hands with the dumbbells and bars and stuff. But those gardening gloves would be interesting.
But those are just individual badges of honor. I think you should want them.
All right, I did ask our reporters to verify the bounties that are remaining in real time, and it does say there is still a 50K and a 25K available. So those big bounties still up for grabs. Other than that, you have some $6,000 ones available, a lot of $1,000. That's the minimum right now. So,
also, I do want to give props to your reporters and your whole crew. I thought they did a great job of covering the action, but not being invasive. In fact, there was a point where I was trying to sneak a peek at one of your reporters' notepads, see what they were writing down, and he just kind of got out of my way because I'm sure he thought that he was too close to me, and in reality, I was just trying to see what was going on.
A shout out to our 2 live reporters out in the field, Callum Grant and Liam Gannon, 2 of our best, very experienced reporters, doing a great job here covering the PokerNews Cup from start to finish.
And the photographer too.
Yes, we have Jamie Thompson here. Was it you that tweeted that you got a nice photo that you really liked?
It is the best photo of my life.
That's high praise.
I would have paid the $1,100 for that alone.
There you go. I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, she does great work. A hand here. Dion raised the button. Ace-6 suited. Chip leader at this table. Carl Mann looks down at 2 kings and pops it back to 400,000. $275,000 more to Dion, which would be about a quarter of his remaining stack.
Every time you get 3-bet by the chip leader, there's a part of you that thinks there's no way they have it. They're the chip leader. They're going to put pressure on me. And it just seems so unfair, especially in a button big blind battle when the chip leader wakes up with kings.
Dion staring him down.
Yeah, Dion did not want to fold that.
Yeah, he wanted to see a flop. Whenever you have an ace suited, you want to see a flop, you know, and you don't get the opportunity to. Just kind of gnaws at you. And Dion now down to 22 bigs, tied for the second shortest stack at this feature table.
He could have seen all 5, you know? One easy move. Guaranteed to see 5 cards.
So one of the great things about the Golden Nugget in downtown Las Vegas here is that there is a Chick-fil-A on site. However, as some players learned today, it is Sunday. Chick-fil-A is not open, so a little bad beat there for them.
I had it the other day, and it was, I haven't had it in years. It was great, and they didn't even pay me to say that. They can if they'd like to.
They should at least give you a free spicy chicken sandwich or something.
That would be wonderful. I'll come back tomorrow.
I like a lot of things about the Golden Nugget. It's a place where a lot of my family stays when they come down. The pool area is a lot of fun. It's right on Fremont Street, of course, so you can walk out the front doors and have entertainment and just walk up and down. It's one of my favorites. And then the cash game room is fantastic, too. No cap on the no-limit games, so you can buy in for whatever you want. They also have limit tables, 3-6 limit hold'em, which you don't find a lot of in Las Vegas anymore. So, and then of course they do great promotions. As I said, one of them was to give away 100 seats to the PokerNews Cup. That's a $110,000 value. They just gave away random seat draws in the 5 days leading up to this event.
I've always stayed on the Strip, and every time I come over here, though, I'm just thinking, I don't know why I don't stay over here. It's really fun.
It's so much. So I'm from Wisconsin originally. I just moved to Vegas last year finally. Spent a lot of time here, but whenever I would come to town as like a vacation or a little work trip, I always preferred staying in downtown Vegas. It's just, to me, it's a lot more fun. It's old school. As I said, the Golden Nugget's been here since 1946. You have a couple other properties down here that have been here even longer. So there's just a lot of history. And then, of course, across the street, you had the Circa was built. And it was the first new casino in downtown Vegas in, I think, decades. And it just really changed the landscape. It's become very, I don't know, exciting to be in downtown Las Vegas right now. So,
I mean, I don't know if this is, I mean, my perception of it, where it was, the Strip was cool for a while and downtown became less cool, and now it's, I mean, I like them both.
Yeah.
If anything, I mean, I haven't got sunburn walking here downtown. I go on the Strip and I just can't avoid it.
I think one of the great things about downtown compared to the Strip is, well, the Strip might be a little more luxurious. It takes so much time and effort to get from point A to point B, right? Whereas if you're downtown, you can just walk easily up and down Fremont and get anywhere you want to be. Relatively easy. Plus, you're going to see things downtown that you're not going to see on the Strip.
That's definitely true. I think no one's ever going to argue that.
We had a raise in the cutoff by Vietvo. Min raise 100,000 in the big line. Nectarios going to defend and is probably glad he did. Flops top and bottom pair.
That's a flop.
Vietvo checking it back. Nectarios, second check in a row. Vietvo picks up a Broadway draw. 10 would give it to him. And look at that.
There it is.
Makes Broadway. Nectarios goes from probably flying high, feeling good, thinking, oh, I flopped 2 pair, I'm going to double up in this hand, to Well, now it looks like he's finally going to lead out.
Probably a tiny bet, I'm guessing. 55, 65,000? Be my guess anyway. 100.
Well, we know Vietvo is not going anywhere. There are 3 diamonds on board. I don't think that factors in too much here.
I mean, if you end up... I think Nectarios is obviously just block betting and hoping he bets a small sizing and gets to showdown. Maybe he actually beats a hand like, I don't know, King 5 or Queen 8 suited or something like that. And he sets himself a smaller price rather than having to check call against an ace. I'm not sure if he's going to end up raising here.
He does raise it up. All right, 360,000.
So the only thing that would give me a little pause here about raising is that the big blind has more flushes than I do. Like how my range looks, I think, in this spot. Because if Vegas Viet has a hand like, let's say, I don't know, ace 5 of diamonds, does that just go check both times? I don't know. Maybe he decides to bet. But the big blind's going to have 2 diamonds in his hand, I would say, a lot more often.
Wow, he is going to shove it. Oh, what a move here.
I think that's exactly what Nectarios thought.
And this is for more than half of Vietvo's remaining stack.
And there are not a lot of players who will make this move, and it's really tough to be in Vegas Viet spot. You raise the river for value, you get shoved on. What do you hope he's bluffing with?
Yeah, right now in Vietvo's mind, he's probably thinking best case scenario, he's chopping, right? Would he do this with a hand that didn't contain an ace?
I mean, I really think that Nectarios is either going to have a flush or nothing in this spot. But the chutzpah, we'll say, to bet the end with nothing and then raise or jam over a raise, again, is not something everybody has in their arsenal. And even when they do have it, how often do they have that sort of thing versus, I don't know, 9-4 of diamonds?
Yeah, this is a very interesting hand. Vietvo, a very experienced player. And he's going to let it go. Look at that, Nectarios with rather unorthodox flops, 2 pair, checks it, and a terrible river in what seemed like a terrible river as they gave Vietvo a straight, but Nectarios turns it to his advantage there. That was a pretty impressive hand.
Yeah, I think that's just purely range recognition. And maybe he expects to get raised by an ace always in that spot, and he'll get raised by a flush too, but if the ace never calls him, then I can just pile it in here. I would guess if Vegas Viet had like the ace of diamonds with the 8, he actually might make that call.
It'll be interesting to see if these players are aware of this live stream and they're on break and learn of how that hand played out. Very impressive high-level play here at the PokerNews Cup. As you see, 51 players remaining of the field of 2,331, a record-setting field here at the Golden Nugget, a prize pool of over $2.2 million. That is a venue record, largest prize pool in Golden Nugget history. This venue dating back to the 1940s. To put it in perspective, the previous record was last year's inaugural PokerNews Cup, $1.2 million prize pool. So not quite double, but pretty close. And last year, it was Brooklyn, New York's Gary Gelman who won it for $202,000. He was back. He played. He tried to defend, but he did not make day 2, unfortunately.
Do you know which flight he played?
Yeah, I think he played. I know he played at least day 1C.
Okay.
He could have very well played the first 2 as well to try, but yeah, I don't know. There was definitely a lot of people who fired multiple bullets to try to get through to day 2.
There was a moment in I got back from the dinner break, and I had like 40K on my day 1B, and I was like, well, I don't have a lot of chips. I'm gonna probably lose. I'm gonna fire again tomorrow. I'm gonna fire, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna fire max bullets because I want to get to day 2 and I want a mystery bounty. Is that the greatest strategic move? Maybe not, but the fun equity was too much. Do you think you'll break the record next year?
I was talking to some folks on our team. It certainly would seem so, and I think we have the capabilities to do it. But in poker, I worked for the Mid-States Poker Tour, the MSPT, for 3 seasons, 3 years, and we've seen great growth throughout those 3 seasons. But to the point where growth, if it's not managed, can become detrimental, right? Where if you have too much of a turnout and people are having to wait in lines and having a bad player experience and things like that, it can actually do more harm than good. And so I think that, yes, we can, but we just need to anticipate, okay, how are we going to do it? So that we can make sure, and then a lot of that just comes down to making sure there's enough tables, there's enough staff, that the schedule is designed in such a way so that you're not, holding a $100 nightly that's taking up resources when you're going to have a day 1C huge flight. So I do anticipate that next year's could be even bigger and better, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I mean, there were insane lines at the WSOP for the mini main today, for the both days of Colossus, Super Turbo Bounty, pretty much everything there's been a big line for. I came here the day before to buy a ticket, the day before I played, and cashier said, nah, don't worry about it. We can't sell it to you today. We sell it to you tomorrow, but if you get here at 11:30, you'll have chips by, 11:35. And I sat immediately. There was no wait, and that was, another amazing part of playing this tournament, because you don't want to reg a tournament and stand in line for 2 hours.
Right. We have a new player at the table, Randall, but coming in short stack, just 3 big blinds, so it's kind of like chum in the water in a mystery bounty, right? All these other players with chips sees the new player sitting with just 3 bigs. And
I don't think you want to move to the feature table with 3 big blinds. I think you just want to, I don't know, I mean, feels kind of sad.
Right? It's going to be your big time in the spotlight, and you come and only get a hand or 2. And we've seen it already at the feature table before the last break. A player got moved in, and the very first hand he played, coolered kings into aces.
Oh. Welcome to the feature table.
And it could very well happen here. Carl Mann raises it. He's the chip leader with ace-8 suited, and Randall, who just has 3 bigs. You're in the small blind, and you have queen-jack suited. I mean, I know if it's me, I'm putting it in.
I mean, this is where I might kind of peer over the pay jumps, think about it. But in this format again, like the pay jumps are not very big. So you want to be able to go after bounties. You can't really do that with a 3 big blind stack.
Indeed, he is going to put it in 125,000, 175,000 rather.
I don't expect Chris to fold. I don't know what he's going to do exactly, but I'd be surprised if he folded.
It's interesting, right? Because Carl Mann raised it 55,000, so technically by him making it 175,000, it does reopen the action.
Yes.
If it gets back to Carl Mann. And that's assuming Chris were to just limp. He could always raise right here.
He could just move in. He's like 25-50K, so he has like 30 big blinds. And maybe it's not something you would do normally in a tournament, but normally there's not $50,000 bounties sitting out there, potentially.
Best case scenario for Randall here would be for Carl Mann to fold. He'd have an opportunity to essentially triple up by going heads up against just Chris. Either way, Randall is behind, whether it's Chris or Carl he goes up against. Worst case scenario, of course, if he has to go up against 2 players.
That's actually how I survived in this tournament. On my day 2, I got in for like my last 10 bigs. Somebody called, somebody overjammed, and I got to triple up. Now Randall's in the same, potentially the same spot. And he's live.
It's interesting. He certainly can afford 195,000. He has almost. Well, he's going to let it go, but with a bounty on the line was going to be my point. Now he's going to see it and no doubt wish he had called.
Just put a little, note in his brain that there was a small 3-bet to go after a bounty.
Essentially a coin flip here based upon the cards that have went out, but Randall behind and in need of improving to stay alive. And nothing there on that flop for him. He is going to need to catch the river, or it's going to be a one-hand and done for Randall at the feature table, and indeed that's the case.
Again.
Yeah, again, we've seen it here at the feature table. I don't know if it's a curse or bad luck, but Randall eliminated, and Chris going to take that bounty. Ended up pairing his 10 on the river.
And they talk about 15 minutes of fame. That wasn't even 15 seconds. Like that's, you get to tell, hey, I was on TV, that sort of thing.
He played well from what I see.
Yeah.
What I saw. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
Get it in there, and unfortunately didn't work out for him. And there you can see the seating assignments. Norman and Machala can see one has been the short stack at the final table, barring Randall there getting moved in. He's going to be the big blind in this hand. .42 players remaining. The plan to play down to the final table of 9 this evening. Still a $50,000 bounty, $25,000 bounty in the drum. I just got a text from Donnie Rubenstein, a player who was doing well here on day 2, but unfortunately says he just busted. Just want to say a great job by the entire staff. It was the most fun I had all summer. Very kind words, Donnie. We really appreciate it, and thank you for coming down to the PokerNews Cup here at the Golden Nugget. It was great to have you, and I am sorry to see you go, my friend. Pierce with the raise, 9-10 suited. Jonas in the cutoff here. We do not know what he has. He looks interested.
They've been playing a lot of pots together. So why not one more?
Whatever he has, he likes it enough to commit his just over 1 million in chips. I was going to say, I can't imagine that Pierce is going to commit more than half his remaining stack unless he just wants to pure gamble to try to win a bounty. But we do not know what Jonas had there. Those cards going to go into the muck.
Likely better than 10 high, though.
Yeah, I'd say safe money bet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a spot where if Jonas has 600,000, 700,000, could see Pierce making the call and trying to hunt that 50K bounty, or settle for a 25K bounty.
Just one bonus for me. Good one. Where are you from?
And I know some people don't like the format that it kind of encourages that sort of action. Me personally, I think it's fantastic. I think it's a lot of fun. It is, again, different than a regular non-bounty tournament. But, you know, the game of choice wasn't always no limit either, right? It was limit for a long time, and then no limit was this isn't pure sort of thing. But yeah, I almost play exclusively bounty tournaments online, and I just can't get enough of them.
They've definitely been good for the game in my my opinion. It's just a new twist. People like it. They have a lot more fun, like you say, when you're at the table on a day 2 of one of these. There's just people. It's not as serious as a lot of other events.
I had a pretty serious table, but we were joking about the bounties the entire time, and it kept things a little more light. Had a couple bounty swaps with people potentially. You know, if you knock me out and you win this one, I'll give you that. You know, and it's just, I just thought it enhanced the experience overall.
Carl Mann opened it with a raise, and Dion defending out of the big blind. Trip aces for Carl Mann. Going to be hard for him to get too much out of this, I'm thinking. He checks it back here. Dion, a lot of turn cards that would help him out, but I don't think it's going to get that far.
Like a 6 of clubs?
6 of clubs would have been a very interesting one.
I think Carl bet the flop.
Yeah, Carl did just,
okay.
60,000. Right.
He is thinking about it for longer than I expected. All right.
You said you played the day 1C flight?
B.
1B. 1B was another interesting one. Last year, day 1B got 455 runners. This year, up to 812, which we were pretty surprised about.
Yeah, I think when I got here at like noon or so that day, it was like 287, 300. And the structure actually I thought was pretty fair for people to rebuy even at the last level or so before the break. And again, that's why I said to myself, like, well, I'm going to try to re-enter if I can.
Right.
Game's too fun. And Chick-fil-A was open, so it was a...
That's right.
Yeah. Little bonus.
Action folding around to Jonas in the hijack. Ace, king. No doubt going to come in with a raise. Sure enough, 100,000 a min raise. And Viet Vo looks down at an ace in the big line and it defends. He heads up to the flop. Neither player pairing up there, but Vegas Viet picking up a gut shot wheel draw. Neither player with a club in their hand. And it does go check, check. Now that gut shot's turned into an up and down straight draw for Vegas Viet.
Huh. It's interesting he doesn't bet here, but he bet the ace 10 before. And it's kind of a similar spot. This one's probably even better, I would say, but.
And this one might be destined to be checked down. Unless somebody wants to unless Vegas Viet really wants to represent that, right? Yeah, check, check. Yeah, both players had some showdown value with the ace high, but of course, the ace king of Jonas is going to take this one down.
I'm just surprised there wasn't a little more action there.
Maybe Vegas Viet was just a little, last time he made a little move, got his hand slapped when Nectarios jammed it on him. And
that's true.
Thinking, you know what, let me slow down a little bit.
And that sort of thing happens for sure, right? Where you feel like you're able to run over a table or just you're more confident and you're more willing to take some shots.
We already see two big hands here from the ones that were on their sensors. Pierce under the gun, pocket eights. next to act right behind him, Nectarios with pocket queens. There is the standard raise to 100,000. Looks like Nectarios was kind of eyeing across the table there to the 1 seat with Norman Machalik, who is the short stack, before opting to 3-bet it to 400,000. And the short stack there, Norman with pocket sevens. Just lets it go, though. Doesn't like the action in front of him from the first two players.
Yeah, I think if Nectarios flats, Norman shoves sevens. He picks up really big sizing anyway.
It's one thing to stare down your opponent from across the table. It's another one when you're seated right next to him.
You can pretty much smell him.
Yeah, it's just a little more intimate.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to let it go. Nectarios taking down that one, moves up to second on the leaderboard there. Not too far behind the chip leader at this point.
No, and I think queens are... No one's ever going to say you make a mistake there by 3-betting queens, right? No one's going to say, oh, that's bad. But we do see right there, as I said, like if he flats, he might get a squeeze. He gets a squeeze from the guy with the bounty. Could have been worth 50K. But, you know, I think you could flat there, too.
Sounds like a player got a glimpse at one of Nectarios' cards. He was folding, so he just exposed them both. Everybody gets the equal playing field. And the blinds and antes have went up. 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. After this level, I understand the players will be good taking their 1-hour dinner break. But we have a 40-minute level to get through first. The raise with pocket fives, folds around to Pierce in the big blind, looks down at ace jack. And he is going to defend. Pocket fives hold, but Pierce picks up the gut shot Broadway draw. See what he does. Looks like we missed the action there, the flop, saying Pierce still has the option. There we go. Looks like Pierce had bet. 120,000. Now action on Chris.
It's an interesting flop lead from the big blind versus under the gun.
Bet 360,000.
Just because under the gun's gonna have kings and queens and nines and jack 10 and king queen, and big blind probably doesn't have kings or queens.
Nice raise by Chris there, but not enough to shake Pierce. It looks like we are behind. There we go. That's why that hand wasn't adding up quite so much there. It was behind on the flop. We do apologize. So all that action was taking place there on the turn after Pierce had made the nuts, and then checks the river once the board pairs, puts 3 clubs out there. Chris just waves the white flag and checks it up. Sorry about that.
No, I'm curious what happens if Chris shoves the river. If you think about what hands he's going to have there, the worst possible hand he has, it's probably a hand like a small pair that opens from, I think, early position on that board. He's still going to have 2 pair that became a full house, sets that became a full house, flushes, I guess. It's just an interesting spot. I think a lot of people don't like firing the last barrel, and against certain players who don't want to fold, sure. But there's a lot of fold equity in that last barrel sometimes.
A shout out to those joining us in the chats on PokerNews YouTube and Twitch channels. A reminder that we will have final table action tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time here in Vegas.
Raise 120,000. Raise all in.
All right, Norman is all in.
It was likely Norman was going to get called by Chris anyways, but in between in the big blind, Nectarios with ace king, and he's just going to jam it. That should be enough to get Chris out of the hand. Indeed it is. And it will be off to the races. Norman looking to hold to stay alive, and that's easier said than done. A king for Nectarios. Make that 2 pair on the turn. It's going to be a 9 and a 9 only to save Norman on the river. And it is not meant to be. He's going to bow out and looks to be around 39th place. Been nursing the short stack for a while, but not a total loss on the day for him. He had drawn one of the $50,000 mystery bounties earlier in the day.
Oh, I don't feel bad for him at all then. Every time people were cheering when they got the big bounty, you know, maybe just a little bit sadder. Just a little bit, but congrats to him, really.
He's a good player. I'm sure we'll be seeing him elsewhere throughout the summer.
One of the guys I was playing with said to me, he's like, if I win the 100K bounty, I'm just going to sit out. I'm just going to leave. Maybe I'll go in a few hands. Maybe I'll just, you know, go somewhere else. He did not win the 100K bounty, if you were wondering. But he did take all my chips, so I don't know. Maybe he's still in this.
Do you like it when somebody, you know, the person who eliminates you, do you want to see them do well to put your chips to good use, or do you like to see them like, you know what, I want to see them, I want to have them experience a little pain?
It depends, but I would say live, I want them to do well, and online, I hope they just lose it all the next hand. I don't know why that is. I don't have the personal connection with them when I'm playing online. But playing live, I mean, almost every player I play with, I've had a great time. and I don't root against them except, when we're in pots together.
As somebody who's played 15 plus years primarily in the online streets and now is just starting to dabble into live poker a little bit more, has there been something that is most challenging, that transition? The game plays a little slower, or just getting the interaction, getting stared down by opponents? What's the experience been like for you?
I think patience is definitely something that you need more of when you play live, right? Because you're getting fewer hands. You're playing one table, right? No one's multi-tabling live. There's an all-in on a call here.
Yeah, I was going to say, was clearing the field. Looked like it was just going to be a raise and take it, but Jonas with pocket jacks in the big blind jams it in, and Dion calls off. He is the one at risk with the ace of spades, queen of spades, another coin flip here. Dion in the need of improvement to stay alive. Oh, what a flop. Jack in the window, followed by a king and a 10. So Dion with the Broadway straight right now, and now a flush draw added to the mix. So Jonas looking for a diamond or to pair the board.
Wow.
What a hand. What a hand.
What a rough spot for Jonas, too. There's an open shove in front of you for 12, 13 big blinds. You have jacks, and you're super happy, and then it's, oh, I'm 50%. Oh, it's much less now.
Yeah, Dion there is very happy. Going to double out, leave Jonas as the short stack. Too many outs.
Way too many.
And been around poker long enough. I still say too many outs. I see it too many times not to. So we just saw it again there. A shout out to all the dealers here at the Golden Nugget who have been working hard all summer long at the Grand Poker Series. Been doing a great job here with the PokerNews Cup. You can see them sporting the blue PokerNews Cup t-shirts. Just an incredible job by all of them, and very grateful. I know that the Golden Nugget puts an emphasis on treating the dealers here right all summer long, and without them, none of this would be possible. So a big thank you to them.
I mean, I was saying earlier to one of the dealers, it's really a thankless job, right? No one ever says, wow, you dealt that hand so well, right? It's like, oh, you did this, you did this and it gave me a bad hand, or there was a misdeal here. There's not enough positivity or compliments going their way. It's unfortunate. Because, yeah, you're right, they did a fantastic job here. I think that's actually my favorite dealer who's dealing now. I want to see the front of his head to confirm. But, yeah, I had a great time.
Are they listing this as part of your payout or no? They're just giving you chips, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, raise 120,000.
Carl Mann with pocket queens here. He's been playing very patient and very solid here at the final table. Only quality hands we've seen him get involved with. Another one here. He's got the ladies, and now in the small blind, Jonas, who just lost that big hand and is the short stack, looks down at pocket threes and is going to commit. And he is going to need to get lucky, or Carl Mann will score yet another knockout.
I haven't seen a three folded. Did you see a three folded?
I did not.
Okay.
No. Indeed, there is the call.
He got rewarded for it, though.
Why did she do it?
Jonas looking for a three or some low cards to give him some options.
Give him a three.
Nothing there for him. 2 threes remaining in the deck, and he's going to need to find one of them. He's got 2 pulls at it.
Give him a three.
Ooh. Needs to be a little lower than that. One last shot for Jonas. Needs to catch a 3 on the river, or he is going to be eliminated. Indeed, that is the case. Carl Mann taking Jonas's bounty chip. Jonas going to bow out in around 39th place. A nice run for him in this field.
Had to root for the 3 because it felt like Carl took a little too long to call there.
We had this conversation, Nathan and I, earlier before the last break, where a player had pocket aces and kind of did the same thing. They're like, when you have aces or you have a spot where you know you're going to call, just flick in a chip quick or just say call. You don't need to count out the exact chips. Yeah, I feel you there. I don't think there was any ill intent by any means, but just another one of those spots where poker etiquette is something to be considered.
Yeah, and some people just aren't aware of it, right? And it's very fair if the amount of chips moved in, you don't know how much it was with that. But, once you hear the amount and you know you're going to call, you can just say the word. That's all you got to do.
That's right.
And you asked me earlier what was a difficult thing for me when I'm playing live compared to online. Part of it is the seeing how much the stack is and handling the chips and moving them in the middle, because I'm just not used to doing that. And so just using your, verbal action, I just think is easy and helpful and obviously good etiquette.
You see the payouts there a little messed up in certain spots. It said Norman was in 7th place. I think just a little technical difficulty there, whereas it's taking this as the final table as opposed to just a feature table. There are still 3 or 4 tables, outer tables, still in play here at the Golden Nugget. We're going to finish out this level blinds, 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante, and then the remaining players will go on a 1-hour dinner break.
Where should they eat around here now that Chick-fil-A is closed? Do you have any recommendations?
That's a good point.
What if hypothetically your co-commentator is a little bit, hungry? Where would you suggest?
They have a good little, it's like a little steakhouse / just kind of Western themed place called, I want to say it's called Saltgrass, and it's just down the hallway. We often go there, and of course they have some other kind of little snack bar areas throughout, and then eat at the Golden Nugget if you can. But if you want to get off property, there's a lot of places right outside on Fremont Street. A couple of great pizza places that jump to mind. Evil Pie and Pizza Rock are 2 of my favorite in downtown Las Vegas.
I've never been to either. If I'm only going to one,
I would have to say Evil Pie is quicker and more convenient. So
thank you.
Yeah. I was okay with you. Now my class will look
I heard the accent.
Yeah, we get it already.
It's like changing
Yeah. Yeah. Already considering larynx surgery. Whatever it is.
So there's still a 50K and a 25K, and there's only 39 people left. Like that right there is $75,000 of bounty value divided by 39 people. It's almost 2K per, and that doesn't even include all the other ones. I think when we started, each bounty was worth about 3,000.
I don't feel the 25, but I feel
don't know exactly what it is without knowing the other small amounts, but even though it's deep in the tournament, it's still vital for players to go after the short stacks, go after bounties. Like 5th place is probably like 70K, something like that. So.
Well, I can tell you something that's very exciting for viewers who have been with us since the start of this stream, and that is the return of Brent Burrows down there in the 1 seat. He was at our original feature table nursing a short stack and playing, just made an excellent laydown. We were all really impressed, Nathan Gamble and I, but then the table broke. We had a new feature table, so we didn't know how he was going to fare out. He still had the short stack, and now here he is back with 36 players remaining. It still looks like he's on the shorter side of things, but man, putting on a masterclass on how to survive.
Well, I'm glad he gets a chance to come back.
And he's not going to have the one-hand curse at the feature table by the looks of it. We had Carl Mann, pocket sixes, raise, and now Nectarios look down at pocket kings. It's hard for me not to root with him when he's sporting the PokerNews hat, which I'm guessing he won on the wheel that we talked about.
Maybe he paid real money for it. I mean, it's...
And it looks like Johnny here is the other new player at the table in the cutoff. He's going to let it go. He is sitting down with a pretty healthy stack, over 2.2 million. Nectarios came in with the 3-bet. This will be an interesting spot for Carl Mann. He has a big stack. He's had it at this feature table. Nectarios has really chipped up there here. This must be one of those spots where you're like, okay, I'm probably beat, but maybe we're set mining.
Yeah, I mean, I think all your options are still on the table here, depending on the player. The more aggressive they are, the more likely you're going to continue. And again, I keep saying it, but in this format, things are a little different. There's more value in actually getting it in, just because when you do get called by even kings, okay, I have 20% chance to win this pot, and then potentially one of the massive bounties, which is a 1 in 30-ish shot. And as long as those bounties are still in play, it does really favor or reward the chip leader or the guy who has the other player covered to be more aggressive. But he folded, so.
The chips in play, you can see there the red or pinkish chips are 100,000, the grays 25,000, and the blacks are 5,000, which is quite an interesting color for a tournament poker chip.
Well, I've noticed at some casinos the black chips are really small denomination, and some they're a lot larger. And it's another thing I have to get used to is not misclicking, not putting in the 5K chip instead of the 500. Is there another chip that's going to be introduced soon, you think?
I would. There definitely should be or will be.
Yeah.
I don't know when or what the chip denomination will be. Whether they've got $250,000 chips, some $500,000 chips, or maybe some million placards.
Ooh.
Something I can check into on the next break. Because there are, with this field, there are just south of 70 million in chips in play.
I would like to see a placard.
They are fun.
Yeah, right?
They are fun. The average stack right now is right around 1.9 to 2 million.
But that's another thing about this structure. It's slow, and I mean that in a good way. Like, having 12, 14 big blinds in another tournament might feel like I'm in that danger zone. But here, every time I was short, I felt really comfortable. I didn't feel like, oh, I just need to move it all in. Like, I just felt like I had a lot of time to maneuver. So are you playing the main this year?
I am not, unfortunately.
Because you can't have to cover it, right?
I actually am flying out tomorrow night. I don't even know if I will have to head to the airport before a winner is crowned in this thing.
Oh, wow.
Depends on how the play is and how fast it finishes. If perchance I do, no worries, Jesse Fullen and others will fill in for commentary. I'll try to be here as much as I can, but I'm actually leaving for a week from July, the red eye out on the 3rd and not coming back till the 11th, so I'm going to miss the early goings of the main event. Last season, poker fans might know I competed on what was called Season 9 of Survival Challenge. And so this is Season 10 taking place, and I'm returning to kind of volunteer and help them run the new season and kind of just develop a life off the felt a little bit. So it's never easy to leave during the main event because it's such a, it's the Super Bowl of poker, if you will. And but I'm happy that I'll be back in time at least to be there in the end stages to see who ends up winning. And it's probably going to be the largest main event ever.
Yeah.
I mean, all signs are pointing that way. They're qualifying more people than ever. I would be shocked if it doesn't break the record.
Everything else has been breaking records, so I don't know why the main event wouldn't, right?
It's going to be good, and I think you said you're playing day 1C.
Yeah.
That'll be a nice big flight, I think. It should be a lot of fun.
Carl just deciding how much he wants to raise it to. Makes it 400 and gets it through pretty quickly.
There you see Brent Burrows. He's in the 1 CD as the short stack, but still sitting with 12 bigs, so no real need to panic. I think we've seen him dwindle down to 3 bigs earlier at the other feature table, and so he is holding on.
The way you pitch, I can sometimes almost get the pipes in the bottom corner. Yeah, to these two. If I was like trying to look, it's for sure see. Good.
Chris still opening, despite being 3-bet the hand previously. It's really easy just after you get 3-bet just to get a little bit snug and try to open a tighter range, but he's still going for it.
Action on Vegas Viet. Viet Vo out of Houston. He is on the button with Jack 10 suited. Just going to let it go. It's one of those tempting hands, right? Like Jack 10 always looks so pretty. You're in position. Seems like he was tempted there, but thinks better of it and lets it go. Action now on Pierce in the big blind. He's looking down at an ace, albeit with a 3. And he too is going to let it go. Wonder if that plays into it though. Like you just mentioned, Chris, you know, 3-bet the hand before, gets pushed off of it. So now when people see him doing it again, they tend to give him a little more credit.
I think it's really true because I think a lot of players just shrink up a little bit at that moment. Because nobody wants to get 3-bet and have to fold. And so the next hand they might just open a little bit tighter. And that might explain the big blind fold and the button fold.
One of the things that's exciting about this year's PokerNews Cup is in 2022, in our inaugural event here, it came together fairly last minute. We had to pull together a lot in short notice, and one of those things was the trophy. So last year we had this big gold trophy, a big cup, and it looked great. It was a fine trophy. But this year, knowing that we were going to return, we had more time, so we could have a custom PokerNews Cup trophy made, and it looks a little more similar to the logo that you can see there, both on the felt, the dealer's shirt, and of course on the screens in the background there. I'll have to see if we can get a shot of the trophy. It was next to the bounty draw, the wheel drum, which we're going to see in the upcoming break. We're anticipating some players are going to go redeem their bounties. Jesse Fullen is out there ready to rock. So in just a little bit here, we will take a break, a dinner break alongside the players, and we will air some of the bounty draws until they are done. And then I think we're going to fill in the break with an episode of the Chad and Jesse Poker Show, which I highly recommend. This is a show that he and I have been doing twice weekly from the 2023 World Series of Poker, and we've had some big name guests, including Daniel Negreanu, Jason Kuhn, Brad Owen, Andrew Nemi, Matusow, and many more. It's been a lot of fun. Definitely stick around and check that out, or you can watch all the past episodes on PokerNews.com or PokerNews' YouTube page.
How large is that trophy, by the way?
It is probably 2 feet tall, maybe.
Not like one of those really little ones.
No, it's not very little. Right. You're gonna have to check it in your suitcase if you were to win it, and take it back. It's heavy and it's sharp. It's got some sharp edges into it. It's a neat looking trophy.
I don't have any room in my bag. That's why I didn't want to win it.
We have a rare 3-way action right now. I think we're on the flop already. We just haven't registered it on the table. hard to commentate too much when we don't know what's out there on the flop.
But there's a lot of thinking going on. You can tell that.
I'm guessing not a lot of clubs or an ace or a 7 because Dion is letting the ace 7 of clubs go. No face cards on the flop. It's
Yeah,
a little.
Johnny, it looks like Johnny's C-bet.
All right, we're going to play catch up here, and we'll see. It looks like there is a 10 on the board. There you see the flop.
10, 9,
The cards there a little out of order on the flop. Do ignore that. There is a 10 out there.
Yeah, I think it's 10, 9, 6, and then the turn pairs a 6.
Right. Yeah, so that 6 of clubs was on the turn. We're missing a 10 on the flop.
And I expect Nectarios to make a move at this pot.
We do apologize. It just appears that the 110 didn't register. The 6 of clubs turn ended up going on there, and that's just thrown everything off. We'll see if they can fix that behind the scenes. If not, we'll just have to see how the hand plays out in real time. And sure enough, you just called it. Nectarios is going to come out with a bet.
Yeah, he wasn't check calling the flop with queen 5 of hearts to not make a move at it.
And Johnny going to snap call it off with 9s and 10s and an ace kicker. It looks like Nectarios' hand is actually wrong too. He just rolled over pocket 8s, 2 red 8s, and we have him as a queen 5 of hearts on the card reader. So apologies on that hand because it was not very accurate. Not quite sure why, but these things do happen.
I actually thought it was an interesting move with the queen 5 of hearts. I was
Right.
ready to talk about it. I'm like, oh, okay. And we saw him make that play with turning 2 pair into a bluff on the 4-card straight, 3-card diamond board. So I wouldn't have put it past him to float pretty wide to make a move. Generally, when a player has some, turn or river aggression, you see it once or twice, you're going to see it more often from them. Just that willingness to make moves.
See if they can reset here for the next hand. We do have a break coming up, as I said, so I'm sure that we will be able to iron out any issues that might be taking place. It sounds like some bounty pulls are happening. That's why the players are turned around and why you hear some noise.
I just think it's such a more fun atmosphere than it would be if it was not a bounty tournament. There's some camaraderie among the players.
We put a lot of thought and effort into how to make it a fun player experience. So we have what's called the sweat cam. Multiple camera angles, one above so people can peel it and the viewers can watch along, one that's on their face in case they celebrate. We have an MC, Jesse Fullen, out there with a microphone to get to know these players and just to make it an experience not only for the players who are drawing, but for the viewers at home as well. Because what we've seen over the last couple of years is one of the popular things about the Mystery Bounty is the viral moments that could potentially come out of it.
The sweat.
Exactly.
I think also I think that's true or not, but the formatting or the font was similar, so you wouldn't know, you wouldn't be spoiled by a decimal point or something weird, right?
Yeah, we talked about it, about how in the past people have aligned the bigger amounts to the left or center or right, so we made sure that they were all aligned the same way, so you couldn't give it away that way. I was telling Nathan Gamble here, the top one was $100,000. We should have made it like 101,000 because what's happening is you pull it out from the end, so you see 000, comma, almost all of them say that, and then a 1, and then you're like, oh, it's $1,000, right? You want to see the next 0, but if you put 1,001, it could still keep that sweat, even longer. So we'll see. We'll play it around. We'll refine it, but we're definitely very happy with how it's turned out, and that's in large part to collaboration between our very own Jesse Fullen, Andy Rich here at the Golden Nugget, and Glenn with Guerrilla Gaming, who has put together this great live stream, the set, the table, doing great things here at the Golden Nugget with the Bar Poker Open. Shout out to all of those guys. Now, unfortunately, we do apologize. It looks like the graphics are still on the fritz, working on getting that fixed. But right now, we are seeing the same thing as you. I am Chad Holloway in the booth with 888 Poker Ambassador Aaron Baroni. If people want to keep on top of you, social media-wise, I know you're on Twitter. Are you on any others, and where can they do that?
I'm also on Instagram at AC Baroni, and my Twitch is abaroni68. Those are the main ones. You know, my girlfriend's more of the Instagram person.
Sure.
I just take the pictures, but now I'm trying to get back into it.
And you stream then?
I do stream about 4 days a week. Online MTTs around 80 to 120 average buy-in generally, up to 1Ks. And I'm fairly expressive, so when good or bad things happen, it can be enjoyable.
Have you broken a mouse or a keyboard in
No,
your day? No, not that expressive.
I don't break stuff really. I do get upset, but there are times I'll drop my mouse from like 3 inches up, and and then it malfunctions for a second, and I'm like, what am I doing? What is wrong with me?
It seems like somebody dropped the mouse here with the RFID table. Our graphics aren't there. We've seen a bet here from Nectarios. Johnny calls, and looks like he's going to win it, pairing up a 6 on the river from what I can tell from here. Again, we do apologize that the graphics are currently being reviewed. There we go. We get the overhead cam. You can see
the Queen 5.
Yeah. All right, 36 players remaining out of the field of 2,331 runners. This is the 2023 PokerNews Cup record-setting tournament. $2,261,070 prize pool, the largest in Golden Nugget history. This is a venue that dates back to 1946. So doing great things here, almost double the prize pool from last year's event, which was the record holder. So mark your calendar, 2024, the summer. If you're coming to Vegas, the Golden Nugget should be on your tournament calendar.
Oh yeah, I'm not missing this next year.
I love it because I spend most of my time at the World Series of Poker with Poker News, doing updates and stuff. So to get away, to come down here and do some work at the Golden Nugget for a Poker News Cup event, it's a lot of fun.
And as you talked about earlier, like there's fewer people, which is really nice. It's not as busy in terms of because at the WSOP those lines were daunting. But who knows? Maybe next year there's even more players.
Well, the good news is the graphics have been fixed. Cards are back. The bad news is we're about to go on break. You've seen a couple of the players there fold their hands. There's going to be a 1-hour dinner break, but don't go anywhere. There's still 31 players remaining. We will be back streaming until the final table is reached. And coming up here on the break, we're going to stream some of the bounty polls. So let's see if the $50,000 or $25,000 bounties go, or if they'll still be available post-dinner break.
Like the graphics have not been, ideal the last few hands, but Johnny's been crushing it. I think he had like 2.2, 2.4 when he got to the table. He's at 3.8, and he's got the best hand now. I guess it's our last hand before the break. Is that right?
It's looking that way, yeah. Looks like some of the chips will get colored up. They're buying all. Looks like they're going to be racing off the 5Ks, the black 5K chips that I know a lot of players aren't fans of, so they'll be happy to see that. Looks like Johnny check calls 100,000, turns 2 pair.
Well, if Pierce was going to try to triple off here, it's a real bad turn for him.
I'll admit that I'm guilty of just before the dinner break or when a break's coming up, I tend to play those hands because I know a lot of players are anxious to get to leave, to go eat, to go to the bathroom. So in my mind, they're more prone to fold.
Yeah, they're
right?
gonna. Yeah.
And so I usually do end up mixing it up in the last hand before a break, just like these two players.
Well, also, like, I don't think Pierce expects Johnny to have a hand like aces or queens or ace queen. So it just, there's fewer combos that he's really afraid of. And it, like, here we know Johnny has ace 8, but what does Johnny do with ace 5 or king queen?
It certainly would be a lot tougher decision had he not turned 2 pair, right? And now he's saying, let's just get it in, and that's going to be the end of that. Pierce.
Pierce gets off easy, really.
Yeah, there he goes. Lets it go. And like you said, Johnny, look at that. Up to 4.7 million. Just a little heater there in the last 15 minutes or so. Almost 80 big blinds. You can see the stacks there. We'll be coming back to increase the blinds, but right now players are going to go on a 1-hour dinner break, and so are we. Stick around. We are going to toss it to Jesse Folan and the bounty polls here in just a moment. 31 players remaining. The plan is to play down to the final table. I'm not sure if it's going to be 9 or 10. I'll find that out here on the dinner break. And then, of course, the final table will play out tomorrow, Monday, July 3rd at 2 p.m. local time, and will be live streamed.
All right, welcome back, guys, to our bounty cam. What's your name? Where are you from, buddy?
Andrew from Henderson.
Henderson. Oh, long drive. We have 2 bounties. Let's go ahead and grab them. The 50 and the 25K are still in play, so you may have been waiting, but you may just have a good experience right here. All right, I'll show you how to do this in case we pop this over like this. Have out. And now you'll just slide it out for our camera right here, though, please. All right, that way the people at home can watch with us. Let's see, you got 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Now let's look for a 5 or a 0, please.
On the color up?
That's a 1K. One more.
All right. Well, he's got a full rack over there too.
There you go. Grab that one out of the way. Good luck, good luck. Looking for that 0 or 5 in the 4th spot. Come on, baby.
All right. Looks like he's got 4 there.
Is that gonna be a 2 behind it? Let's go! Let's go! All right, taking home 26K to Henderson. Congratulations. Boom! So this one, we'll walk over to this gentleman. He'll put you on the list.
All right. What do you got there?
All right. Congrats, dude. Congrats. All right. That'll be on YouTube and Twitch too. You can watch it. All right. Who's next? You'll get some more people. 1. All right. Look over here. What's your name? Where are you from?
John Adderley from Liverpool, England.
All right. We got 1 bounty for Liverpool. Boy, wait for this guy to open it. I was in Liverpool.
Was it?
I was. I went to Wrexham. I went to go see a football match in Wrexham. And I went to Liverpool and got to go to the Beatles Museum and a little tour and stuff. It was fun, man.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a beautiful little area. I like all the water. It was great.
It's no Vegas.
It's not. It's not. And if you pull the 50K right now, maybe you'll take me with you. That'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great. All right. Just one more second, y'all. We gotta get this thing open real quick. All right. Mac is opening for us right now, and we'll grab the next one. Okay, here we go. Go ahead, buddy. All right. Now, we're gonna do it like this. I'll pop that for you. Now you can sweat it. We can watch at home. We're looking for a 0 now in that 4th spot. Looking for a 0 for that 50K. Come on, let's find a 0. That's a 1. That's a 1. Okay, no Liverpool this time. All right, buddy. Don't forget your phone.
It's 90 because it rounds up.
Phone. All right, I think it's our last one. Got 2 bounties right here. What's your name? Where are you from?
Forest, Talent, Oregon.
All right. We got 2 here.
75. Okay, that's not good.
I'll help you.
You're right.
Real quick with the top. So you just pop the top out like that. You can sweat that one from there.
So we got
Good. Right here. So pull it out this way for me. Good luck. Let's find that 0. Not this one, but maybe this one. Oh, there you go, buddy. Come on, come on. Oh. 1,500. We got 2,500 though. Yeah, there you go, buddy. All right.
Can I stay for the? I like to stay.
Anyone else? Anybody? No? Okay, in that case, let's go look at some. We're on dinner break. 52 more minutes, you guys. So we're gonna send you to go see some highlights of all the other bounties that have been pulled all day long, and we'll also show you some calling the clock and some other great YouTube content. You'll see a clock on here telling you when to come back. So please don't leave. Hang out with us. Chad's in the booth. I'll be in the booth after break. We'll talk to you guys soon.
So it's been interesting. I've got like 10 cashers or something like that. I made a bunch of deep runs in those big goofy events, which I don't normally play. But I think this year that probably helps me a little bit going into the main event because it's going to be a similar sort of idea. And then, you know, the hockey probably screwed me up a little early.
You're right.
Going to the games, missing some early levels because I really like showing up on time for those 10Ks. But of late, sort of catching a little bit of heat. Had a good run in the stud 8. So I have had a blast. I'm actually just enjoying it and, you know, don't want it to be over.
This is the Chad and Jesse Poker Show.
Welcome to another episode of the Chad and Jesse Poker Show. Glad to have you back, Chad. It's been a nice little time since I saw you last. But let's go ahead and talk about what's on this show.
Hold on. Before we wait, you go for what you're going to say. I got so excited. I thought you were going to jump into the main topic, but you were about to tease the guest.
Wow. It is the Chad and Jesse Show. He just interrupts me with this.
Oh, it's so
now,
good.
yeah, we got Calling the Clock with 8 brand new topics. We've got a main thing to talk about. But before that, we do have a very special guest today. I didn't think this was going to be possible, but somehow we found some kid in the hallway, real kid poker. Daniel Negreanu's in the house. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be fun.
I think we're going to be in his vlog tomorrow.
I don't know about that.
Maybe.
I mean,
Fingers crossed.
he has an editor. We could probably edit it out. But maybe so, buddy. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun when we get over to that part. But first, the main event is kicking off this week. So today we want to start talking about this important event and what's to come this week. Chad.
Yeah.
July 3rd.
We kind of kicked off the show, episode 1, way back when. What is this, episode 10 now?
10 today,
10 now. So in episode 1, we had Ty Stewart on, and one of the topics was the main event. The WSOP hadn't even started yet, and he was predicting it was going to be the largest ever. I think we're in agreement that it's probably going to be. Now, remember, the largest ever main event was in 2006 when Jamie Gold won it, and that was a field of 8,773. Came close last year, 110 players off, 8,663 players. And this year, I mean, I don't think we're going to get what Ty Stewart said, which was 9,999, but I think my prediction was like 9,100.
Why not, though, man? I mean, look, everything's been breaking records.
That's
Including
true.
right now, which we'll talk about during our Calling the Clock, including the Lays event, man.
Yeah.
I mean, everything is just completely stellar, breaking records like crazy. I mean, with all these numbers of players are being sent by GG Poker and other poker rooms. Eric Person and his Maverick Gaming are sending a ton of players too. He's posting on social media every like few days when his room qualifies another person. It's insane. And I feel like that's just the energy that this year we are experiencing another poker boom. Period.
Yeah.
We are. And how did this come about? It wasn't Moneymaker. It wasn't Rounders. Is it the vlogs? Is it just it's just something.
Yeah, there's not something you can put your finger on.
Not
right?
yet. Not yet, at least.
Right.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out at some point. We'll figure it out. But right now, we are experiencing the growth and the numbers are just insane. And so I definitely think that we have a chance to hit those Ty Stewart numbers, man, because I've just been shocked. And including, we'll talk about PokerNews Cup 2 later. Dude, Vegas has been crazy. The number of poker players that are in this city, it's like the grasshoppers from a few years ago.
Just
like
outside this door in the hallways, it's crazy because it's Friday and it's one of the weekend gimmick events. What is it today? The
Colossus.
The Colossus.
400-hour Colossus kicks off.
And so, yeah, everybody's going nuts for that. It's super packed here. And yeah, I think that's going to spill over to the main event. Now, should let the viewers know, now we're not going to record next Tuesday. It's the 4th of July. We need off. Our editor, Scott, over there needs off. Right?
It's my birthday, too. July 5th.
There you go.
I need a little siesta.
So the next show, we'll actually know the numbers of the main event because the 4 starting flights will have concluded. We will know the actual numbers, which is exciting. What's not exciting is I'm not going to be here. Jesse, you're going to have to take the show on either by yourself or with a guest. It's going to be the
Jesse and Jesse Poker Show. I'll probably just be here by myself.
I'm going taking away a week away from the WSOP for those wondering, but don't worry, I will be back.
Everyone's worried.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, be back and then see where the main event is at because it's not easy to leave the WSOP during the main event. I did it last year. I'm doing it again this year, but it's not easy because it's like the Super Bowl for us in our industry, right? It's the biggest game in town, and this is going to probably be the biggest main event ever as we're talking, and it's going to be bittersweet to be away from that. Of course, I'm going to be reading the live updates on Poker News, watching the live streams and all that jazz, but
it's not enough. I mean, shouldn't leave.
It's a full week. I'm looking at the schedule. So you said it already. July 3rd is day 1A.
Yep.
Right? And all these day 1 flights. So day 1A on July 3rd, July 4th is day 1B. That'll be interesting to see how big of a field that gets on the holiday. 1C on July 5th, and then July 6th is 1D. That's going to be the biggest. All these start at noon. All are going to play 5 levels. And then you have day 2A, B, and C are going to come back on July 7th. And then just the survivors from the day 1C. I'm sorry, the day 2D, day 2D will be coming back on what, July 8th, I think it is. It's just going to be, it's a full week of WSOP main event just to get through the 2 days.
Yeah.
Technically, there's all the different starting flights and all that.
The same. I mean, it's going to be massive. It's going to be insane. I really think we're going to go just stellar. I think it's going to break the record, but not a close margin. I think it's going to pop off.
Let me ask you, let's make a few predictions, not necessarily on field size, but the winner. Do you think the winner will be total somebody we've never heard of before, or somebody that we've at least heard of in the poker world?
Do you agree that history repeats itself?
Yeah, often it's cyclical. Yeah,
then we know exactly who the winner is.
Oh, you think Chris Moneymaker is going to?
Oh, of course not. Absolutely no. But let me tell you, okay, every 20 years, it's been shown that this happens. That an accountant, a former accountant, wins a satellite and then plays the man and wins it. Okay, this happened in 2003 with Moneymaker, but also 1983 with Tom McAvoy.
Yeah.
And now it's 20 years later. So if we know that history repeats itself, okay, science, math, blah, 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 let's have my editor throw some one of those weird things on a template.
It's a pretty small sample size because you go back 20 years before that, the WSOP didn't even exist.
Exactly. So that means it's going to happen this time.
All
so
right.
if you are a former accountant considering playing a satellite, it's your year. Okay. And we're going to interview you because you're going to win it. So I don't care if your last name is Moneymaker or something fun like that, Jamie Gold, it can be something like McAvoy, something boring. Okay. But you're going to win it. That's just science. It's proven.
Okay, well, we'll say you're saying that. I'm going to say that it will probably be somebody we've heard of before, but it might be their career-making move, right? Like Espen Jorstad last year
was not an unknown player for sure.
Right, we knew who he kind of was. He had won a bracelet earlier in the tag team event,
yep.
And then ends up winning. So I think we'll either see that, or for a long time there in the WSOP main event, it was like clockwork that every year a big name pro would either make the final table or come damn close. I know Scotty Wynn and Daniel Negreanu both came within the final 2 tables before busting out. But then you had like Phil Ivey making it the 1 year.
Right, sure.
And then there's just always Lee Watkinson. There was always like one fairly well-established pro making that final table. And hopefully I think we'll maybe see that again. There's just so many big name pros crushing it this year. I don't know how many times we talked about on the show, winning their fifth, sixth. We're going to talk about later.
Yeah, holy shit, man. It is the year of legends for sure.
And then also a good handful of people winning their first ever bracelets this summer. Ike Haxton and Ian Matakis, who we're going to talk about a little bit. It's been an interesting WSOP in that regard, that we're seeing these named pros win bracelets, whether it's their first or their 5th, 6th, whatever, given these massive numbers. The cream is rising to the top, so to speak.
It is indeed. And I hope you're right. I hope that we do see a named player that people know and people can support making that deep run. We always want that. We always want someone that we can recognize and we know their story. It just helps us to build that connection with that final table. It makes you want to watch it. I mean, unfortunately, if it's 10 unknowns, there's not a lot of storytelling in the production work, then we just it's just poker. But the main event is something so important, something so special, that I really want us to have a story that we can latch on to. So a Chance Corneth or a Sean Deeb or someone that we care about in the community, like making that deep run, would just really make us all happy.
I'd like to see the first women since Barbara Enright to make the final table.
Oh, please.
We've had close calls in the past, but it hasn't happened yet. And hers was back in 1995. I mean, that was going on 30 years ago, which is just crazy. So to get a female there, I think would be great. The ladies are out in full force. The ladies event is happening right now as we're doing this show. We're going to get to that in a little bit. And we've also had a lot of deep runs by females in different open events throughout the summer. And so I would love to see one go deep in the WSOP main event. You know, we said there hasn't been a poker boom, but a lot of us who have been in the industry a long time agree that if a female were to make the final table or, you know, fingers crossed, win the main event, then that could help at least offer a, you know, a little boom and appeal to a whole new demographic.
I don't disagree with you. All right, you ready to change gears?
Yeah, we got to thank a sponsor, I think, right?
We sure do. That's right. Quick thanks to Global Poker. Their summer series is off and running through July 9th. Make sure to check it out. Head over to Global Poker. Use code PokerNews. It's your first time checking it out for a special gift from us, the Chad and Jesse Poker Show, Poker News, and our pals over at Global Poker. Check it out.
All right. It is time for Calling the Clock, and we have 8 new segments on the board, some exciting stuff. So let's just put 2 minutes on the clock and get right to it. Jesse, Jason Mercier is back. And not only is he back, he won a WSOP bracelet. This is pretty incredible. He hadn't won one in what, 7 years?
Yeah. It is. And when he won last time, he won 2 bracelets. And it's wild. I mean, I didn't even recognize him without his beard.
Oh, I know. He shaved his head. He shaved his beard. Same thing.
Man.
It's a whole new look for him, and it's exciting. So Jason Mercier was one of the biggest names in poker. He's probably a future Hall of Famer. I think that's safe to say. Was a crusher for many years, traveling the world, playing the highest stakes, all these bracelet bets, and then settled down, got married, had some kids. I think maybe 3 now. I'm not 100% sure, but lives in South Florida. Doesn't really travel too much outside of that. Maybe plays at the Seminole Hard Rock down there, but comes to the WSOP this year, event number 60, $1,500, no limit, deuce to 7 single draw, and he wins it. Not only that, he tops a really stacked final table that had Eric Seidel ended up finishing in 5th place, John Turner in 4th, Brad Ruman in 3rd, and he gets heads up with Mike Watson again.
So sick. What, like, how is that? How has that happened?
I don't know, like off the top of my head, all the tournaments in the past that these two have been heads up in, but they've been some big ones, and Mercier just seems to dominate them. I think he's won them all, right? Poor Mike Watson.
From my memory, absolutely, yeah. No joke, man. I mean, how does it feel to be Mike Watson seeing your heads up and be like, again? I know this time I'll get you. This time I'll get you. Not this time, unfortunately, Mike.
Mike Watson, runner up for $93,000. Jason Mercier taking it down for $151,000, and his 6th WSOP bracelet. Sean Deeb captured his 6th earlier in the series. These are 2 guys, both of them, that are going to be joining this backlog of Poker Hall of Fame nominations, unless we get some changes in that process, which, you know, I'm sure Mr. Negreanu is going to advocate for.
Offhand, do you know how old Mercier is?
I really don't offhand.
Yeah, I don't think he's 40. I think he's a little under, but
yeah, I want to say like 35 to 40 range, man, in between.
Yeah, he's knocking on the door. It's gonna be close.
And I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer for what it's worth.
I mean, all right. So the ladies' event kicked off yesterday, and how are we not surprised? Record-breaking numbers. I mean, this is the world we live in, Chad.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. 1,295 runners, over a $1.1 million prize pool. I don't think any men this year tainted it by paying $10,000 to enter, right?
No, they're all in the ladies' bathroom. That's where those men are.
Yeah, right.
Oh, my goodness, this summer's been insane.
The security needs to lock that down a little
Please.
bit. It looks like as we're recording this, it is hand-for-hand play, so they're on the money bubble.
Let's go.
As we're recording this. And it's just exciting to see. I walked through the field yesterday, saw a bunch of, you know, the Jamie Kerstetters, kind of England, a bunch of the females just having a good time. You've seen it on social media. It was a special event. I think the only complaint that I seen was that it was so large, it had to be split up between the Paris and the horseshoe side, whereas they would have loved it to be under one roof. Right. I think in the future, they'll probably make that change, because yesterday was just crazy between the massive turnout in the ladies event, but massive turnout in the $1,000 Super Turbo Bounty. WSOP had their hands full.
Yeah, no, I agree. Everything I've seen has been very positive, as it always is, though. Like, this is the event that so many ladies come out for, and they, you know, it's WSOP is summer camp. The ladies event is their summer camp as well. And so with the special WPT cash game they had, the Mimosa meetup game, that was a big blast I heard about with the WPT people hosting it. I mean, it's just a great week. It always feels like it's just a more fun, relaxed celebration. And so very happy to see the record be broken with 1295.
There's some big names still left in there. I'm looking over the chip counts on PokerNews.com right now. Lisa Roberts, Karina Jett, Samantha Abernathy, all still there battling. And like I said, about 200 players left on the money bubble. This is going to be a good one. I don't know. Ruth Hall is still in there. We're both very familiar with Ruth Hall. She's a crusher.
Yeah.
Nancy Birnbaum, who is near and dear to my heart. Good luck to them all. And Katie Stone's there as well.
So get this. Greg Raymer has won 2 events this week. not World Series of Poker events. But Greg Raymer is in the city of sin, and he is making his way around town. He won an event on Tuesday night at the Resorts World. They're one of their dailies, I believe, or maybe it's a $200 buy-in. But he also picks up the Seniors Champion event yesterday at Golden Nugget. I mean, whoa, hey, pretty Greg Raymer.
He shows that he can still win. He won Robbie's Mixed Game Festival mixed tournament a year or two ago for a platinum pass.
Yeah,
I remember that. Greg Raymer, I got to give Greg credit. I've always liked Greg. I think he's been a great ambassador for the game. Next year will mark the 20th anniversary of his win.
Yeah.
Right. And he's just remained relevant. He's been around. He's always friendly with the fans. He's always taking pictures, signing autographs. He's playing
signing fossils.
Yep, signing his fossils.
Oh yeah,
playing stakes from, like you said, the dailies at the Resorts World to he's probably going to play the WSOP main event. I'm going to assume again.
Doubt, right? Yeah.
And so just credit to Greg Raymer there, and I do love to see him win. I love the photo here of him at the Golden Nugget because it's got the PokerNews Cup sign. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but he's down there doing his thing, and it's just always good, in my opinion, to see Greg win because Walt, he might not have had a boom like Chris Moneymaker. He was part of that growth, that expansion, right? 2004 was the year after Moneymaker won, and we all remember Raymer defeating David Williams heads up in that whole final table.
And this year, Greg Raymer has had 8 cashes on his head of mom in 2023. Only 2 of those are WSOP cashes, and this doesn't include the 2 we just talked about. Resorts and Golden Nugget are not on there yet. He's won at the Win. He's cashed at the Win, cashed the Gulf Coast Poker, Pearl River Poker Open, the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure, of course, and the Mid-Atlantic Poker Open in Hanover. I mean, yeah, like you said, he's not shying away at all. He's definitely out there playing, and it's a lot of fun. I think it's great. So I'm happy to see him with the success, man.
Yeah, me too. Well, we mentioned the PokerNews Cup, Jesse.
Success. Holy shit, dude.
You were
Holy
there.
Shit,
I haven't been there yet.
Oh my gosh.
Tell him about it.
Man alive. Okay, I guess it's just the mystery bounty is what we needed to do. So last year we hosted our first PokerNews Cup at Golden Nugget. $1,100 buy-in, just a no-limit hold'em event with a day 2 and day 3 broadcast.
$1 million guarantee.
$1 million guarantee, yes. And then we hit, I think it was 1.2. It was what was cool. It was the largest prize pool ever for the Golden Nugget with its storied history. Very nice. Okay, 185 runners on day 1A. So this year our hope was to hit that, maybe a little bit more, but we kind of were worried. We were a little bit worried. There were some posters made that didn't say Mystery Bounty. It was a little like, do they know? Do they know that's a Mystery Bounty? Yes, they did, because we had 500 entries yesterday.
That's crazy.
We nearly tripled our day 1A from last year. We have over 300 already just an hour after it started.
I just messaged when you were talking, a reporter there, because he said it was 15 minutes ago, 369 so far.
Okay.
So it's got to be more than that.
So
we're knocking on the door of 400 already.
We're more than likely going to hit, so we need 1,035, I think it is, to hit the guarantee. Right. It sounds like we're going to hit that today. So that means that tomorrow's day 1C is just gravy.
Yeah, which is
just
always
pouring gravy
going to be
all
the biggest
that.
and best as it is.
Oh my goodness, this could hit 2 million, dude. How sick would that be?
Jesse and I are going to be down there almost daily, especially for day 2. You're going to do the envelope mystery bounty draws.
I'll be doing the bounty pools.
I'll do commentary on the final table.
We'll do final table. I'll be commentary with you on day 3.
Yeah. On day 2, I'll do feature tables, not final tables yet. And day 3, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
The best part that I keep trying to tell people about is this sweat cam whole idea that we're doing, where you have an overhead camera where you pull the envelope and a camera on your face. The stream's gonna be sick. If you can't make it out, please tune in with us and watch. I think we're gonna have it on YouTube and Twitch. That way it can live on YouTube forever.
Right.
Because we want that history. While Twitch, it kind of disappears after a few months. So make sure to tune in, hang out with us, talk to Chad. He'll be in the chat. We'd love to see you guys support the PokerNews Cup. It'll be a lot of fun.
Get down.
Come play.
Yeah. Golden Nugget,
come
downtown.
fire.
Only poker room downtown Vegas.
How about this Player of the Year race?
It's tight.
How
and it's
about
back and
this?
forth.
Dude, I mean, it's just nonstop psycho.
Yeah.
It's just psycho. So yeah, the numbers right now, which are not up to date because Matusow made a deep cash last night. But as of right now, Sean Deeb holds the lead by 20 points at 33.58. Ian Matusow is at 33.38.
But with points coming, as you said.
Yeah. Okay. Chad, who the hell is Ian Matusow?
So Ian Matusow is a guy we've known about in the Midwest for a long, long time. He's from Minnesota. When I worked for the Mid-States Poker Tour, the MSPT, he was there, and he was kind of like the new young guy. He's going to be the next big thing, right? I think he might have got coaching or learned a little bit under Ku Vang, who is largely regarded as one of Minnesota's best poker players. He's an MSPT Hall of Famer, just won the largest poker tournament in Michigan history, the MSPT, Michigan State Championship, earlier this year. Ku Vang is a crusher, and Ian Matusow, I think a little bit of a protege. And here he is making a name for himself at the 2023 WSOP. primarily, he's not a mixed game guy. He's playing no limit events. He does online, he does it live, and he's going toe to toe with Sean Deeb, who plays everything, mixed games and what have you. It's just very rare for us to see a no limit hold'em specialist contending for WSOP Player of the Year.
He's got 15 caches.
Yeah.
And a bracelet. Okay, well, he is playing some PLO at least. Played the online PLO 8 max and finished in 17th. He played the, what was the other PLO? PLO 8-handed 1K unmade, came in 282nd. Like so he doesn't do the crazy mix, right? The 2 to 7 triple draw, the stud, 8 or better. He doesn't do those, but man,
we want you to know him. I've tasked one of our writers, John Sofin, to write a feature article about Ian Matusow so the poker world can get to know him a little bit better. Maybe he'll be a feature guest on the show here, and we'll have to wait and see. But let's not cut out Chad Eveslej, who won 2 bracelets early on. We thought he was a favorite. He jumped up into 3rd place, 2,745 points after another deep run.
That's pretty wild. So we got Mike Matusow making that 2nd place finish this past week. He makes another deep run, man. Another stud high-low 8 final table.
Yeah, just a few days later, which was pretty impressive. Obviously, 7-card stud high-low is one of his best tournaments. His last bracelet back in 2013 was in the $5,000 7-card stud high-low 8 or better. I was there for that one. It was pretty exciting. And here he is making 2 final tables in that variant. Welty's being nominated for the Poker Hall of Fame. That's good for his cause for sure.
Got to be good for his cause. Yeah. I know the way our show works is their interview with Daniel's gonna come after this, but we already had it. Just to be transparent with you guys. And let's just go ahead and say it. Daniel does not think he's gonna make it in. And I mean, I guess Daniel has a better pulse of what's going on than I do. But man, I mean, it feels like Mike's really making this year as much as he can.
I think Mike, the only thing is nothing against Mike. Like he's doing everything he can this year, right?
Sure.
It's just that Ryan Rast happened to win the 50K Poker Players Championship for the 3rd time and is nominated. It's going to be hard to overcome that, I think, is the gist of it. But it is good to see Matusow succeeding. And I understand that there's supposed to be a documentary coming out about him later this year too. So right now things are looking pretty good for Matusow, and he's, in my opinion, kind of staying out of the limelight for all the wrong reasons, which he doesn't always do.
Let me ask you, what would it take to get Mike Matusow in the Hall of Fame this year? What would have to happen to his resume?
I mean, we just talked about the main event and having a big name pro
win
that.
If Mike wins it or makes the final table,
I think would be great. Remember when he made the final table in 2005 was like one of his most iconic moments.
100%.
If he were to win a bracelet, I think that certainly could help, but it would be a tight race, I think, right